one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1-2. Oh, Doki, what a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not receiver with the Ella SMG.
He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. The 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge swing. Picks up two.
Surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Good evening, and welcome back to the Northern Premier League, more specifically Playday number 4 of the Northern Premier League. My name is Thomas Johan Snudeleif Brorsadunning, and I'm here to be your host for the evening, as Uncle Ian Chambers sadly is still feeling a little bit under the weather, as you say over here. See, I am becoming one of you now. I'm becoming accustomed to your customs over here in the UK. We're here for a play day, which is going to be the end of the second play week. This is going to be the second play day of the second play week. And we have some incredible matches coming up for you this week. But in the prep phase, we're going to go through some of these matchups. We're going to go through the previous matchups. We're going to go through some stats. And although I could have done all that stuff by myself, because as some people know, I'm quite a bit of a chatterbox, I'm going to bring some help. I'm going to need some help, and I'm going to bring in specifically Jerry and NAVI to join me along here on the preface. Welcome, boys and girls, I was going to say. There you go. Look at Jerry. Jerry's so excited to be here, and NAVI as well with the, oh my, like, we're all over the place right now. But, Jerry, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to say hello. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm just flabbergasted that Novi's running with the same joke as yesterday. He's more hats.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
How many? Well, yeah. To be fair, you only jumped in at the near the end for yesterday. He started the evening off wearing a snapback, and then it rotated, and Ollie copied him, and then he brought a beanie out, and it turns out he has even more hats in his wardrobe. Novi, what? Explain yourself.
Yeah. This is 10% of my true power. Okay, I've not even hit my final form.
Is that a challenge to everyone else that we're also going to try and up the game by like changing like t-shirts and then, you know, do some crazy shenanigans with like shirts and whatever?
Mid prep phase.
Mid prep phase. Yeah.
That's what
between the graphics, not even games, but between the graphic changes. So if you're a little bit unfortunate and production's not paying attention, all of a sudden you can just see like my upper body while I'm just desperately trying to put on a shirt or something. That would traumatize every single viewer north of France, I was going to say, but there we are. But boys, you had Jerry, I'm going to start with you again because you had to step in as a host last night. So what do I have to like expect here? Because this is the first time that I'm hosting such a prestigious event. So how did it go for you last night? You did a really good job, I would have to say.
Oh, thank you. It's a fun question. You have interviews. I really looked forward to the interviews. That's probably the biggest standout, was actually getting to chat. Because we never get to do that. We're always sat on the other side. And it was really good to actually have a good chat with Kenny, have a few words with Oscar. And, you know,
who called you the best host in the world?
Yeah, I will treasure that. But also, I don't know. It's difficult to read Oscar sometimes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm not sure.
Now,
but you're going to have a lot of fun.
I'm sure I will, and of course, with you guys on board, how could you possibly not have any fun? And NAVI, you rascal, you with your shenanigans. How are you doing, and what are you looking forward to today?
I've taken currently pole position in the talent predictions, and I'm looking forward to trying to keep that. Uberus, unfortunately, is now in second place, but that being said, it is super close because we touched on this, like, compared to previous seasons, previous national leagues, this is insanely long. This is, I think there's 90 different matches or something like that to get to predict. And so, you know, really, it doesn't matter who's leading at this point because it can completely change. Like 3 weeks in, it's going to look completely different.
I'm gonna keep that in mind when we reveal just how far behind the rest of you guys I am. And just one quick point as well about Ubidos before we take a look at the previous matches that we had yesterday. I like that Ubidos is being mentioned so many times. I've yet to seen him, so for like every UK viewer, it's like this mysterious figure in the background. He's like the shadowy figure with like the hoodie up, and he's got his little like
Nordic Batman.
Yes, I see the games. This is how the events will unfold. Yes, but so that was my Ubidos impression. There we go. So, production, let's have a look at the previous matches that we saw yesterday, shall we? And let's go through them. So, NAVI beat RIDDLE 7-1, Ambush beat Coalesce 7-2, Heroic beat RCTIC 7-4, TENSTAR beat MNM Academy. That was a very close one as well, 7-5, and Victus beat Viperio with a comfortable, I would say, 7-3 win. So, Novi, I've started Jerry twice now. I'm going to jump it over to you first. Which one of these games were the biggest surprise, if any, out of these matches?
Game 3, for sure, by an absolute landslide, was Heroic versus RCTIC. I know Sloth said that there was a bit of trolling, but we kind of called that was going to happen anyway. Like what he would say in the interview. But RCTIC, that just because Heroic might be trolling or having a bit of fun with it, it doesn't take away from the fact that RCTIC put out a better shift than what NAVI did into Heroic, and that really shows. And that's not disgracing NAVI at all. I know, especially teams in the same leagues will try and hide strats, but RCTIC, the difference yesterday compared to last week was astronomical. And this is what we're like really trying to hammer in at the start of this season: is this is a long season, this is a marathon, not a sprint. There's 18 games each that you need, or 18 play days each, 18 games each. This is a long season. You've got to put in the work. And the teams who improve throughout the season, like RCTIC seem to be doing already, are the ones who will start taking games off the teams we think have already guaranteed themselves a spot in playoffs.
The other standout, I suppose, is the 7-3 Victus Viperio 86. We had that pegged as like a potential like 7-5 or maybe overtime game. No. But Victus won it in the ban phase, right? 86 taken to Villa. What were you thinking? So they might look back on that with some sense of dismay. But yeah, that's just how it happened. And we were expecting a bigger game. But for sure, that RCTIC one was a good glimpse into their potential for certain.
It's the boot camp buff. They had a boot camp the previous weekend. I swear to you, it was the finished boot camp. So it's just a power. See, I saw this because I was in a watch party with Ubidos, Janssen, Supernina, and a couple of others. Shout out to those guys, and Madi, of course. And we were just watching this, obviously, because we're Nordic stands. And we were like, okay, good openers by Zarpega. He had some really good openers and entries. They actually had a little bit of a role swap on RIDDLE. It seems like we see all of a sudden Zarpega playing more aggressive roles, whereas Neon is now back playing on a soak here. So a match that went the result you would have expected, but at least RIDDLE still came up with the showing here. But this one ended in quite a spectacular fashion.
Oh god, yeah. Coalesce Ambush was just a bit wild. And I remember watching this and thinking, Coalesce, they're doing some good things, but that round was just ridiculous. They kind of collapsed in on themselves, and from this point on, you don't see them pick up a single one. Look at the scoreboard just ramp up. Yeah. And then the best 1v4 clutch we will ever see in NPL. Only really having to fire a couple of bullets. Pair of Pogmats doing the work for him. That was a one to remember. Well, one to forget for Coalesce, definitely.
Yeah, it was a case of, like, so I when me and Jerry were watching that, I went off to grab a drink, I came back, and it was after like 3 rounds in, and Jerry went, Coalesce are looking so much better, and then they just didn't do anything for the rest of the game. And I was kind of like screaming.
You didn't believe me?
Yeah, I didn't believe you. I thought Jerry was lying, and this is like this is so weird because it's kind of blink and you'll miss it. A lot of these rounds were like that, especially with the RCTIC game we're seeing now. A lot of times you kind of sort of like wrote them off, went, okay, look away, Heroic's got this one, and then suddenly they would clutch something out of nowhere, or vice versa. Heroic would clutch around, and it was very impressive that sort of the deeper we went into the day, the higher level of siege I felt like we were seeing, especially this game. MNM Academy, TENSTAR, the scoreline 7-5, I don't think true. Like both these teams really pushed each other hard. Like both of them were giving. I know Kenny in the interview as well as the debrief as well was giving absolute props to Nerf and like saying that this team, you know, we knew this was going to be a tough one. Like Kari, this wasn't a true reflection. Like giving huge props to their opponents, and likewise, Nerf was in the chat doing the exact same thing. Jerry, he was saying, you know, TENSTAR is really, really good. They look like a really strong team.
So are you guys basically saying that you shouldn't miss a single second of Northern Premier League action? Is that what you guys are saying?
I like that. That's a good spin to put on it, because it has been endlessly entertaining, whether it's been really, really close matchups or some very strange and odd rounds that you would never see anywhere else. Yeah, it's worth watching.
That's Nordic for you.
All of them. Yeah, it's the Nordic element for. Well, I mean, to be fair, we've had some, you know, heroic trolling rounds.
It's the UKIN element as well. Look, trust me, it goes both ways.
Well, I'm happy you guys are admitting that, because I would never get that out of Grace or any of the other UKIN shills. So at least you guys are honest with me. Thank you very much. As we're turning over here to the standings, and I would say after 3 play days, I have to credit them, because I've been doing a little flirting with Victus. Now they're starting to win me over. I've been pleasantly surprised. Obviously, you would argue that, you know, if you look at the table and you could say that the first matchups were against RCTIC and RIDDLE, you could see like, okay, that's where the round difference is coming from. But they had a really good game last night as well, and that's when I went from doubter to believer in Victus. But again, if we're looking at this table, Jerry, anything standing out for you here right now?
I feel like the strange thing is the middle of the table, right? TENSTAR and 86 both dropping points. So TENSTAR dropping points to 86, and then 86 losing to Victus yesterday. It puts them in an odd spot, because these are the ones we were thinking, you know, they'll be pushing for those top spots. And now they're in the mix with Ambush as well, also on 2 wins. And NAVI, EUL side, who, you know, granted their loss was against Heroic. But it's, yeah, that middle of the table was very interesting. And then jumping down to the bottom as well, you've got MNM Academy, the only team on 1 win, and the remainder of the Nordic sides, Coalesce, RCTIC, and RIDDLE. Luckily for them, at the end of the day, there will be 1 less team, or possibly even, you know, all 3 will have gained points. Because we've got RIDDLE versus RCTIC as our second game.
Sorry, on.
Yeah, it's a good point with that, and I think also that this is so early on that you can't really like count anything, because Victus is at the top, and it's again something that Kenny said. He said there is a caveat to that position. They haven't played Heroic, they haven't played NAVI yet, so this whole standings can completely change. You got Ambush sort of making their way up, and the rest of the Nordics at the bottom, but that you know, after day, like Jerry said, that can completely change. We could see a complete rotation in position.
Because let's look at tonight's schedule, as we have been doing now for the last 10 seconds. I mean, I said on Twitter, not only do we have bangers tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have MASH, and I'm going to add a little bit of gravy onto that one as well. Because already in match number 1, such a crucial game for the rest of the standings here, and not just for the individual teams, TENSTAR and Ambush respectively, but just in terms of how we're going to see the rest of the standings shape up after 2 play weeks. And Ambush being, like, right now, sole representative, I was going to say, for Nordics, really taking some wins under the belt here, are going to face off a very strong contender in TENSTAR, especially considering how TENSTAR, I was going to say, after they had a rocky start on Bank last night, TENSTAR that is, but they did really get themselves back into that game. So this game number 1, what do you guys think about it?
I think this is a great game. TENSTAR Ambush. It's the one that has the talent split most in predictions, but honestly, every game tonight looks like an absolute banger. You know, Heroic Coalesce might be a little bit skewed, but the rest, like, you look at them and you think it could go either way. Literally every single one of these matches is a really tasty prospect.
Yeah, it's, I think with TENSTAR and Ambush, like what you said with TENSTAR being a bit of a slow starter, I think is certainly sort of like rings true for them. And for me, it's especially looking, I know we'll get more into this later, but a lot of these games, it's going to be how you set that pace at the start of the game. How long does it take you to get in it? Because we've seen already the mental aspect is so important. Coalesce had a really good start. It fell away from them, and then they struggled to just find that footing. And what if the same thing happens to TENSTAR and to Ambush? We saw how Ambush can roll teams. We saw how NAVI can roll teams when they get going. You know, so the mental aspects is just as important as that literal firepower aspect as well.
Absolutely, and let's just quickly go through the other ones as well. After TENSTAR and Ambush, we have a full Nordic brawl, of course, and like you guys said, for the first time this far in the league, one of these teams are going to get either points or share the points, respectively. RIDDLE versus RCTIC. Then, of course, you have Heroic facing off against Coalesce, and then Victus versus MNM Academy, and finally, great matchup to round off the night, I would say, as it starts at midnight local time here in the Nordics. Viperio 86 versus NAVI. Now, we don't have to go into as much depth in all the other games here because we want to save some of the spice for the actually like the pre-game desk as well here. But you guys are going to get the cast RIDDLE versus RCTIC, which I have to admit, you know, I wasn't even supposed to be here, so I'm quite happy to be here as a host today. But I'm really jealous that you guys get to cast RIDDLE versus RCTIC afterwards because I mean that one, from what we've seen from both of these teams, surely that one must be an incredible matchup. Just I think it was Ollie who said it last. Like, it's not necessarily because of the best two teams, but because we expect them to be so evenly matched.
I think I think it seems to be that everyone in the talent team, when we get to see the predictions, it's really interesting. I gotta tell you, but I give RCTIC that edge just on the basis of. They're not, you know, they're actually quite well known in the Finnish scene. They've got a Finnish league championship under their belt, and they've stuck together. They have that team experience, whereas the RIDDLE roster is definitely a little more kind of pieced together recently, and on the basis of performances, not necessarily results, but performances, RCTIC looked the stronger side.
Anything you'd like to add to that, Novi?
Yeah, RCTIC look like recently, but it's the thing I'm looking for is can they consolidate their performance from yesterday? And more importantly, can RIDDLE bounce back? And those are the, like, you're kind of weighing up and going, which one is more likely? Because we've seen teams bounce back the next day in the second Playday. That's happened plenty of times, even last week as well. But also it's even more difficult to hang on to those improvements. Was that just the buff from having that LAN boot camp experience? Is that genuinely going to wear off? Because these things do. That menu aspect is there is a tax where certain things like the honeymoon phase, when you form a new team, it will go eventually, and it's what's left for that team fundamentally to keep them going. And that's possibly, for me, I've said I think RCTIC's going to win that matchup, but if they cannot consolidate that performance from yesterday, they're going to have a very, very rough time.
The only thing I would like to say about that before we move on is, like, that's what I love about the RCTIC boys, though, because if you'd heard the voice comms from the boys have been sharing clips from the matchup against Heroic last night, and they were celebrating it almost as if they did a win, because they felt so good playing that game, and they were all in high spirits, really enjoying their siege, and I think that's one thing that RCTIC might actually have as sort of a boon, I was going to say, over many of the other teams, because they're having tremendous amounts of fun while they're playing, because this is their first experience with their 3 level. But production, bring us the juice, bring us the top 5 cost players here. Let's get into the stats, let's get into the spice, and lo and behold, Jegs has surpassed the Victus trio to move to the top here with 82% cost. And why does that really stick out to us here, Novi?
Wow.
Well, I think it's because yesterday, if I remember correctly, we didn't actually show it on stream, but I'm just trying to get it up from my end. I think also yesterday it was 4 Victus players beforehand. So this shows that YZN didn't have the strongest performance yesterday. Jegs had a very, very strong performance, but for me, it's Nick. Nick is the surprising one to get in because Ambush, even in the games they've won, sometimes it's been a little bit closer than they would have liked, etc. And I believe Nick in his game yesterday had 100% cost, into Coalesce, which is one of the reasons why he's now moved up into our top 5. But the fact that still with 100%, he is still how many points is that? 8% below Jegs is very, very impressive. Like, Jegs is just on another level at the moment.
What's also worth pointing out is who's not here, right? You're looking at players like Jegs, like Nick, that have the ability to carry their teams to victory, but this just goes to show the fact that we're not looking at any heroic players at all right now. First of all, I mean, it will be slightly skewed because they've had the sort of rotation in terms of players. Closest is Uno, apparently, on 70%. And he's not played yesterday, so, that is sort of an interesting stat just across 2 play days. But it just means that they're all pitching in, and maybe that's the difference here between the sort of EUL level sides, you're not seeing NAVI here either, and these sides that are kind of pushing for those Challenger League spots.
Could just be, like you said, a little bit of part of that rotation, but also because, and that's something we're always going to be discussing. We're discussing Heroic and Navi, right? Because we're going to bring up the excuse, quote unquote, that, oh no, they don't take it seriously, they're trolling around. But we heard it from the man himself, Mr. Navi, secretly yesterday. He takes it seriously. He doesn't care about like what other people or other players are saying. Like, he wants to win, and he's been around for so long at this level of play. I was going to say actually at a higher level of play. No offense to Mr. Secretly. And he's got a winning mentality. He's like the nicest guy when you see him on screen, but there has to be a winning mentality inside of that man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stuck it for so long and just trying to win and get the teams up here. But let's get more stats into here. That's cost, of course, that we just witnessed here, noting, of course, the three Victus players. But here we go. Top 5 season opening, KD, and I see a little bit of Nordic presence here. It's not completely lost on me, but Jerry, what sticks out to you here?
Yeah, for sure. You got Nick and then Grubby as well, Polish presence, Tricky as well there. It's it's impressive. And I mean, Skiddy's the one that you notice and you think, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Oscar, what's worth mentioning is that I believe before yesterday he had an 8-0. In terms of opening KD. So across those 2 play days, he was basically flawless on the entry. And that just goes to show that yesterday he didn't have his best game, but he's still at the top of this leaderboard by quite some margin. Well, you know, the same sort of ratio as Grubby, but he's got the extra kill, or the extra 3 kills to his name. So yeah, it's an impressive stat for Oscar especially. And we knew that he was going to be one that shone as soon as the league began, after the performance he gave throughout Rumble and through UKIN 2. And it just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
No, but it does with Oscar. So Novi, what are your takes from looking at this?
What my takes is what doesn't make sense is the fact that, so I've been looking through yesterday before the Playday where the stats were sitting. And Jegs was on here in second, and he's now nowhere to be seen. He was on 8-4
They had a
opening
tough
kills.
game.
And he's not here, but he rose in costs. It's so interesting seeing, you know, he might have struggled in one department, but then he flourishes in another. And also YZN again was similar to Oscar, was like insane opening KD. He's now gone from the top 5, disappeared. He was actually number 1 on Playday 2. After Playday 3, he has now disappeared, and and he is same with Host as well. It shows that one sort of subpar performance or one good performance can move you about and really sort of make you shine, and that's the important of the consistency aspect. But also in a team of, like for instance in Victus, if it was just a YZN show and you didn't have Oscar, you didn't have the rest of these players like Flexi, then and SkyT, then what do you do when that pillar crumbles? Who's holding your team up? And that's the real important thing that these teams need to remember. Yes, we're heroing these players, but also the team aspect of having 5 players come together to form that, something that's stronger than the sum of the individual parts. And that's what's most important.
Yeah, and
Before
I would just like
away.
I feel
like you're going to highlight the same thing as me, right? Like
maybe. Oh well, I wasn't actually. Well, I was going to, but you get the credit because I want to hear from non-Nordic, so it's not biased. There we go. Let's go.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't coerced into doing this. I highlight Tricky now because while he's still on screen, 6-4. Right, for a team that haven't won a game yet. That just shows how much of a performance, how much of a shift he's been putting in over the previous 3 play days on entry. And it really is just a case of, they have to convert these rounds. And you think about the teams they've played as well. They've gone up against Victus, NAVI, and Heroic.
Yep.
That's like arguably the biggest 3 teams that we may be looking at
currently
when it comes to the final standings. So there is definitely potential, not just from Arctic, but from that player in particular.
And and again, like you said, that could also though be a criticism aimed towards the team, because if he's winning the entries, either he's being traded back relatively quickly by the opposition, of course, which would make sense when you're facing off against teams such as Victus, such as Heroic and Navi, but it also means that could that indicate that Arctic are not making the most of their advantages, that Tricky is getting them on the entry, question mark?
Maybe, yeah.
But we have to point out to the casual viewer that, of course, when it comes to cost, that is your impact every round. So, like, you get a point or you get a percentage every time you do one of the things every round, right? So like you were talking about Jags earlier about the opening KD and Costa, then all of a sudden he was away. It doesn't mean that he had necessarily a bad game, but he wasn't the first one to go in. And of course, depending on the role that you had in that matchup or on that map, that really also all have to come into sort of consideration when we're talking about these players. But some very good talking points there, of course, from Jerry and Novi. It's almost like you're here for a reason. It's almost like,
yeah,
I need you here in your opinions to really get something to talk about. So I really appreciate it. I feel smarter already, and I'm not just saying that. I really do appreciate it.
Just hang around with us a bit longer.
And the IQ will start. The IQ will start dropping.
I mean, let's leave it on a positive note. But talking about high plays and high IQ and everything, let's talk about our prep phase head to head. And boy, oh boy. I mean, Novi, do I need to say more?
Oh yeah, this is a good one because you could kind of highlight any Victus player, but of course we're going for Oscar because he's that person who, when Victus is against the wall, Oscar's the one who steps up and pulls them up. But Skiddy had a monster performance, even in their loss. He was having a monster performance. He truly, ever since he came into the scene, as soon as he hit 18, Demo said, Skiddy is one to watch. You should keep an eye on this guy. He is so good. He's absolutely cracked. Yesterday felt like, I feel like the first example where we really saw him just completely take over the game. And it was like, this is the Skiddy show. And we're looking for that performance again because, TENSTAR is a good opponent, but Victus currently is sitting above both of them. This is a harder opponent. Yeah. If Ski can replicate this performance, he's going to cement himself as definitely one of the best players in the league.
The cost on Skiddy is something to look at, though, for instance, because when you look at his team, they've had 2 losses, 1 win. It does raise a question about the strength of the team when Skiddy isn't performing, because you shouldn't have a cost that low with such an impressive opening KD and KDR. Typically, if you're having that kind of impact, then you will be winning rounds. But it seems as though maybe the rest of his team go missing if he doesn't step up. And we certainly have seen that in the past. Yesterday, it was definitely a bit more of a team performance from MNM Academy, and they just fell shy. But yeah, I would be wary of an over-reliance on this guy moving forward for the young roster.
It's been a little bit of ups and downs for the MNM Academy, and if you hear us refer to them simply as MNM throughout the night, do not be distressed. It's still just the Academy team, but it just makes it a little bit easier for us here on the talent desk, and of course casters who are casting the fast-paced action here to just say MNM, and they do.
It's another M&M, 4 syllables, right? MNM Academy. It's a lot of words.
I am at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if I said mana at some point during like a clutch or something. Mana, Skiddy stepping up, awesome. There you go. Now we planted that into people's heads as well. But let's pick our brains instead and look at the caster predictions. You don't have to worry about the text above or images. You can just ignore that because we already don't need. I'm here as a host. I'm not here as a big brain caster who's supposed to know the game, and I vote with my heart. That's all I'm gonna say. And but I do have to stress with my own predictions. I actually was won over by Victus, so I think this might actually be the first time that I predicted. No, second time I predicted Victus. So. They managed to win me over with their performance yesterday. That's all I can say. But you guys, you talk you through your own predictions here. So let's start with drumroll, Jerry. What are your predictions?
I feel like Novi, we're gonna have to save our duking it out over TENSTAR and Ambush for the little pre-map bit that we're gonna have.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
But for the rest of that, I genuinely am so surprised to see such unanimous voting right across today. It's like I said earlier, a lot of these are close to 50-50. You can imagine a world where MNM Academy beat Victus. You can easily imagine a world as well where 86 take down NAVI, because NAVI, they've not had the best of stages in EUL, and it's definitely a possibility. RCTIC Riddle, we're going off past performances, but put those two in the same room, and anything could happen. So I am surprised at how unanimous these are.
Yeah, if you think of the sample size and the data set, we've got 3 games to go off for each of these teams, right? Based on that, you go, okay, RCTIC Riddle, RCTIC should be the favorite. Heroic, Coalesce, Heroic, Victus, MNM, Victus, NAVI, Viperio, NAVI. But because it's such a slight sample size, You can go, well, on paper, it's a 60-40, but if so-and-so does this or it goes to this map, then that's basically a 50-50 and who knows what's going to happen. So that's like, it's one of those points where it's so early on in the season, it wouldn't surprise me if we, apart from maybe the heroic game, if we were wrong on every single one of them, I would be like, yeah, fair enough. You know, it makes sense.
And again, these are all best of ones, and even though I'm voting for Ambush, like I would probably say on paper, TENSTAR does look like a little bit of a stronger team, but I'm going to vote with my heart, and also because I believe in the Ambush boys, because I believe in the Finnish power. But again, so many factors here that can come in. The map as well. We have no idea which map this is going to be played out on. I was very skeptic when I saw Ambush take Coalesce to Oregon, because I still had some traumatic experiences from Ambush on Oregon in the Nordics, so I was like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs and all that stuff. But I was gonna say, ladies and gents, again, it's like a crutch thing that you do, and it's like we're all lads here. The last time I checked, and it's just like, anyway, yeah. all the so lads and boys. Let's do that one. But final thoughts, lads and boys.
It's almost as bad as warm my cockles. I'm sorry.
I was trying to make it through the phase without referring to the cockles that we talked about last night, but there we go. So final thoughts from Captain Cockles himself. Here we go. Before we throw it to a break here, final thoughts.
I'm going to take a leaf out of Ollie's book and say that the real winners tonight will be the viewers. So stick around. That's my final thought. I made my prediction. You've seen my prediction. That's a really important point to make. You know, it's going to be good games.
Content, ladies and gentlemen. Novi, what are your thoughts?
I am good. Uberus is Uberus Finnish? Is he
yes,
Finnish?
He's Finnish.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to DM him and ask him for a statement that I can say if Ambush wins. Wow. And I will shout it out in flawless fish on the broadcast. So I will...
I mean, you could do that, or you could simply say Torrella, which is, I think it might have done an extra R. So this is for both of you guys.
That's already too hard for me.
No. Okay, so Jerry, you're a music man. You're just okay.
Torrella. I've been known to be.
Wow.
Okay, that was.
Let's move on. Next segment.
Right. Okay, but terrible. With that bombshell of botched finish there, we're just going to throw it to break. But don't go anywhere, because as we've shown you, we have some amazing matches coming through. But first, a short break, and we'll be right back.
With the first ever season of Northern Premier League underway, we have 3 new maps added to the competitive pool. But what can we expect to see? Let's take a quick dive into Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park. First off, let's head to Japan. We'll see plenty of Skyscraper's beautiful exterior in Pro Play, as the balconies and windows grant a lot of potential for attackers, whether it be on entry, flank watch or post plants, though they'll need to tread carefully. With extra claymores now in attackers' pockets, defenders will have to think twice about going for the many jump out options around the map. Tea Room Karaoke and Office Exhibition are the most popular sites, with the external breach playing a big part in any office attack. Both of these objectives are on the top floor, and the map is heavily destructible, so expect explosions galore with C4 and upnade plays as teams experiment with this new battleground. There are 3 rules when it comes to attacking Border. Rule 1, watch each stairs. Rule 2, clear CCTV. And Rule 3, do not attempt to board the helicopter. This is a small map, with only 2 staircases, making it the toughest of the 3 for defenders. Pros will stack their utility on defense and won't give up ground easily, because there isn't much of it. Catchers like Jaeger, Wamai and Aruni are pivotal. Attackers can save time with ops like Ossa and Nomad, who gain and maintain map control easily. Entering site is but a formality here, so expect to see lots of throwables to burn through those ADSs, support plants and blow enemies sky high. You thought this theme park was abandoned? Well, think again. It's back into competitive rotation. Defenders just love this large map, where they can roam freely, or better yet, extend the site. Initiation and Office are usually contested no matter the site choice. From there, defenders can reinforce walls, shoot drones and retreat, or go for early kills. Once those walls are blown down, expect long-range gunfights across these open rooms and sprawling corridors. Hard breaching and wall denial are essential here, so operators like Maverick, Thatcher and Kaid, as well as Mirror, will have a big impact if left unbanned. There's so much more to uncover about these fresh maps, so tune into NPL to see what our teams can cook up.
soul so high, blue eyes, fake quiet, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet, a dark rain, my blood in your frozen veins. Dream high, no pain, run fast in the broken chains. Sneak out, keep fighting. I'm willing to take a chance. Break free, the dog's biting. Dressed up for the final dance. Shut down, inspire. I'm here to take your call. New soul to higher. I will despite you all.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but blood just decimate. Prince steps up, huge for ambush. 3 kills, all E1 DC. What?
Welcome back to the Northern Premier League after that short break, after our prep phase, and welcome to the first desk that you're going to be seeing here tonight. It's back to me, Snudderleif, and of course, Jerry and Obi Kane here on my left on the screen, of course. And boy, oh boy, what a way to start Playday number 4.
Oh yes, ambush and TENSTAR.
This is the banger. Yeah, it's the barn burner, isn't it? Like this is the barn burner. This is. I'm not saying don't watch the other games, because of course we've already said that the other games are really, really good as well. Yeah. But this is the one, like, you know, if we could all only pick one game, I think everyone would unanimously say let's watch this one. This is the one to win.
So actually, this is one of the few matches where we have a little bit of difference of opinion on which teams are going to win. So let's start with TENSTAR, because Jerry, the only one out of the 3 currently present, you were the one who predicted TENSTAR, and you're going to be allowed to go and jump into the roster here as well. So what are we looking at, and what are you expecting?
You make it sound like they're not the favourites here. I think if you look at the whole talent roster...
and Ollie also voted for TENSTAR. I'm just saying, that's why I said currently present. This is the only time we're going to be a Nordic number advantage, okay? So just drop it, Jerry. Rosters, please.
I mean... Alright, okay, jeez. Getting the whip crack today, alright. Leader, Azza, Jegs, Rolo, and Savage, who has not yet been unlocked. Haha. How many times have you heard that joke on a desk? I feel like we need one. There needs to be a new one. Someone write me new stuff. Alright, Leader, yeah, I mean, he had a good game yesterday. He's been troubled with, like, internet connection issues, but when he's in server and when he's, you know, playing, he's doing a great job. Jegs was a standout player for this roster. As we've seen when we went through the stats before the break, he's been really, really popping off. Rolo is like everyone's sort of dream support, it would seem. He can entry occasionally, he can frag out in a post plant. He hasn't had any like massive opportunity to really strut his stuff so far this season, but we've seen what he's capable of in Rumble, so I'm excited for that. And then Savage, who is a little FPL fiend, and he could, like, you have to watch out for him too. So yeah, this is a scary roster, to say the least.
And we have to give him a massive amount of credit as well for Savage, that is, with the performance that he put in last night and the 10-star matchup for the final half was absolutely chef's kiss. But Novi Kane, I'm not sitting here as a caster anymore. I'm a host, so someone else has to defend the honor of the Nordics here in this current matchup, and it's going to be you, because you, like me, predicted ambush. So take it away.
Yeah, so I don't know why. No, I'm kidding. You've got Tefele, you got Rody, you got Nick, Rastin, and Coalesce. So I've actually been looking at the stats, and they're even more impressive than I kind of thought that they were based on the top 5. Because we've had, Victus is of course skewing everything with the fact they're currently like lossless so far. They're just winning every single matchup. But every single one of these players, bar their support player, has a positive KD. They're above average. They're all putting in a pretty decent cost, actually averaging about 60%, which is about average. And they're all despite Nick sort of topping the tables for sure, pretty much every single player, bar the support, will frag out and will win their ones. It's only really when they're relying on someone to clutch, that's when Nick is the one to step up to the table. But everyone, we saw it in Coalesce yesterday, they are winning their gunfights. It's a rate, especially on attack, and that was the biggest weakness for Ambush, was their attack. They seem a lot more coordinated with Rody back in the roster as well. They look a lot more comfortable, and they're going from strength to strength. This is going to be one of their... I mean, who have they played so far? I think they played Heroic as well, so it's not going to be their toughest matchup, but TENSTAR is no slouches, and of course, like Kenny said, if Ambush picks the wrong map, this goes from being a fairly close map to a... completely one-sided. This is TENSTAR favored all the way. Like, TENSTAR's that good on specific map picks.
I'm sure Uberos would. I'm sure I can hear Uberos screaming if Ambush botches another map and face, because that's usually the biggest threat to Ambush is themselves at times. And I hope that Uberos is here to back that up. But let's go into the player head versus head here. I was going to say the matchup here, and you just touched on him, Nick, and of course from last night's great performance, Savage, and this one smells like fire.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's going to be some burning rubber at the end of this one, I can tell you. These are two very organized teams, but these are the two kind of like wild cards that occasionally just pop off. And I'm excited to see how it happens and which one of these two can come out on top. They're very impressive KDR and very high costs as well. Nick seems to be putting a few more plants down as well. It's very rare that Savage gets given that responsibility. But yeah, you can see, I mean... They're just great numbers. You would expect these sort of stats to be on teams, on players that are sort of right at the top of the standings. So the fact that they're not just goes to show that, you know, despite having each team having a loss under their belts, these two have just been standouts through and through.
Absolutely, like huge standouts. And the fact that Nick has the 3 plants, I think, is really interesting, because the first thing Ollie said, he went, Nick usually has a rifle in his hand. Why on earth does he have any plant numbers? But it sort of shows that maybe this is a sign that Ambush, we see a lot of teams, is they have the plan at the beginning of the attack, something goes wrong, and then they don't know what to do. Maybe this is a sign that Ambush has sort of resolved that, which was a big weakness for them in Rumble, where they'll kind of just run the clock down, not doing anything. Now they're like, okay, it doesn't matter. It's a 2v3. Let's just get on site. Let's get the diffuser down and let's do something. And I think that's a very positive sign and a positive change compared to when we last saw this team.
And I just want to stress on that point, because I think this has to do with Clubhouse and the roles that they had in Attacker, because I share your sentiment, like Ollie and yourself, of course, being surprised that Nick all of a sudden is doing the planting. But again, this is a team that when I spoke to them before the season, they're not afraid to swap roles and operators around depending on the map or site. So again, that's what I love with these Finnish teams. I mean, Ollie can attest to how much I just praise these Finnish teams, both RCTIC and Ambush, and any Finnish player. They are teams with a capital T. That's why we don't see, like you said it yourself, Noe, when you went through stats, like you just see a team effort almost in every single thing. They win as a team and they die as a team. But let's go to the veto, because we talked about it. Kenny talked about it last night. Okay, please don't give us the same map. And look at this. We are going to go to Clubhouse. And, you know, it's a fantastic matchup. It requires a classic. Jerry, immediate thoughts there, looking at the veto?
I feel as though this is fairly well played by Ambush. This is a good... This is a decent map for TENSTAR, but it's also where they gained a win earlier this season against MNM Academy. 7-4 as well. So, and MNM Academy, as we've seen, no slouches. So, this is a decent map for them. Of course, the logo that you see sort of throughout the ban phase of RIDDLE should be Ambush, but you can see they've banned out Bank, a strong map for TENSTAR.
Immediately.
Yeah, and you can see as well, like, it just makes sense. You know, they've taken out a fair few maps that we know TENSTAR are decent at. The Villa, they've shown they're very proficient at having one Rumble on it. I'm wondering about TENSTAR's bans. Like, what are you thinking, Navi?
One thing that I think is quite interesting is, so out of the 3 last games that they've played, TENSTAR have had to ban Skyscraper as their 4th ban. It shows that they're willing to leave it in, but ultimately they don't really choose to play it. They might be relying on another team, and maybe Ambush. I don't think they've even banned once. I think they've just left it open. So it could be either Ambush is just, you know, like kind of playing with them a little bit, or I don't know what's going on, but it's just interesting.
And I would say that, speaking from experience in Nordic, Finnish teams are not afraid to bring out new maps or take teams into new maps. So it could be both what you're saying, like in terms of testing how far TENSTAR are like comfortable with Skyscraper, but it could also just be that Finnish teams are just showing like, well, I mean, if you guys want to meet us in Skyscraper, sure, go ahead, we don't care. But that was a desk. A great matchup, an amazing matchup requires amazing casters. And of course, we got two of some of the most amazing casters in the entirety of the EU. It's the good old and golden duo, I was going to say. Ollie and Demo, take us away.
Thank you very much there, Snurley. Thank you so much to you guys doing the desk for us. We are going to be here kicking off things tonight. We have got, by all accounts, a bit of a barn burner to kick things off. At least that's what we are billing it as. Ambush versus TENSTAR. Going to be our opening game here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a good showdown between UK versus the Nordics. My money's on TENSTAR today, Ollie. I think after how TENSTAR performed yesterday, I would say TENSTAR, they made quite a few mistakes yesterday. Let's not try and ignore that. If that side's been able to rectify those mistakes and have cleaned up, I think mostly patience has been like the main thing that I believe some of the players have struggled with. You think about Savage and Jags, they've done really well in some rounds, you're starting things off, and then they've kind of thrown it away, you know, a couple of seconds later. Moments like that can be punished. So I think if TENSTAR have really honed in and have worked on that, you know, holding those players back after they've done so well, they'll have no issues today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be one of those situations where we're just looking for a bit of a better TENSTAR than we saw yesterday. There were some mistakes in the gameplay, and you know, likewise with Ambush as well. Don't forget, you know, Ambush, they didn't have the easiest ride against Coalesce. Some of those rounds on Oregon were frightfully close. But as we've mentioned already, this is really going to be a bit of a battle, and I think we're better to stage it than the good old Clubhouse. The good old great equalizer here, Maverick Monty, coming out as your attacker bans. Not every day you get to see a Monty ban. TENSTAR choosing to remove that away from Ambush. Jaeger coming out as well as the Mirror to round things out. The Jaeger ban is a bit of a bold and a bit of a brave one. Ambush a team in the Nordics, not afraid to remove that Jaeger, and more importantly, very willing to play things like a Ying. It's something that we will see Ambush play today.
Yesterday,
make
didn't we?
No mistake. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant little pocket strat that they like to bring out. And certainly when they get themselves onto the attack, keep your eye out for that. But for the meantime, we're going to be kicking off with Ambush on the defense.
Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of Ambush, I would say that the biggest thing for them going into this matchup would probably be try and shut down players like Jags and Savage early. I think that's the main thing. I know that we've kind of talked about Jags and Savage, but you give them that momentum, there's nothing you can do to stop those guys. Shut them down early. go for a roam game if you want to go for that. Work in twos. Try and take those 2 versus 1s against TENSTAR. One thing that we kind of commented sometimes on TENSTAR, Ollie, is sometimes a little bit too slow. That was what they really suffered from yesterday in Bank, is we know how good they can be. Whenever all the pieces fit together, their executions on site are top tier, but it's the it's before that. You know, it's the road before you get to that execution. They can be a little bit sloppy sometimes.
And we saw TENSTAR struggle most yesterday on the attack on Bank, where you could argue that the bans were fairly attacker-leaning. And it was only when they got themselves onto the defense that we started to see them really chain a couple of rounds together. There was a couple of rounds early on that they lost that they ought to have won. And it was a relatively scrappy game right from the get-go. Obviously, they did manage to pull it around and they were able to get the win in the end. But it wasn't necessarily as clean as you would have liked. And I think Kenny sort of alluded to a little bit of that yesterday when we had him on the debrief as well. So I'm sure they're going to be looking to tighten things up here. And what better way to start? Opening kill for Savage. That man on a tear yesterday. He was unstoppable, wasn't he?
17 kills. I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? And I said they need to try and shut him down early. Sadly, it has not worked out for Rhodey. You can see Rhodey tried to maybe play a bit of a rack position there, just close to Jacuzzi. The reason why he probably played that position is Savage typically comes in from Jacuzzi, he'll sledge close, and as soon as he sledges close, then you're there ready to kill him whenever he's in that animation. But Savage, he's been gifted another kill upstairs with that long angle looking down onto the main stairs, and yeah, this is not the start of your ambush. You do not want this at all.
No, not when you're dealing with the basement either, and you can, you know, be fairly well rest assured that if you just sit back in sight, you're going to come away with a reasonable first half of the round. And as it stands, they've opted for the roam, and we've only just seen half the round and already 2 players have fallen. Rastin looked for a time as though he was tempted for a bit of a look up those Adam stairs, but has since thought better of it. TENSTAR now, with the run of the teeth, they can do exactly anything they wish in terms of trying to push it on down, get these hatches open. Got plenty of hard breach to be working with. We've got the Hibana, we've got the Thermite. There's going to be no stone left unturned, especially with the Thatcher up, as you mentioned, the bans being a little bit weird. Just give them a bit more opportunity.
Yeah, obviously Kaid can be played, but if Thatcher's on, is there much of a point playing him? Probably not, you would say. Valkyrie open, though, does give maybe some options for ambush to maybe try and get a C4 kill inside a kitchen, but sadly nothing comes off at the moment. They still have 2 pocket C4s, but right now Rastin doesn't look as if he's going to be in position to try and C4 that kitchen floor in as he's locking down Blue as best as he can, but there's a myriad of utility and a Savage walking right onto him, and Savage is just tearing them apart. A quad kill already in the first round. Is he on for the ace, perhaps? Default by himself, and will it be the ace? No! He shuts down Savage! A 1 versus 3. I don't know how much it's going to matter, though, while he is still TENSTAR. They have full bomb site control. They just need to get that diffuser down.
15 seconds left.
Rolo is going to start to plant that diffuser, recognizing that it was all fun and games for a moment, trying to get Savage the ace, but now it is time to guarantee the round. Fele sends a C4 flying, and it's going to be caught a little bit short at the bottom of those main stairs. His location known, leader relaxing all the way back inside of Moto, holding a nice long angle there, not taking any chances for that last kill. An explosive round by TENSTAR, but they showed great restraint there in those dying few seconds, getting that diffuser down, focusing on the objective, and chalking up the first round.
Yeah, as soon as Savage dies there, that's information, isn't it, Ollie? They know exactly where that player is. He's inside of Armory. He's not going to be able to contest Blue if you have that man in bottom main stairs, which they had. So everything was covered. A simple plant. I think a lot of that was probably lost just to ambush, giving away the 2 picks at the beginning. It's a basement, Ollie, you mentioned it. It's a basement defense. You need to have a lot of players alive. We usually talk about basement as being like the Fort Knox of Siege, isn't it? It's hunker down, batten down the hatches, and it just becomes an absolute bloodbath during the kind of end 30 seconds or so. But if you're giving the attack those free picks right from the get-go, you're just going to be overwhelmed, and that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, no surprise to see a site change, but I guess the surprise is where Ambush is shooting to go. They're going to take us into bar and stock. Now, it isn't by any means the most popular site choice, but it's a site that does work. Ambush opting for this roam game again, as demonstrated with, we can see them picking up. We've got the Oryx, Rhodey going to be trying to get himself out and be a bit of a nuisance on that operator, and alibi as well. It speaks to a lack of a want and a need of utility, and instead just a decent gun, a couple of annoying gadgets, and a couple of impacts. So it's not really the response that you get from a lot of teams if they lose a basement attack. Typically they'll go back down to basement and try and turtle up and try and play a little bit more conservatively, or they'll just go upstairs into CCTV room and cash and see if they can get something going there. But as we've already mentioned, with the way the bans have gone, walls are going to be very difficult to keep closed. Thatcher available, you know, sure you can try and bandit trick and see if you get lucky, but Thatcher's going to be brought 9 times out of 10 here.
Yeah, Thatcher into the lineup, which I'm sure nobody's surprised about that. So, obviously with the bar and stock, we're usually dealing with, I say bar and stock, it's kind of bar and bar, isn't it? You know, me and you have had this discussion a few times, Ollie. It's all about, for me, the upstairs. This is where all of it kind of centers around. You need to have control of construction. Construction has that hatch look straight down onto that double wall that leads into the bar, so you need to try and control that as best as you can as a defender. As you see, it's open, it denies that push in. So typically you'll find the attackers will move above, try and take control of cash, and then have control of construction. I always find it very, very difficult for teams, especially kind of like this tier 3 level, to have a firm grasp of how you need to play that. Realistically, it's a retake, right? I find it very, very difficult to see a lot of teams stop the diffuser going down initially. It's all about how you can retake in these instances. As this attack is going to come in, and as that plant is probably going to try and be initiated, I think, fairly soon, how can the players upstairs respond? They need to retake construction. They need to retake that hatch. That's all the pressure it comes down to. So if you're ambushed and you're going for this bar, you need to be confident with what you're doing.
TENSTAR certainly ticking a lot of the boxes here and getting a lot of these small tasks done that build up to the bigger picture of the execute. Burn coming through now as Jegs is just trying to destroy that bulletproof shield and remove any option for Coalesce to be able to sit a little bit further up. More nades come through here from Jegs. The information game at the moment from TENSTAR is pretty top notch. You can see there's a lot of utility out there that's getting red pinged. That means that there's active drones inside of the site that are helping gather that information. Savage sends nade a little bit too far. Nick doesn't really give the game away, but there was a drone on him, so has to move off. Leader just looking to try and make something happen down that kitchen corridor. Jegs, is he going to be the brute force? Is he going to be the driving factor here as Savage opens up with the kill over onto Rastin? Rolo's got the diffuser. He doesn't care. He's pushing all the way on through. Coalesce picks up 2, and it's a 2 versus 1. Rolo, he's got to try and get the plant down now. There's 0 seconds left on the clock. Rody, you see him? Please tell me you do. Yes, you have. Picks the headshot up there. TENSTAR just leaving a little bit too much to do there in those dying few seconds.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to the upstairs pressure from Savage primarily. Yeah, Savage needs to try and put himself in a better position, perhaps, or maybe send 2 people upstairs, because you can see that's kind of where they were struggling in many instances, was just the overwhelming force of upstairs. We've actually seen a bit more kitchen pressure, which is a bit surprising. Typically, that's not a corridor that you want to walk down if you're an attacker. It's usually just used as a holding cross. But no, just TENSTAR really struggling to get that diffuser down. Maybe they didn't feel confident. And clearly the call was push in and go for kills. I think that was evident there, Ollie. The diffuser really had... They weren't interested in getting that down. It was just trying to overwhelm. But Ambush, they won their gunfights. They held their position strong.
I think Coalesce played a blinder there. He was playing on the bar, on the Wamai, and he managed to pick up a 2 versus 1, and we got to see it in the overhead, and it was very simply a 2 versus 1 for TENSTAR. I don't know if someone's missed the shots or someone's been caught looking in a wrong direction, and by the time that everyone realised what's gone on and the calls come through, Coalesce has picked himself up a double and essentially secured the round there. So, good response from Ambush. Taking us upstairs now into gym and bedroom, and it's always nice to get that second round back and to bring things back 1-1. You don't let things get too far away from you there, and you can really start to build on that momentum and just sort of shrug that round number 1 and shrug that first round not going your way off. Nick? Impact in hand? What's the play? What are we going to do here? We're going to try and impact Jegs off the face of the earth. Yep, goes for it.
10
Deals
damage.
about 5 damage.
That'll be healed back up, it's a thinker.
The 1 impact for 5 or 10 damage, I'm not sure if that's worth or not.
So we see a clash come in, Ollie, and this is an operator that it's sometimes temperamental to deal with. I think you have to be well-rounded. I think you need some certain operators, perhaps, that will really help you. I think Sophia is kind of the one that everyone kind of springs to mind and thinks, I'll bring the Sophia, that'll be good to get rid of the Clash, but sometimes it's not as easy as that. I do like the Clash as kind of like a substitute to almost a Jaeger, because if you see a Clash, you're going to throw a lot of utility. You know, you're going to throw everything at her. You're not always going to be guaranteed to get the kill, because Clash could just walk away. Savage almost misses the nade, almost blows himself up, but he's still alive. Nick is taking quite a bit of damage. So I am curious to see how TENSTAR want to deal with that Clash, considering that they've used a lot of nades already. 2 nades gone, only 2 left for Jegs.
Savage is just going to take a head-to-head gunfight there. He's kind of been dancing with Nick all round long, throwing those vertical grenades. Eventually, it is a gunfight that will see a victor, and it will be Savage for this round. Nick, first of all. Much later on, though, and I think that Ambush have done a much better job here of soaking up a lot of that utility. TENSTAR now having to make that rotation. They've got what they wanted out inside of CCTV room and cache, and can now look to make that rotate and work on the jacuzzi wall, if that is going to be their next primary focus, which for all intents and purposes it should be. You know, you really want to be trying to get that jacuzzi wall open as well. Savage can now play on the balcony in the knowledge that it is clear inside of CCTV and cache, and that he's not going to get swung on.
Yeah, this is looking to be a really good attack from TENSTAR. I'm liking some of the positions that they've got their players in. I look at Rolo over inside of cache room. He has that long angle onto the construction door. That's one less angle you have to worry about if you're jumping in towards Gym Window, which is usually the one that will kill you. Speaking of Gym Window, Savage finds an easy one onto Raston, and this is where you just start to see TENSTAR picking up their kills here and now. Just one by one, they start to fall in ambush. Yeah, they've been shredded. A great shot from Lear. Coalesce inside the bathroom gets one, but that's all he's going to get in that engagement. Great attack from TENSTAR. Has to be said, great attack.
Flawless round from TENSTAR. Coalesce only managing a down there inside of the shower stall. Ambush. They were just throwing bodies at problems, and it wasn't the solution at all. Defele just swinging recklessly onto that construction door, and well, a pretty difficult one to watch. You could see as the net tightened, TENSTAR were more than happy to make that rotation in and around the minute mark. They don't need a lot of time there, provided that they've got everybody working and everyone pulling in the same direction. They've not lost anything in terms of, you know, they've not lost any key pieces of utility. They still had a thermic charge. They still had things going for them. There's still plenty of information, which was demonstrated there, and you give Savage any space on that balcony and he's going to cause problems. The drone information was really good. That was visibly being fed back as well. And it also accumulated in Ambush, just not really looking like they had too much of a plan. And realistically, you're going to expect teams to make that rotation demo. That's the standard way of attacking upstairs in Gym. You know, you're going to want to push from the cache side, secure that, be able to hold it, and then make the rotate. And it almost looked as though Ambush got caught spinning on a sixpence to try and figure out what was going on next.
Yeah, it's like a compressor, isn't it? You're in the trash compactor and you have to be crushed in. So I think that's kind of like the general gist of what we see a lot from teams attacking that Gym, and you can see why it's a very common strategy, but it's good. In Clubhouse is a map where you don't get fancy ollie. I think that has to be said. You play the basics, you play it well, you'll win. Because attacking, obviously Clubhouse is kind of known as, oh, it's defender-sided, always has been, yada, yada, yada. I think this is a very attacker-sided map at the moment. I think there's a lot of utility from the attackers. I think teams have got a really good understanding, a really good grasp of what you need to check off. So, honestly, 4-2 split in attack, in my opinion, is kind of the norm. I don't know if anyone else disagrees with me, agrees with me, whatever it is, let me know, but I think at the moment, the attacks certainly seem to be quite easy at the moment for a lot of teams.
We should just do a call-in cast once. Where we just
have a phone ready to go.
We just have people phone in, and we'll
flash our mobile number at the bottom.
We spend like 5 minutes with each caller. I think that
we could charge them, make a bit of money off it, maybe. You know, we could do that.
I think that would be a fantastic idea.
That'll do us.
Because you'd come out, someone would like come out and say, no, you're wrong, demo, and this is why, and then we'd go into some like really long-winded explanation. But I agree with you, and I think particularly when you look at these bans, you know, we think about what's available here for the attackers. you've got no excuse whatsoever. You can't impact Trick Kitchen Hatch. Hibana's available.
Jaeger's
doesn't matter. Like, Jaeger's banned. Like, what are you going to do? You can't sit anywhere for any length of time because you're going to get naded eventually. There's a lot of problems here that you've got to overcome as a defender, and they're not impossible. Don't get me wrong. These are problems that you can solve.
Yep.
But you just got to play a little bit differently. You got to play a little bit smarter.
TENSTAR getting the sledge in, looking to open up in towards that kitchen. You can see that actually Azure isn't entering in towards kitchen, instead trying to clear out the back of armory without going into kind of clear out back of armory, going through kitchen because he doesn't want to get C4, which I suppose is an alright way to maybe do that, but maybe they're thinking of, you know what, sack off kitchen, let's just try and push down in towards Moto. So TENSTAR are certainly a team that wants to go for this kind of triple wall attack, and they're going to do so with the Hibana. They have lost a player, they'll make that 2 players now as Rhodey finds another. So TENSTAR, things are not working out for them. Leader rotating now over towards blue, and this is a very pivotal position that we see a lot. The defenders, if they have blue control, there's no hope that TENSTAR are going to get a plant down. So all pressure, and Leader actually drops the kill, misses the man, walking across. Ambush find another. Leader will respond, but look at the aggression from Ambush. They're swinging everything right now, Ollie, because they have that manpower, they have the confidence. And Leader, well, they know exactly where you are. Will find another one, but walks into the pre-fire shots, and Ambush, well, they'll hold on to that defense.
Much better way of defending downstairs inside of the basement. If you're not confident in the roam, if you've not got a real solid strategy or plan, just don't do it. Don't do it, and let the attackers come to you. Ambush, they held some really fine angles there, and it was clearly difficult for TENSTAR to root them out. You mentioned about how there was a big hesitance of actually entering into kitchen to try and start ripping open that floor. That's maybe where TENSTAR needs to start thinking about bringing a book or something like that. You're gonna lose the nades. That's obviously the problem with doing that. But you do get that ability to open the floor a little bit easier from a distance, and you can, you know, pick your spots a little bit more, because being allowed to hang around inside of back armory, a player like Defele just given far too much space there. And obviously the push coming down blue wasn't ideal either. Whenever it comes to the Thermite being the one pushing blue, that's when, you know, alarm bells start to ring. You know, if it's not your Finker or your Zofia or even your Sledge, if it's your Thermite pushing down blue, that's probably time to just go to the next round.
5 seconds remaining.
So Ambush, that means the basement's going to be locked out for them again, Ollie, so that's probably good if you're TENSTAR. You have to attack that, probably, you know, the best defensive site you can get. Don't know why Ambush went upstairs to cash room. This bomb site stinks, in my opinion. I think it's so easy for the attack. It is. I think Catwalk has became, you know, obviously the big thing around Catwalk is, okay, it can be difficult if the defender locked down with a bunch of utility, but at the moment teams just don't care about that because there's just so much utility on attackers these days. You're always going to have flashbangs to burn through YMIs and ADSs, you're going to have nades, they're always going to be there, and it's really, really simple to clear out that guy from Catwalk now, so I think as soon as you lose Catwalk, everything else just goes kaput. Whenever you have that big cross, you open up that main wall, which again is quite easy to get open. Whenever Thatcher's up as well, it's not going to be an issue. So I just think this bomb site at the moment just is not in a good state right now for defense to try and hold on to. And I'm sure many people have probably experienced that, where you've set up for a cash room and you've just been completely destroyed because the utility is just too much to deal with.
Is Jegs going to find this first kill? Oh, I thought he got a glimpse there, Defele. Dancing with death. He knows there's somebody on the hatch. He does actually manage to find one before he eventually falls, but Jegs has the LMG in hand, and he's just going to hold on to Mouse 1. Finds that refrag back as a trade, and picks himself up another. It's going to be a C4 off the table for Ambush. Playing with that wall open into construction. It's a much more aggressive way of trying to defend this, but when you've lost a couple of bodies early on, it requires a pair of eyes to keep an eye on that, to just make sure nobody's going to walk on through that construction area. TENSTAR, at the meantime, they're not going to push it. They're instead going to go for that little bit of a rotation and try and assist in at least getting one of these walls open.
I think it shows the confidence from TENSTAR. You know, they have faith in their entry fraggers, so they can challenge, you know, this extension over. Like you said, it's a bit aggressive. You have that wall open. It tries to help them in towards bedroom. Jegs with a great nade kill, rotates below, a third kill for him in the round. But overall, I think TENSTAR are going for that kind of aggressive standpoint, attacking in towards those roamers. That can end very, very badly for TENSTAR, but because it has worked well for them and Jegs have been able to do so well, this now sets them up for quite an easy plant. You have the walls open already, because we've seen the defenders open it. Main wall's now open. Ambush in a 2 versus 4. What a great shot from Nick, though, and that does spur them a little bit now into a potential clutch. Who knows? Because with nobody on that main breach, it doesn't give the same type of cover that you would like to have if you're trying to go for a plant.
Jegs has picked up the quad. Is he going to be able to confirm the ace here? Coalesce is going to be playing from below, C4 in hand, and with 15 seconds left, if there's any information, he might be able to try and deny a plant here. Rolo is going to be getting it down in a fairly default spot, and will be downed in process. The plant hasn't gone down here. The diffuser needs to be recovered. Jegs is going to be the one to pick it up. Coalesce has made that rotation up. He tries to make a dash for the rotate, but Azza cuts him off. A very close round there.
Yeah, the C4 does connect. Sure, it didn't get the kill, but still did its job well enough. But good decision making, I think, there from Jegs, being able to pick it up and just go straight for the plant. Repositions into radio and doesn't really give the man a chance. A couple of issues there, I would say, for TENSTAR, though. Just need to watch out for, that swing onto that main breach. If you're repelling in that position, you should be ready for that. So that would probably be the only worry. And I think whenever you lose that man on that breach, and a little bit of panic kind of sets in for everyone else, and you start thinking, oh, we don't have the cross cover now, should we go in for the diffuser? It just kind of slows down after the machine a little bit, but other than that, yeah, again, just fairly standard, challenging in towards those roamers, over towards bedroom, and overall, just nice, solid attack from TENSTAR once again. One more round of attack that they will have, and it will be onto the bar. Let's see if they can redeem themselves from their last attack down here.
Something that I'm really liking about these TENSTAR attacks is their ability to change direction mid-round and to just say, you know what, we're going from, we're all going to push in this direction, and then at this point in the round, when that job's done, this is going to be the next stage of the plan. And it seems very clear and very compartmentalized, and I really like that playstyle that they're sort of bringing out here today. It's a lot more evident than it was yesterday when we saw them playing on Bank. And I'm not sure if that's just because Clubhouse is much more of a default map, and these sort of points of rotation and times to make that switch of push in the round are a little bit more known, or if it's just something that they've drilled a little bit harder. But it certainly seems to be working well for them here.
Upstairs is where they will head once again, as they're opening. Jegs in with the LMG, and I think he has a prey captured now, but somehow the impact is enough to scare Jegs away, and that will deter him, and that means Nick is away scot-free. Nick's very, very lucky he's alive, Ollie, because 9 times out of 10, that man's dead.
Nick getting away with just about half HP there. I was watching in the Twitch chat yesterday, and I saw there's I think Nick must stream because there's an emote that everyone was posting in of him with it's like a purple bald head sort of thing.
Purple bald head.
and it made me laugh a little bit. I quite enjoyed the emote. I thought about going in and subbing Twitch Prime on him to actually get it so I could use it. But I'm sure that's getting spammed at some point in the chat. Whenever Nick's on the screen, but not having too bad of a game. Currently 4-3, and when you're dicing with death and playing against these sort of aggressive entry players we've got from TENSTAR, it's never going to be easy. We do see Nick and Rody bunched up downstairs at the moment. There is going to be a drone on that position, and Az are actually going to go for the drop. Does he know that Nick's there though?
Oh, I don't think he does, and obviously the Oryx, I don't think has any idea that Azur is going to be located inside of blue unless Nick can hear him, but nope, has no idea. Oryx charges straight at him, and Nick is not there for the refrag. Will get it eventually as Azur tried to rotate back up through the ladder, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. I think that's probably good for ambush. I think in that scenario, Ollie, that's one less player to hold a crossfire, I think. Especially for Azur, he's kind of running that nomad role. He's the one who'll sit there and give crosses and hold those flanks, so that might cause a couple of issues for TENSTAR.
Savage still going to be playing upstairs. Nick has rotated now into bedroom, and he's just going to be challenging lightly onto that construction door. Vertical control was something that we sort of questioned in the previous attempt at this site. because it wasn't quite enough. Coalesce did a lot of work from behind that bar. Rolo, he's decided this time to plant a lot shorter on the stage, just behind the B-bomb and ambush. Well, he can't really do all too much about it. They're going to have to go for a direct swing. Coalesce does manage to take Rolo down, but not before the diffuser is planted. Rastin, he's outside. Wow. Picks himself up a kill as he flies over the top rail. Jegs, it's all down to you. You can see the diffuser. You've got the LMG, but can you chain the shots together? The answer is going to be no. 25 seconds, plenty of time to disable that diffuser, and Ambush can relax. They have achieved a 3-3 split here on Club.
Rastin having a really rough game throughout the course of the match so far, but that round has certainly redeemed himself. All a massive double kill. That was better from TENSTAR, getting that diffuser down. They didn't try and rush in for the kills. They used the smokes well. You get that plant down on stage. Nobody from Ambush could really stop that, but like I mentioned, let them have that. It's all about the retake upstairs, and Rastin, you have to commend him, being able to pick off Savage, and in that jump out, wow, unbelievable. I mean, I would say Leader probably should have made that kill. I would say so, because I think he was outside for a fairly decent time, but maybe Rastin has got the better shot on him, and then from there, you know, Ambush have that man advantage. They can overwhelm the remaining two, and that's exactly what they did. So the retake strategy from Ambush working very, very well. That's 2 bar defenses that we've seen won by the defense. That doesn't happen every day.
It really doesn't. And now Ambush get the benefit of this sort of attacker-sided ban phase that we were talking about for the entirety of TENSTAR's attack. You know, they can bring the Thermite, they can bring the Thatcher, and of course the Hibana, and really make full use. Rastin might be actually choosing to make a little 6 pick. He could be opting to go, no, chooses to stick on to the Thatcher. Probably the best thing at this point. We mentioned about the book and the fact that you could bring that if you did want to try and make opening up that kitchen a little bit easier, if you're maybe a little bit more worried about a C4. You'd probably be right to be worried about C4. So there's quite a few being brought here by TENSTAR. They're bringing 4. So there is a chance that it could be the floor is lava inside of kitchen. But that's just a risk that you're going to have to take.
TENSTAR will be having a bit of a roam game. They're going to extend all the way upstairs towards that gym, similar to what we've seen from Ambush, but I think TENSTAR, they put a little bit more utility. We're seeing reinforcements done over towards Yakuza, while we're seeing bandit batteries applied to that also. It's just a question of, do Ambush want to approach that, or are they just going to try and do a bit of a soft clear? They're just going to try and take what they need, which in reality isn't actually a lot. They're going for a very classical kitchen dirt. We see this over and over again, tons of time before. The only thing you have to worry about is these players upstairs inside of office. They can open up the floor above these players, and oh, a straight drop in from Diff. What was the reason? I have no idea. Rody will get the refrag, but that's your sledge gone. That's 2 nades. The only set of nades you had has been removed, and also your soft destruction to get rid of back arm rate. I suppose they do have some breaching charges, but still, the sledge, I don't know why he's done that.
Yeah, I mean, breaching charges onto kitchen floor sound like a bit of a recipe for disaster. Especially when you've got Jegs playing vertically, playing very loose on the bandit. Rastin, I think he knows that somebody's up there. There's a 5 ping knocking around, so you know that there's something to be done and there's another job that you need to clear. But Jegs is probably pretty happy at this point to just waste this time. He'll have heard that drop. He knows that someone's going to be challenging him on the window. But equally, the hatch is a concern as well. Jeg's going to be full white flashed as Rody pushes himself on in and wins the engagement. Rody there, not taking too much damage in the process. But again, so much time has been wasted. This is the big difference, really, with the way that Ambush have approached this versus the way that TENSTAR did. When TENSTAR got this advantage early on, they still had loads of time remaining. Ambush have actually wasted quite a lot of time here in this approach, and they've only got 40 seconds now to try and figure out how they want to approach this.
Savage was looking for a rotate, but did get spotted out by a drone and said to rotate back now, and probably a wise decision whenever there's only 30 seconds left in ambush. Really don't have anything to work off apart from a hatch drop and maybe somebody walking in towards that dirt door. Leader's done a very, very wise play, Ollie, smoking off that main stairs, and that puts him in an aggressive position to stop this diffuser go in if they try and plant into the back of Armory, which is what they're trying to attempt to. However, they're actually going to change up their ideas, instead plant behind the big box, so Leader cannot deny that now. Diffuser will be stuck in TENSTAR. They've let it slip.
Not ideal at all. Savage, you got a long way to go here. 1 versus 2. This fire is going to be cutting him off still, but the challenge keeps coming through. 1 by 1, please. Ambush. Savage will knock you down all day long. Surrendered the diffuser. Now Savage can try and hit this disable.
What's going on? He's came off.
Honestly, could have stuck it there. Rastin, what are you doing? Rastin is playing with fire. Savage just going to land a couple more bullets. You've not very long left. Rastin gets away with it. Oh, a shaky post plant there. That seriously could have gone either way.
Savage has thrown that. He could have stuck that all day long. 2 seconds left. The Thatchers towards the triple wall in church. Oh, dear. Wow, yeah. Savage in the 1v3 did so well to fight back and get those kills and could have got that defuse off all day of the week. What can you say?
It's wobbly because I think that Savage played it well until the point where he came off, but he obviously didn't have any information. But at the point when he came off, I was seriously anticipating Rastin to be there because Rastin should have been. Because if Rastin wasn't there and Savage had stuck, Savage wins the round. So it was a bit of a misplay from both sides. Yeah,
misplay from Rastin for just he could have just let him defuse, but somehow that's worked.
Yeah, and it shouldn't have done. It shouldn't have done. Rastin's got away with it there.
TENSTAR watch that back and think, what's he doing?
Yeah, for sure. Like Rastin went to Narnia for no reason. Unless there was a drone on it. Unless there was a drone on it. But
it's a tiller.
Yeah.
And they called the timeout. They called the attack timeout because they knew that that would have shaken a few people there, because they probably would have been saying you could have sucked that, Savage.
It's hamburger time, isn't it? Jegs.
Well, we move.
Now, Jegs had the highest cost, I think, going into this Playday. Currently sitting on a 71 now, so that has dipped somewhat. Still putting in a shift, 7 and 5. I really like the role that he plays on this defense as well, playing on that bandit and just sort of being left to, once the utility's being placed, he kind of just sits upstairs and doesn't quite rat around, but sits and plays for a kill or plays to deny a little bit of that easy entry. And especially with a lot of the setup that's going on upstairs as well. Savage this time has taken the nades, the impact nades, sorry, instead of the nitro. They can remodel upstairs and just make it a little bit easier for Jegs to move around up there.
So gonna try and attempt that roam game again. And I would say that they done really well, Ollie. You know, they waste a good chunk of time, ambush, a couple of questionable plays, I think, from Diff last time, just hot dropping in to office for no real reason. If you're going for a kitchen dirt, you're obviously going to be worried about these players upstairs because they can apply that vertical pressure. You can stop that vertical pressure from happening if you just sit in the hatch. You don't need to enter into office. You can just play the hatch and it will scare them away. So you don't really need to put a lot of pressure on these guys upstairs. Ambush, instead, they're going to try and full clear them. They've opened up that jacuzzi wall, and this is where now they're looking to get some information gathered, find out where these two players are, and then try and go for that push in. They will need, however, somebody towards those gym and bedroom windows. I think that's the key for them, because just trying to take these one-on-one gunfights just head-on is probably going to end in disaster.
They know that Azra is playing on that rotation. There's been a ping on his location before. Azra really isn't giving himself up here. Manages to deal with one of the drones, but can choose to just move on out. Jegs gets a great kill there as he just Ferraris onto Coalesce. Defele picks one up onto Azza, but the trades continue to come through. Jegs remains stood upstairs, sitting around half HP. Defele inside of logistics, sitting around the same. There's still chance here for Jegs to just tuck in, and I think he's going to do just exactly that. Gets himself into the showers and just says, you know what? if you're going to push me out, you're going to need to directly challenge me here, because otherwise I am not moving. The diffuser has been recovered there. Jegs knows that somebody's going to be pushing on through, picks one onto Defele. Can he grab another here? Could make it the quad. This could be the roam of the century here. Pretty much from all inside of this bathroom area. Rody not taking any chances. Chips him down before taking the final challenge. The diffuser can be recovered here. 35 seconds. We're attacking basement here, Demo.
Yeah.
This is a basement attack, and it hasn't even made it past the top floor.
Nope, and Rody's just going to try and walk down the main stairs. That's going to be denied via the smoke canisters. Metal hatch was left soft, and that does give Rody an entrance, but he's just going to run into even more smoke grenades later. It's going to be tucked in towards that triple wall. We'll just try and keep him at bay as best as he can. Rody will take a lot of damage. They're going to know he's in, and that's going to be an easy pickup for TENSTAR. Great round from the Roamers. Ambush sending the hard breachers in as the entries whenever hatches haven't been opened yet. That does paint a bit of a picture of where their minds are at.
Very sloppy round indeed. You start thinking about, and you can see it there in that final replay, you know, you think the bathroom wall was soft. And it should be. You know, the bathroom wall isn't likely going to be reinforced there. But you've got things like a Zephyr, you've got tools that you can use to try and open that up. There's no point saving it for a rainy day if you ain't going to get to that rainy day part of the round. If you're not going to get to attacking kitchen and, you know, opening kitchen hatch and opening kitchen floor because you're going to lose on the top floor, you may as well use your utility on the top floor and solve those problems further on down the line. And I think that they just, one by one, it was the single file approach almost that we sometimes do see coming out of Ambush, where trades aren't on the top of their minds.
TENSTAR. Next up for them will, of course, be that gym bedroom, probably the second best bomb site that I think Clubhouse has to offer. I still don't think it's too great, Ollie, but it's a lot better, than, in my opinion, than the other two bomb sites a lot of the time. TENSTAR, I like the frost pickup. I think that's always going to be solid on gym and bedroom. There's always going to be somebody jumping through a window. Whenever you have those three windows right along that south wall on construction, gym, and bedroom, Frostmat's always just going to be there, isn't it? And we do see it work, you know, quite a few times, Ollie. So, solid pickup helps the site setup as well. You have that shotgun, you have that shield. So yeah, fairly standard lineup from TENSTAR. Only thing you'd maybe be saying is maybe a bandit would be nice to try and bandit trick away some of the hard breach on Jacuzzi, but I suppose it's inevitable, isn't it? That was going to be opened up, so does it really matter?
With the Thatcher there, as you say, there are some things that you've just got to take as read, and I think that, you know, walls being opened, that's just something that you've got to accept is going to happen. I hope that no one from Ambush gets caught in a Frostmat. Anyone that watched yesterday may remember the final round that Ambush played, and Frostmat's played a pretty huge part in that. So it's kind of nice that we see TENSTAR bringing them out here and now. Frostmats do win rounds, and it is a proven fact, and sometimes they even win your games, but that isn't the stake here in round number 9. All things level. Still yet to really significantly separate these two teams so far. Defele just going to pop a nade on through. Savage making that rotation downstairs. Probably going to come up main. TENSTAR have given up control inside of that cache area. Instead, they're looking to just occupy now inside of the site and beneath it. The C4s in pocket are going to assist them if they do want to try and get that plant denied, if it does even come to that. But this is pretty standard stuff. About the minute point in the round, and Rastin is going to be looking to try and get himself on those windows, knowing now that Rody is inside of inside of cache, and that CCTV is nice and clear. Nick can start to open up the wall, and this is pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw TENSTAR doing.
It is. It's just can Ambush follow up with the kills that kind of TENSTAR had going for them. There is going to be a C4, though, from Leader on the board, and that could be very crucial. We can see Leader rotate below if he wants to, Ollie. Maybe try and C4 the gym, and that's exactly what he's going to look for. So 9 times out of 10, you'll find the plant will go down inside of gym, so having that player lurking below will help them out a lot, but I don't know how much that's going to be worth, though, whenever the players upstairs still in the bomb site are going to start being rolled over. And like you said, Ollie, a carbon copy. This is exactly what happened to the players of Ambush whenever they were defending this. Savage going around battle back, has the FMG9 leader, will find one for below. That's going to be Diffuser cold on the ground. 15 seconds still to go. C4 gets tossed out but finds no one. Now this is a long and dreary road for him to try and retake up the stairs. Nick is ready for him and will catch his man. TENSTAR. They will just be crippled the same way that the Ambush were if they defended it. Both teams been able to attack this bomb site very well.
Well, this game is certainly delivering, isn't it? We've got a 5-4 scoreline. Not a lot separating these two at all. TENSTAR getting done by essentially their exact attack. It's exactly how they chose to approach Gym and Bedroom. Ambush approached it in exactly the same way. It's not necessarily a copy, it's just a very good way of attacking into that site. You want to get pressure early inside of the east side of the map, then you want to pivot and get open that jacuzzi wall and start to flood the site and pick up a couple of kills. That's exactly what happened. You just got to restrict the movement of the defenders to a point where they are almost fish in a barrel. That's exactly what we saw Ambush able to do. Interestingly, TENSTAR have chosen to go back here. So they feel as though there is something that they can do differently here. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that is. Are they going to try and hold a little bit firmer inside of CCTV and Cash? Potentially. Are they not going to commit below as heavily? I mean, they're still bringing a very similar lineup, so I wouldn't suspect that anything really is going to change too much. I think the only thing they can do is hope to get a kill on that entry as the players on Ambush push through in that Cash and CCTV side.
Yeah. I'm excited to see the changes that TENSTAR are going to be making to their defense. I would say that they probably needed to try and hunt for an opening pick. I think that goes a long way. Ooh, would Leader maybe try to peek or just got very, very unlucky getting sprayed through the window? I'm not entirely sure what happened to him. But yeah, TENSTAR, I think if they can find an opening pick and try and kill one of the players from Ambush, that goes a long way. Going up against 4 crossfires is a lot better than going up against 5, as we know, Wally. So certainly that could be the play for TENSTAR. Don't be as scared. Don't sit back. Don't give Ambush that control. Have a fight. Have a bit of a challenge.
Some really good drone information here. There's a drone on top of one of the pipes inside of the garage ceiling, providing a perfect ping there. Coalesce is feeding that information across. Savage. Is he going to go for the peak or not? Timing the EMP here perfectly with the exothermic charge. Coalesce still going to be on the drone. Knows now that the wall is just going to be surrendered and opened. Coalesce can join the round once again, but Azza, he's going to pick up an opener. Gets himself down to the bottom of those Cash stairs and is able to take down Rhodey. A big player here and an LMG off the board.
It's a lot better, I think, from TENSTAR. They need it to try and find a pick. And onto a player like Rhodey, who has that LMG, who has had a good game so far. That's an important player off the board. But equally, so, Jegs also up there, the joint top kill leader right now for TENSTAR. Wonder what Savage is thinking right now, because obviously he was the other player located towards that kind of roam game over towards the Cash side. Of course, there's a smoke. Does he want to fall back? Does he want to play his life here? He has that FMG9 always, so he can take these longer engagements, and he may have to, as Rastin will find another. Leader goes off the board. That was that kind of pesky C4 that caused a couple of issues the last time for Ambush. Had to try and play around that denial from below. So that does give them a bit more time and less worry as they try and go in for that diffuser.
Unfortunate there for Leader, really. He was downed earlier on, so really only 1 or 2 bullets, and all that was really required there by Rastin to send him down. Defele teeing himself up for a drop into logistics. Will be greeted by the Toxic Babe canister there, which is very nice in terms of timing. 20 seconds left. It's going to cut him out for a large portion of the round. Rolo going to get himself full white flash, but Azar is in position. Picks himself at 1, downs a second as the collapse starts to come through. 2 versus 2, essentially 2 versus 1, and with the low health on Defele, it's almost all over, and there it is. Azar and Savage picking up those final 2, locking it off and redeeming themselves for the previous round upstairs inside of Gym and Bedroom. Once again, all level 5 apiece.
that smoke was so important, Ollie, for the big picture for that defense for TENSTAR. You smoke off that logistics hatch. Difflay is not being able to drop. His whole entire positioning is to move into office and eliminate that player on that connector wall. That's his whole job, is to make sure that player is dead, because it allows the players to jump in towards gym, to jump in towards bedroom. If he's not there, and that player is allowed to be left alive, which is exactly what happened for Azur, it's going to be shut down. The round's going to be locked out for the defense, and that's what happened just because of one smoke grenade. The timers got messed up, the comms are off, they jump in the window with no cover, they get slaughtered, TENSTAR win the round.
Much better stuff there from TENSTAR. They made some really important changes. They were happy to go back and, you know, and it's not an easy point to attempt to repeat a site that you've just lost when you are on that when you are up against that 5th round, because you're surrendering potentially that match point if things don't go well. TENSTAR managed to pull it back, however.
And another thing as well you have to remember with TENSTAR is they didn't forfeit the control of cash room immediately. Savage lingered there for a very long period of time. They had that bit of aggression, eliminated Rhodey, and as soon as they lost Rhodey, Ambush just kind of, you know what, actually we don't need that. But in reality, they do, because the whole reason why you take over towards cash room is to assist the player who drops in towards logistics, and we've kind of mentioned already, that's actually quite a key component of their attack. So if you don't have that control, that man in logistics isn't going to be able to do his thing, and that's exactly what happened. So they played less scared, and it worked for TENSTAR.
Well, the winner of this round is going to be the team that has the potential for a full 3 points out of the fixture.
No OTs this season, which is wild.
We haven't had a single overtime. We're due one, though. I'll be honest, I think it's probably about time that we have an overtime somewhere, and this would be as good a game as any to go to one. A little bit of a change in the lineup here. Ambush are not only bringing the Jackal, but they're also going to be bringing the Buck. Surrendering the Sledge. Obviously going to make opening up that floor in kitchen a little bit easier, because you can do it from a distance and you can maybe do it a little bit quicker, but you do lose out on those nades. And because they've brought the Jackal, they actually haven't got any nades at all now. So instead of swapping a Buck for a Sledge and then working a couple of nades in elsewhere, Ambush are really leaving themselves quite light. Especially when you see how big of a part to play nades have in the way that TENSTAR approach this, the Jaeger's band, it all screams bring grenades and bring that burn utility and just overwhelm your opponent. But instead, we aren't going to see that. Instead, Rhodey actually goes for a very, very ballsy breaching charge on the kitchen floor, which the C4 will see to.
That just opened up. That's it's good from Ambush. We've seen the last time they actually went in to try and attempt that attack. It wasn't opened at all. They had kind of ignored kitchen because that roam game was very powerful, of course, from TENSTAR. But as you can see, it's going to be a bit more of an anchored hold for them. Dirt isn't reinforced.
Hello?
That's a bit of a shock, and that's going to give free access down to Rhodey, but perhaps... I mean, I suppose if you're TENSTAR, Dirt's always going to be opened up. There's no way you can stop that unless somebody is a very gifted bandit tricker, which is very unlikely. Jags will be eliminated, stuck in the corner, actually, from, I believe, the fire from the Goyo shield, and a full collapse has just happened in the blink of an eye. TENSTAR trying to battle back. Roller's found 2, and Leader, a similar position we seen him in last time, where that diffuser just goes down, and he can't really stop that. What happened there for TENSTAR? Ambush just dropped. The Baloo take was successful, and everything comes in combination, and that means for a very scary attack that Ambush have just put on for us. Wow.
Ambush looking terrifying there on that attack into basement. There was nothing really that phased them. They had a very clear objective for everything that they wanted to do, and they were happy to move quickly as well. You could kind of see some of the thought processes there. You know, we kind of laughed at Dirt not being reinforced. And yeah, okay, it wasn't reinforced and it could have gotten opened anyway. But look how quickly Ambush were able to open that and then move down it. It wasn't just a case of, you know, we're going to have to deploy this exothermic charge or these X-Kairos pellets to it or the secondary hard breach gadget. It was, no, we can just Zephyr through this thing and be halfway down it before anyone's realised what's up. And yeah, you might have a Goyo play on the wall to try and, you know, stop us from pushing on all the way. But we don't need to push on all the way through because we're just going to hold that angle. There was so many points in the round where Ambush were just very quickly taking over that control. You know, we almost... I was criticising them for the lack of grenades. They just didn't need it because the way they were choosing to approach that site was just, you know, when we pressed the go button, we're all going. And that's exactly what they did. They put themselves onto a match point here, and TENSTAR, they have opted for the bar defense to try and stave that off and take us to our first overtime here inside of the NPL.
Yeah, TENSTAR dropping the point. They'll not be happy about that, Ollie. We know this is a side that just wants to keep on winning. Still have that opportunity to win the game, but drop point is a drop point in their books. Ambush, however, they're actually on here for the full free if they can just see it over on this next attack. So, bar is where we head to. Castle makes an appearance, and I mean, it is a very different lineup than what we kind of seen from Ambush. I would say Ambush, they were a little bit more classical with some of the operators that they brought, but now we're seeing, you know, a Castle come in, the Warden comes in as well. Warden's a very strong pick, I think, for bar. The main issue that we've always seen with bar, Ollie, is it's very difficult to stop the plants go down whenever smokes can be tossed in to cover off the crosses. Who can stop smokes? Warden. See for the smoke, see the player planting in the smoke, whatever it is, and get an E pick. So that could be really, really crucial, I think, for TENSTAR and who they've chosen for their lineup.
Nick is going to be using those Rotero drones to make short work of the soft wall there. We give a clear line of sight through into B. It's usually a key point to try and get open, as you can often get a plant down on that stage or just behind the B bomb chassis if you're going to try and plant a little bit shorter. We'll see just how they want to choose to approach that. Going to be some nice Valkyrie cameras in here as well. They're really going to be crucial come the later points in the round. Rotero drone still continuing to destroy the shields, and there's still going to be... Oh, sorry, he's just used his last one now, actually, so all of that utility now has been spent. A little bit of a lifeline there for the Valkyrie camera. At least it's getting spotted out. This is all the tick box stuff that you need to be making sure is done before looking to overcommit here into this site.
Minute left. TENSTAR. They don't look too panicked. The upstairs is pretty much intact at the moment, Ollie. They still have a few castle barricades. That shield onto the mattress is still up. An Ambush. Well, they're going to try and sniff out a plant if they can. This is where the Warden really needs to start getting himself rotated over, because right now he's alone inside a strip club, and this diffuser will be going down momentarily. Rody walks in, will find the pick. Oh, and Leader tries his best with that long angle, but Rody is an unstoppable machine right now. An Ambush flawless around to finish it out. My goodness, Ambush toppling TENSTAR, and they walk away with all 3 points.
Huge result there for Ambush, coming out of that 7-5 on Clubhouse. Certainly a little bit of a surprising end to it. We saw TENSTAR just sort of take the foot right off the gas there in those last couple of rounds, and they really got in their own heads, and it seemed as though Ambush were only just getting up to speed. It was in the later rounds where Ambush really excelled, and you could see that confidence coming through. A great game, couple of flawless rounds thrown in there for both sides, some big standout performances. But you've really got to look over toward Ambush and just say, well done, because that didn't start out the best game for you. It looked a little bit wobbly. TENSTAR came in very strong in the first couple of rounds, and we were thinking, oh no, this could be one of those shorter evenings, and then slowly but surely Ambush got themselves up to that level pace. 5-5, 6-5, 7-5, all she wrote.
Yeah, Ambush, what a result for these guys. It's an absolute massive opportunity for them now to really start going up the standings as best as they can. A couple of times TENSTAR, just even that last round, all I think was a good example. There was no fight back. You know, there was nobody stopping a player just walking in as freely as what he was. You kind of expected Leader with that long angle inside a strip club to stop that from happening. He let it happen. You know, what can you say? TENSTAR just missing the mark.
Yeah, I think that's summed it up quite nicely. But let's throw this one over to the analyst desk and see exactly what they have got to say. Snurry, I'm sure you're pleased with that one.
Now, what could possibly make you say that, Ollie? I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about.
Snow, we can't hear you.
Sorry. All that victory was for nothing. You've ruined
I'm
it.
sure the guys at home can.
That's the thing, though. Can you hear me now, at least?
Yeah, he was muted in Discord, so I'm sure everyone at home heard that. I don't know.
Everyone
I imagine it was just lots of celebration.
If you didn't, if you need me to explain this, then I don't know. No, it's probably better that Ollie didn't hear it, so it doesn't sour our little working environment. So it's all good. But boys, we promised a really good match number 1, and boy, oh boy, did we get it. Novi, you and I. 200 IQ there on that match prediction, of course. You wanna help me out here, so it's not just all like biased host going through the rest of the night here, making everything miserable.
Honestly, that was just such a fun game to watch. Like it was just like we were breaking down every single round. It felt, especially in the first, I want to say 6 rounds, actually the entire first half. It felt like it was really the battle of who makes the least amount of mistakes, and we've got to, despite them losing, shout out Savage and Jegs, like monster performances from those 2 players. But I don't know what happened. I think Rastin. I just want Rastin was just so goddamn good today.
Jerry, any thoughts?
I think TENSTAR will be kicking themselves over that one. It didn't feel like either team was really performing at the very top of their ability, at least in the first half. And then when they moved on to the attack, Ambush like pushed it up a notch. But you've got to look at that objectively and say TENSTAR, for a map that you consider yourself strong on, you know, decent clubhouse historically, 2 defenses. That's not what you expect from them, right?
Yeah.
Over 6 rounds, they had every chance to sort of rotate wherever they want. Never went to cash, interestingly, and maybe pay for that as well. You know, losing on bar at the very end. They didn't look especially strong on gym either. It took a couple of goes there. So yeah, puzzling from them.
Very puzzling, but you know what? We can pick someone else's brain. Let's head over to an interview, but of course, who else can it be representing Ambush but Kilius? Stand the can, Murro, Torrella, all the Finnish stuff. Kilius, you must be feeling amazing with that win.
Yes, very good. I like
is this your new persona? Because I keep remembering back in the Nordics, you were like all over the place with all the wins. Or was this just not as hype for you guys? Was this expected for you guys?
No, this was the hardest game since this league. I mean, the heroic game, of course, but you know, I think mentally it was the toughest game because we knew that we need these points here. So yeah, it was fairly hard.
So maybe it's because you're too exhausted to celebrate. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. It's been hardcore. No.
But okay, so you said yourself now that you were a little bit nervous because you know you needed the points. Now the desk, I don't know if you heard the desk, but they pointed out that Jerry especially pointed out that he didn't think either team really showed their greatest ability today in terms of executions in some of those rounds. And can you sort of attest that to the nerves, or is that just a coincidence?
Honestly, I think it's much about TENSTAR trying to counter us. You could see it in the bans, and you could see it the way they played. They really tried to counter us. But I think we solved things very well, and that's the way. That's the reason I think we won, because we saw the openings, and I think we had the right idea each time we went on round.
How crucial was Rastin in opening up the defenses and on the attacks there with the entries today?
Of course, very. I mean, I don't know how the openings went, but I think at least on attack it seemed to go our way a lot. And I think he got like just random picks all the time, getting like hitting somebody through barricades a little bit, and you know, just tiny bit extra so we can get the round in. So very well played by him.
You know, that when I was going to cast this and figuring out that I would never get to interview you again, I was thinking like, sad face. And then all of a sudden, the stars aligned that I get to interview Kilius this one more time. Now, for our casual viewers who might not know the Nordic scene as much, like Ambush, could you talk us a little bit, just very quickly through, you guys have now 9 points out of 4 games, if I remember correctly here. And why are you able to get 9 points in a league where every Nordic team is sort of deemed to be like the bottom 4 teams, with a little bit of banter there? Like, who is Ambush?
I mean, we are just a team filled with passionate Finnish guys who want to be the best. I mean, the core has been together for like 2 years, and we've been practicing with the same 5 in last half months. No, half months. No, half a year, I think. And I think we have found all our pieces to actually gain better performance all the time. And I think the ceiling is just getting higher and higher every single time we play, every single time we train. And I think the addition of Rando to the team has been like a blessing in disguise. You know, the things that he has done and putting right, pointers to where to go. It has helped a lot.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say, like, throughout this season, I think the price and the value of those Pringles cans staying behind you is just going to increase in value. Now, Coalesce, anything you would like to say to the fans and the viewers at home?
I don't know. Thanks for watching NPL. Let's make NPL better together, and I hope you'll enjoy watching the games. I don't know. Nothing else. Have fun.
Have fun. It's certainly the Finnish way of looking at things. And Coalesce, as always, a pleasure to talk with you, and the best of luck with the rest of the games coming up through this league. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now, I have to, not as an animated Coalesce that I am used to seeing, so perhaps a little bit that, like you said, they knew they needed those 3 points, and they were, oh boy, so crucial.
Oh yeah, you could see the you could see although his responses were very, I've got to say, very Finnish and very measured, but he was still very. You could see his leg was shaking slightly. Like you could see he had just come out of so much adrenaline to win that game, and it's almost like you could see like the pause in his response. It was like he just won that and was going like just trying to take stock of what had happened. I don't blame him. It was such a good game. Like. Ambush played well, but TENSTAR really, yes, they were trying to counter them, but they pushed them to 12 rounds, max regulation amount of rounds. Like, that is not easy to do against any team.
No. Jerry, final thoughts before we wrap up and throw to a break?
I think I want to end talking about TENSTAR because this is a game that they would have looked at and thought we need to win this match as well. You know, these two sides, there's a lot of parallels between them. But I don't think the blame falls on any particular player. I feel as though it was just a sluggish day. There's some really, really stellar individual performances. But yeah, maybe just too focused on going for those counter strats instead of really, really playing their own game, perhaps. And you know that's 2 from 4 now for TENSTAR, right? They've won on Tuesdays and lost on Wednesdays. Maybe they're just a Tuesday team or something. I don't know.
Now?
Either way, they couldn't cross the finish line today.
That's the thing now. So with all that said and done, an amazing first game to start us off. But we have 4 more games waiting for you guys. But first, a short little break. We'll be right back.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Sloth just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates. Grizz steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills, 41 DCs. What?
And welcome back to the desk, and with me now 2 other lovely faces showing up next to me, of course, Demo and Ollie. You guys, I mean, you just casted that first game. Just some quick thoughts there. Like, have you landed yet from that first game?
I think the first game delivered, didn't it? You know, we were expecting it to be an exciting one. It was certainly billed as one of the closer games of the night, at least from what we could glean. In terms of the close teams at the sort of upper to mid of the table, and I think that's what was delivered. TENSTAR versus Ambush. You know, who would have thought it? It was a bit of a split decision, at least with the talent here tonight, as to which way it would go. But you know, Ambush played very well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Ambush, all credit to them today. I think they seen gaps. I think they seen misplays from TENSTAR's behalf, and they exposed them very well. Equally, I think TENSTAR did some clever stuff today. I think both teams have showcased how good they can be. So we know the potential of both of these sides. It's can they do it on a consistent basis?
It's exactly that. So from one close matchup, gents, to another one. Ollie, last night you were asked about one of the matches to look out for today, and you said specifically this one, RCTIC versus RIDDLE. Some immediate thoughts there from you guys?
I think that I've billed the RCTIC RIDDLE as maybe one of equally as close, I think, in my opinion, as the TENSTAR Ambush game. Just given the quality and the level that we've seen these two teams play up to previously. And maybe you've got to give the edge to RCTIC after what they were able to do yesterday to Heroic. They were able to get 4 rounds off Heroic yesterday, so that's got to count for something. Obviously, we know that, having spoken to Sloth in the interview after that game, that they felt like they hadn't played as tight as they maybe would have liked to. There was a bit of a troll accusation
the mirror
effect,
there. I believe.
The mirror effect. But RCTIC played the game in front of them, and this is something that I will always say whenever there is any sort of freak result or anything that you look at and go, oh, well, they should have beaten them. You can only play the game of Siege that's in front of you, and that's exactly what RCTIC did yesterday, and it got them 4 rounds. And that's going to be a big confidence boost coming into tonight, I think.
Yep. Demo, like to add anything before we take a closer look at the rosters?
It's a bottom table clash, isn't it? We have 2 teams here who still yet to get a point, and one of the teams will get points. We know that that's going to be a guarantee. Maybe both. Who knows how it's going to go?
2 could get points.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a big matchup, I think, to determine potential relegation. I don't want to start throwing out relegation, perhaps, but if a team's going into their 4th playday and they still don't get a win after 4 playdays with 0 points, I think then you're starting to say, okay, we're in deep water here, boys. We need to start getting some points, and maybe it could be too far gone. Other teams are winning ahead of them. Other teams are getting points. This is big, very, very big. And I think also for both these sides, if you look at the other team that's kind of roped in with you at relegations who haven't got a point yet at Coalesce play Heroic later on. And am I going to be as bold to say that I don't think Coalesce will be able to take down Heroic? Maybe, but I think there's an opportunity here for one of these teams to actually maybe try and push out that relegation zone. Could be a big matchup to determine. We look back in a few weeks' time. You know what? That was actually a very big win for them. Now looking back at it.
The train is about to leave the station, and both of these Nordic teams are going to have to play catch-up soon, and let's not make it too late, I was going to say. So, let's look at the rosters, RIDDLE being the first one. Do we have a volunteer here from either Demo or Ollie? But I'm going to throw you under the bus. Demo, you go.
Yeah, RIDDLE, I think it's a side that we're starting to still get to know them. I think, we've seen them come in a different team than what we've seen throughout the past Nordics, throughout the past Challenger League. It's another, brand new faces, brand new players we need to learn, and their playstyle. I'm still trying to figure out their playstyle. I think we'll probably be able to see that here this evening. Like Ollie's mentioned, it's a closer affair. Both these sides are similar in skill, so this is where we'll really start to see, what they have to offer, because both these sides have not had easy games to kick things off with. Let's give them that benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely. So, Ollie, anything you want to add quickly to the RIDDLE roster before we move it over to the RCTIC roster?
I mean, it's been said, you know, but it isn't the same riddle that won Nordics last year. It isn't that roster core, and that's just something to bear in mind. Because
it's like a disclaimer.
No, it is, you know, and it's one of those things where it's important to make that distinction. I think because teams come in with expectation, and I think the 86 sometimes sort of suffer from that as well.
Yep. So. I already spoiled it, but let's look at the RCTIC roster, and Ollie, you can start off with this one. How have these boys been faring thus far in the NPL, do you feel?
Well, it's all finished lineup, and so far inside of the NPL, they haven't been doing fantastically. I think they've managed 7 rounds now. I think that they've actually... cumulatively across the 3 play days so far, they've managed to win 7 rounds, and 4 of those came against Heroic, so that's got to count for something. I'm going to keep saying that until they do something else that's better, because we don't really have so much to go on. I think the core of this team goes back quite a long way, and they've seen some success domestically, but ultimately the small fish in what is now quite a big pond.
Indeed, and let's see if the boot camp buff can last to Wednesday as well in this very important matchup here. But interesting tidbit there, since you mentioned it with the 7 rounds, they actually have the exact same round difference with won 7 rounds and lost 21. So these guys are just holding arms and walking towards a sunset here. But now we are going to have to separate them, and perhaps we should have a look at the veto production here and see where this clash is going to unfold. I was going to say, let's go. Do we have the veto yet? No, let's see.
Oh,
Skyscraper. Oh, wow.
We're going to Techers all aboard.
I mean, Ollie, you've been saying it. You've been saying it to Jerry, and Jerry just reminded me, let's head to Japan. Any thoughts on this?
To be fair, has that made it onto the soundboard yet, demo? Because we could do with that. Jerry, anyone that mutes the adverts don't, because Jerry's done a really good clip. He's done some going over the new maps that are in the pool and stuff, and his famous line is, let's head to Japan, and that's exactly where we're going to be going for this one.
He gets to take us there.
I'm not too sure. It's actually beautiful, isn't it? I'm not too sure how this is going to fare, because this is a new map to the competitive pool. These are 2 teams that are at a level that we are yet to really sort of dial in and say, you know, where do these teams sit? Are they sitting dead at the bottom, or are they going to be in and amongst the table? Are they going to be pushing for those sort of mid-table positions? I don't really know, but I just don't think that is the map that you really want to be headed down to. You saw Oregon there as one of the selections. Demo's almost biting his tongue and hyperventilating. I can see him taking deep breaths as he's getting ready to throw into this, but it can't be the right choice, can it?
I feel ill.
You feel ill? You're going to do an Ian.
I don't know. Both of these sides need points. And they've both thought, oh yeah, Skyscraper. Sure. I'd be surprised if both these teams have a lot of experience in this map. I'd be really surprised as new sides. The first thing you don't do is say, oh, you know what, this is going to be our map. You don't say Skyscraper's going to be our map. That doesn't happen. That comes with time as you start to develop that. I said before, whenever teams need points, you stick to your organs, you stick to your club outs, you play the basics. Both these sides haven't had good basics so far. Skyscraper, difficult map to play. I'm sure both these teams will find that. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
You should vent your rage towards Riddle then, because if I saw that correctly, they banned Oregon away from Skyscraper, and that's the thing. Like Ollie, I mean, you've been in the Nordics. I mean, Demo, you've been a guest, but Ollie's been like for almost a whole, like for an entire season. You know, Nordic teams aren't afraid to pick out some crazy picks in terms of maps here, and I think RCTIC, I mean, they left Oregon and Skyscraper up, and we've seen some really good plays from Finnish teams on Oregon, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if RCTIC has some sneaky stuff on Skyscraper. That they are. I mean, you guys casted their game yesterday. No, that was Ambush. Sorry, never mind. With the Rust and Clutch at the end there. Sorry, I'm rowing away, so I'm going to row back to shore here. But yeah, Ollie, go on.
I think you do make a point there in that it's it's more normal and it is more expected for these teams, particularly the Finnish teams. It does seem to come out with some really crazy stuff. Like I've seen people all silencers, crouch walking back, walking like single file. Like there's some crazy stuff coming out. I'm not suggesting that's what we're going to see here and now, and it isn't going to work in the NPL as a whole, but in this fixture, it might just work. And all they've got to do, one team's just got to be a little bit better than the other, and then they've hidden the map and they just banned Skyscraper forever. That might be what we're about to see here, but I mean, who knows? I'm excited to see Skyscraper though. It's going to be one of the first times I've watched it.
We're all excited to see Skyscraper. Demo also wants to grab some air because he feels ill. So where else better than to go to Skyscraper? It's a bit thin air, but we'll get there. And who else is going to take us to Japan but Jerry and Novikin, of course. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Now, Jerry, this is an interesting one because this is both, I believe, definitely for me, this is my first time getting to cast Skyscraper in an actual comp setting. Like I've only watched it. I've only watched other people play.
Yeah. Never
casted it myself. I'm so excited to go to Japan.
Yeah, I can't wait to go to Japan either. This is going to be a great one. Honestly, everything is new. You know, like they were saying on Desk, this is an opportunity to really see what Riddle and RCTIC are made of. But also, how well can we judge that against this completely new backdrop? You know, we haven't seen this in the UK scene at all yet. So yeah, I'm very excited about this, and I can't wait to get going. Oh, look, it's even the night version of the map that we're being treated to in the fly-through. This is like the old fly-through. Oh dear. Well, whatever. It looks a little bit different, but it's maintained a lot of the character, and yeah, I cannot wait. It's going to be it will be Japan. I can guarantee it will be Japan.
It will be Japan for sure. I mean, like this is one of the. This is one of the reasons why I love the fact that they've expanded the map pool out. We sort of touched on that, you know, as a sort of talking point beforehand. I know we've discussed it, and you know, Borders come in, and that's a map that, you know, it was a comp map for the longest time. It was a staple. It got removed, slightly changed, but not much, and it's brought back in. This is a map that has had a new facelift, has had quite a few changes, been played and ranked for quite a while. I think it's back in like mid 2021 where it got put back in the ranked pool after the rework, and now it's in that comp play. Now we're starting to see it come a little bit along and played a bit more, and you know, and it's good, interesting to see teams picking it up. I'm still very hesitant, just like Demo is, about whether it should be picked up by these two teams.
Yeah, and I think this is the opportunity to prove it, right? This is, of course, Riddle's pick, so they're the ones that really have to justify it over the Oregon that we probably all expected, something nice and bread and butter for these two teams to really slog it out on. And we saw RCTIC perform yesterday on Oregon against Heroic, and maybe that was the final sort of decision-making process for Riddle. They thought, you know what? RCTIC actually put up a fight against them. Was it on Oregon, or am I completely mistaken? I feel as though I've just made a fumble there. It was on Chalet. It was Chalet. I was completely wrong. Yeah, they have played Oregon. They played Oregon against NAVI. That was it. They looked okay there, but it was nowhere near the sort of the performance that we had on Chalet. So either way, yeah, that is surprising then, because you've got VODs to go on. Well, Riddle, you better make sure that you know what you're doing here then, I suppose. And they're going to be tasked with attacking first as well, and that's the curse that befalls teams that want to pick their map, is that they have to let the opponents choose the side, and RCTIC getting to defend here first. Very defender-sided map, at least as it's playing out at the very highest level. It could be very different. We're already seeing something out of the ordinary, which is a fully reinforced karaoke wall. Usually you'll have a little rotate there just to the top of the north stairs, but we'll see what RCTIC want to do. You know, they have their strats, they have their well, maybe they don't have their plans here, to be honest. They've been taken here very surprisingly.
Yeah, it's always curious. That's almost the default way to play it, is with that rotate, because it gives so much credence to peeking the north balcony when swinging out as a defender and just adding that little bit more pressure. Maybe it's just a way of dissuading them, but I still think that favors the attackers. It means you can move that reinforcement somewhere else, and you have to wonder, where would that be more favorable? But we are seeing Riddle start going down that checklist, start removing a bit of the utility and making their way through. They're sort of going southeast and working their way across. Both sites are in the sort of northwestern side of the map, so they have to... you know, this is very classic to what we usually see. You work one side, you clear it out, and push their way through. The issue is, you know, is Skyscraper, where are they hiding? And someone's gone down already.
That's a neat trap.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a pre-play C4, I believe, underneath by Tricky. He heard the jump in, almost gets to secure there with the shotgun, but I believe Sapega has now managed to squeeze his way into safety. I don't think he's... Oh, you've actually still got the Valkyrie sending up a C4, and it's good for 2! Getting Perry, who's going for the res, and there we have it. A great start to the round for RCTIC. An explosive start at that. 2 kills, and I believe in my video I make the note about up nade plays and C4s. So there you go. That's exactly what to expect on this map.
There we go. And in the first half, just like that, Riddle fallen by the wayside. Then again, as you said, is leaning towards a defender-sided, so I'm not going to count them out too much just yet. RCTIC still need to prove themselves, not just through... I don't want to say cheese strats, but something a little more fundamental and consistent, and whether they can pull that out back-to-back rounds. So far, they've held onto that lead. They haven't given any advantages to Riddle to sort of bring their way back in, but you can see Riddle are knocking on that door. They are just sitting there. There we go, the Hibana, X-Gyros, opening up that wall from the mezzanine, or to open up those lines of sight through. But still, with 40 seconds, Jerry, they're running out of time, and they're running out of people. How did South Park get picked up there?
I'm more confused about the Picasso piece that's being drawn on the on that wall going into gold. It's a bit of a weird one. Just trying to open up sightlines, I suppose. Katal takes a lot of damage through these soft walls, and he's got to be careful. Tries to thread the needle, but Nikiwu is just that much better at embroidery, it would seem, and Tricky finds Neon as well. All up to Kevin, one man against the world. And it's the world that will probably win, as he's taking a lot of damage through these sight lines. The foot level holes are finally understood, but with only a second left, it's a bit of a pointless exit frag. 3 men still standing for RCTIC, and they grab the first round.
Well, that was almost anticlimactic. It looked like it was really heating up. We saw this interesting sort of, you know, pre-placed trap by RCTIC, and then just, you know, kind of fizzled out. Here we go with the C4. Fantastic stuff. Look at that. And that's one of the reasons that even with Valkyrie, with the nerfs being able to throw Black Eyes outside, she's still so strong with the C4, the MPX, everything in her kit just lends her to being a powerful operator. And that's something that I feel like, especially if a team maybe isn't 100% confident in what maps they're playing, and maybe they're not 100% disciplined, that's where Valkyrie can truly take advantage. I remember Theme Park, especially, like the sort of pseudo pre-place with using the Black Eyes and throwing a C4 to a specific spot is something that can, not reliably, but you can certainly cheese people out of a few kills here and there and get yourself an advantage.
It's one thing to wonder whether that was necessarily a strategy or more just a little tactic, you know, something that the individual player just thinks, hey, you know what, they may just hop in this window, I'm going to set a little trap up. And it worked really nicely for Tricky in that round. And of course, Kusik gets the credit because of the double C4 at the very, you know, to claim both. Bit of luck tied into that as well, and that probably won't happen again. But then again, anything could happen here. This is Skyscraper. These are 2 teams that we don't necessarily know all that well, given the caliber of teams they've had to come up against until now. You see Serpega beginning his entry in from this western side. You're going to see a mirror image of the previous round as they want to try and sweep this time from west to east. Castle Barricade's going to be blocking their way, but that's, you know, not too big an issue. You've got one playing inside of Mez. This is Tricky, and Kusik grabbing the entry frag onto Neon, who's just sat outside that window. Sounded like a key breach going off, but without the Maverick now, anything that is left to do that's important without him is going to be very difficult. Tricky getting Kevin as well, and RCTIC, they have full control of this game.
This is a literal mirror image, but the only difference is the fact that despite the strategies might be changing, RCTIC is still maintaining that lead in terms of kills, and a good early aggression from Kusik, and then South Park also chiming in. But so far, Riddle is left in the same situation they're in before, where they have to try and fight their way back into a winning position without the manpower to sacrifice to do so. They need to start taking some risks, because otherwise RCTIC could just sit back and wait for them to push into them.
So despite the loss of that Maverick, they do still have a route in, but it does cost them a nade, and those are valuable with only one left, and they still have shields and bulletproofs and castle barricades to have to burn through, as well as magnets protecting them. You can't imagine they'll get much out for throwable utility in this round for RIDDLE, so it's going to have to be a gun game. We need to see a multi-kill strung together here by one of these players. Sapega steps into some hot territory, and it's contested by Nikiwoot, who's just more than ready to take that fight and get the freebie. So 5 versus 2 now. RIDDLE, they really are just slipping away on this round, and the flashes rather come in to flush the players out on RCTIC. That will be successful in blinding Nikiwoot, but no push comes of it, and this is a nice little angle to be holding. You've got that kind of darkened glass to shoot through, and he will land a little bit of damage onto Perry, but it's nothing good enough. That being said, they don't have to be aggressive here, RCTIC. They can just sit. They've got the C4 play from beneath. Oh, wow, nicely picked up on there by Katal, going beneath to take that fight onto the window. But in the meantime, Perry's been shut out by Nikiwoot. And now it's a 1 versus 4. Katal, well, you got to pull something off that's pretty magical. We saw it last round. Kevin left high and dry in the 1 versus X. And now it's a similar story. Timer hits red. He gets an exit frag, but once again, it could just be absolutely meaningless here. It's almost a formality. See, he's trying to scarp, trying to get a few of these frags, but it's ducking, diving, and it's enough for RCTIC to just sit, wait. A sort of customary C4 at the end, fireworks to celebrate their victory.
With the smoke canisters as well. Yeah, like, RCTIC, this kind of feels like business as usual. They see an opportunity, they go for it, they sort of take the initiative by using their operators quite cleverly. Just get a bit more information, can turn those 50-50s into 60-40s, 70-30s. They take that advantage, and then they just kind of hold on to it. And RCTIC, they're almost, RIDDLE is almost behaving like they're still in a 5 versus 5. They're not taking these risks. And you can see when Fatal picked off Husek underneath throughout the hatch, like, that's what they should be doing beforehand. They should, you know that RCTIC is going to try and play slightly unorthodox at the start of these rounds. So to expect that, to do your droning, to do your due diligence, will help prevent that, and then you can take that risk that RCTIC is making it, and then turning it into your own advantage. And they're just not doing it.
So if there's any round that RIDDLE need to win on this half, it is this one. Third round, we've seen 2 successful from RCTIC, a forced onto the tertiary site. This is the least defender-favoured site out of the bunch, even if you include teams that occasionally go to Master and Bathroom in pro play, that's seen more success. So this one, I'm still yet to be convinced on. It used to be a very powerful site, to be honest, with the old skyscraper. You used to be able to hold it from Geisha and above. Just the vertical angles were really, really good. But now there are a couple more pockets of sort of vulnerability, it would seem, and it's a bit easier for attackers to kind of piece their way through. We'll see how RIDDLE want to sort of take it apart. At the moment, you've got Tricky on what looks like a solo roam job, and as a Mozzie, you're well equipped to do that. He's got the Commando in hand over the Roni. I do prefer it, but you know, if you land your shots, the Roni's just as good. It's really just down to personal preference, and it's like he's reinvesting some of that utility. He's picking up some pests, putting them in different places, and he's lingering. He's how is it a minute gone and he hasn't come under any pressure yet? It's because I suppose RIDDLE are just taking a more direct approach, but there's still bodies around. I just can't read this. RIDDLE are being a bit weird. And they're punished. Oh, no, they're not!
Oh, that's the second time it's gone wide when shooting through one of those glass cases. But this time, it's actually RIDDLE which get the advantage. Sapega, who was one of the heroes in their Navi game on Club, was one of the players taking those early aggressive plays and really making it work for the team. This is where they struggled, though, was then translating and holding onto that lead. Often they then went too aggressive further, tried to push it too far and get removed. They do have the IQ and play, and I think it's a very clever... It's something that should have been brought out earlier to deal with this Valkyrie, but Southbark has just replied with that. It's barely a shotgun, it's more of a battle rifle at this point, but RIDDLE does manage to reply.
There we are, that man advantage. Make it 2 as Kevin takes out Southbark, trying to make something happen on the top floor, but it just doesn't for him. Kusik Spies one, but it's taken down by another. Tell swings on him. Now it's all up to Monks. He's got the Uzi in hand. About 52 seconds to work with for Riddle. This is certainly doable for them, but Monks has only got about 20 HP. It won't matter as Kevin just lands the shots from these stairs, and there you go. They needed that round, and they've got it. I mean, that felt a bit lucky. I'm gonna be brutal here. There was that entry opportunity for Tricky on the roam that just went begging, and Sapega, thankfully for Riddle, managed to turn on him and get that reply. If that doesn't go that way, then it's another round where we look at Riddle and we say too often they've been going in these entries and, you know, expecting a kind of coin flip outcome. They'll send one person in with very little support, and if they die, they lose the round. In that situation, Sapega seriously shouldn't be able to get away with that. So Riddle needs to convince me a bit more, I think.
And this is something that Riddle suffered from into Navi, which Navi was really good at doing, was turning what would be in theory a 50-50 gunfight within their favor, whether that's through droning to make sure that the player's position is always known, pincering so that there's more than one player going for them, so even if one dies, you can immediately trade off it. There's these contingencies put in place, so at the absolute worst case scenario, it's an even trade for the team. At the best scenario, you get it for free. And this is something that Riddle is kind of missing. It feels like fundamentally they're missing a few steps here. And, you know, they're sending in players like Sapega to try and do this job without the proper resources to back those plays up. That being said, you know, despite it might feeling lucky from our end, just getting a round win is so important to that mental. And this could be that opportunity where they go, come on, guys, all right, let's turn this around. You know, that just getting off that donut is so important.
So we're back to the start. Rounds 4 to 6. I mean, Fresh said it's his favorite collection of rounds in Siege the other day, because you know what you're going to get. You've just seen all the sights, and now it's Riddle's opportunity to try and adjust to the setup that RCTIC have brought out, and they couldn't best them the first time of asking, but now do they have the tools, do they have the knowledge to try and dismantle this? They know, for instance, that RCTIC are likely to send someone having a roam on this sort of far side. Looks like Sapega's clearing out from beneath this time. This is where they were hit by C4s, if you remember. Tricky decides to back away, though, and that's some good time wasting by the Mute, knowing that he's probably a little bit out of his depth, and they're playing passive here. This is a good call from RCTIC, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is showing a sign of respect, because that early aggression, like we said, is once you get a read and you know that they're going to do it, you can punish it pretty easily, because for them to be aggressive, they kind of have to step out of line. They can't hide behind the utility. They need to take risks. Now you're seeing, look, they've got a deployable shield on one side. They've got South Park holding the other side in drum.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like this, you know, they're covering their options and saying, okay, you need to burn stuff before even pushing to us. We're not going to try and take you by surprise. You'll know what you go into. We're going to make you take this action to then contest us. But Kevin takes it into his own hands and absolutely domes South Park.
So I was wondering how they were going to clear those positions. You can get pinch points, you can open up Geisha Wall, for instance, and that has happened. But they just brute force their way through those positions into Mez. Kusik finding Neon. Katal being downed as well does mean that the trades continue to come through. 3 versus 3 now. Kevin's looking for something, but Nikiru stands firm against Sapega. Perry and Kevin last alive here. Riddle. What can they make happen? They've got plenty of utility in pocket, but is it the right kind? Hard breach, flashes, and these angles being held against them. This is a really tough nut to crack.
Very tough. Both teams kind of like in a standoff in this situation. They don't really know which way to go, which is the safest way. There you go, Kevin dancing around the corner, but the Wamai, sorry, no. The Frost backs off that corner. Perry just has to brute force their way in, and just like that, the round ends. All that dancing around the corners, around the doors, and just like that, it gets completely snuffed out. And RCTIC, back to their winning ways. They take the Geisha Karaoke setup. I presume they're going to go to Exhibition Office. There we go. So, you know, primary, tertiary, secondary. And they won this round pretty convincingly as well. Riddle haven't really shown us anything different compared to the first 2 rounds which we saw them in on their attack.
It was I'd say fortunate for them that RCTIC decided to fall back in the early round, because we haven't seen them convincingly roam clear yet at all, but they didn't have to in this round. They just took the ground that was given to them after a bit of time wasting, and once they gained control of Drum and Mezzanine, there was actually a bit of hope for them there. I thought that Riddle looked decent, but the problem was, I think, a lack of information past that line, across that massive red line in the sand, the wall connecting the top of your map to the bottom on the left side of your screen right there. They just had nothing really on the positions of any of the defenders after that point. And you could tell at the very end, you know, it was Kevin, I believe, on the IQ, flicking left and right at the top of those main stairs, and he just really didn't know whether his flank was covered. There was no drone even downstairs just to say, hey, you know, we're watching, we're all on cams, we can tell you that you just need to think about the defenders in front of you. Instead, he was in two minds, and you don't want to be in that situation, especially when you find yourselves a man down in a 2 versus 3.
Are we now seeing signs that Riddle is starting to learn from the mistakes that they've made? You can see Qatar being wary of the master bedroom window.
Unless Sapega's got a drone on him, then I'm going to say no. Because he's being left to do this by himself, and this has been a problem so far for Riddle, is that they're just not supporting the entries enough.
Okay, Tricky's just, you know,
I like this.
playing to the beat of his own drum. One might say, like just with this horrible, disgusting pixel angle. But I mean, it's gonna work. It's one of those things where it's like a one and done position. If there's anyone else backing them up, you're only going to get one at best, especially with the SMG-11 as well. But it's something that can get an advantage for one round. You can't play that position again. It will get red every single time. But Qatar does seem to have some inkling. Going below under the master bedroom, this prevents any of the, although they're not here this time, but the Valkyrie shenanigans when or any C4 player like Tricky going underneath, throwing a C4 through the hatch to deny the entrance or the plant, removes that possibility and just gives them a bit more credence to the push. Now Sapega's going for his own. The C4 is out in hand for Tricky, getting caught with his pants down, and Sapega making her way through, but gets traded by South Park, who backs out. Oh no, gets picked off as well, but gets downed. And without a confirmation on that kill, unless Riddle can receive that or at least take him out, that's a very worrying sign, because even with him down, RCTIC have managed to equalize the score to a pseudo 3-on-3.
The diffuser's down as well inside the drum. Looks like the res will come through from Kusik. The flank was always on for that Legion. He was lurking for a lot of that round just beneath this attack. And now look, Riddle, they have to do it all again. They have to clear through drum. They're unsure of the positions of these players. They just haven't preset any drones, it would seem. And look, it just means that... Who's that? It's Kusik just able to slip in behind. Kevin's taken down Nikiwu, but how much will it mean if they don't have any information going forward? The breach is clear. They can jump on in, but they don't have any diffuser in hand. They're just going for kills. Neon finds one. South Park gets two. Katal replies, and now it's a 1 versus 1 with Katal on site. But he's got diffuser, has Kusik inside a drum. 20 seconds left, and Katal has to push. Kusik, Katal has no idea, and Kusik closes out the round for RCTIC. What a clown fiesta!
There we go. I've been looking for the phrase to describe this game. Clown fiesta is absolutely correct. That round exemplified that aspect, and I mean, RCTIC, it feels like the rounds are getting closer and closer, actually, to give Riddle credit, for sure. But despite them getting closer, it's still RCTIC coming out with the victory, and it doesn't really matter how close the rounds are. In the end of the day, RCTIC's winning. Riddle's not. And now they're sitting at 4-1 scoreline. Of course, like you said, Skyscraper tends to lean slightly towards the defender side. However, regardless if it's a defended side of the map, 5-1 scoreline is a hard thing to pull back. 4-2, you win one round and you just won away. It's fine. But 5-1? That is so much more difficult to recover.
Of course, we have the benefit of hind legs and the benefit of the camera that watches over all. But it's difficult to see Riddle here not adapting and stomach that. There's a definite lack of information. Some of the basics just aren't there. And we need to see them try and, you know, pick around that. They're continually sticking with these double hard breaches, which, you know, you arguably need a bit of redundancy in there, but get some nomads in there. Like, get something that helps you with maintaining map control, or at least, you know, in excess of like droning utility, anything, you know. Use those holograms, not just for burning through whatever Syria gates. I don't think we've seen any. But, like, gather the intel, do it quickly, take out these jammers and things that have been troubling you. Because at the moment, it's really, really rough for RIDDLE. They need to try and lock down on what's causing them issues, and just keep hold of the map control that they gain. They keep letting it slip out of their hands in the mid-round.
And it's not even like individually they're playing poorly. Like, this is not the case, you know. Qatar's doing a really good job at trying to bring their team into it. Kevin as well. Even the players who are, you know, aren't necessarily on an even KD, they're still finding impact. So they're making the right decisions individually. It's just, as a cohesive unit, it's just slightly, there's a few elements here or there which are just missing from that meal to make it really, really pop. It's the seasoning, Jerry. It is the seasoning. But we're now in, I believe, bar and kitchen as well. Maybe we'll see if they're going to go back into the pantry and get a little bit of spice to add on top.
What they say about seasoning, though, when you're cooking, season throughout. You can't just be adding salt and pepper at the end or throwing some chili flakes in at the start. You have to be consistent. That's what matters. And taste as you go along, you know? So, 5 versus 5. You can. I like that. You can just glean whatever meaning you want from that metaphor. 1 minute 20 left, roughly. And they haven't opened up the geisha breach on this kitchen attack. They need to clear this position, sending bullets down range into the soft walls. But Southbark is the first one to find anything on this round, and he looks like he's slipped under the radar here as well, backing on towards the main stairs. Neon trying to take the fight, but he's giving away his position, and that's easy pickings for Southbark on the stairs. Monks finds another, and look at this, 2 versus 5. RIDDLE, they're up a particular creek without a paddle in. Novi.
Absolutely, it's just kind of... Oh, no! The knife by Southbark for the triple! No way is that allowed to happen. Perry at least picks up their first of the game, but that is appalling stuff. That is absolutely disgusting by Southbark. I mean, to be fair, I can't remember if it was Tricky or it was Nikki on Twitter did say, I'm going to let Southbark off the leash for this game. I can absolutely say that well and truly has happened as well. I think this is the game with the most C4 kills as well, like per round on average, because every single time, like, we need a counter for this. But, I mean, to be fair, I think RCTIC is falling by the... RIDDLE's falling by the wayside. RCTIC are doing a lot of things right. They look... quite, you know, they are playing certainly unorthodox for sure, very aggressive, very risky, but it's working for them, and they're leaning into that, and they're still backing everything up with kills. Every time one gets picked off, there's someone else lurking around the corner waiting to take advantage of it. So even if that aggression goes awry, they've got a backup plan.
Yeah, there has to be a point in which I stop harping on RIDDLE and start praising RCTIC for what they're doing, because they are playing fantastically into what's being dealt. You know, they're playing the game in front of them, and they're running away with it, quite honestly. I really can't wait to see how they handle these attacks, because it was being taken to Skyscraper. I mean, you let it through in the ban phase, for, like, last of 2 maps. You've had some say in what gets through, but I can't imagine a 5-1 RIDDLE loss at a halfway point in Oregon. You know, like, I feel like they put up a better fight there, and we get a bit more of a default showing a 4-2 or 3-3 or something. And now RCTIC here, the fact that they're performing on the map that RIDDLE has taken them to, the fact that they've shown that they're so proficient defending here, I want to see them do just as well on the attack. And I'm not asking for a 7-1, I'm just asking to see some really good quality siege. And I get a feeling that with Nikiwoot going on to the OSA, they have a lot more knowledge than they would be letting on about this map. I feel like we're about to see something special here.
Yeah, OSA, I feel like, is...
You only take it if you have a plan, right?
Yeah, you've got to have a plan, and we've seen a lot of teams, you know, even going back to SI, try and pull her out and make things work. In theory, on paper, she should be a super strong operator, but it's still... It's a kind of a different style you've got to play, similar to, like, maybe when you run a Clash or a Monty. You've got to think of it in terms of how that gadget is working and how that you have to adapt your playstyle for it. And a lot of teams tend to struggle with that, but Perry, that is some... I want to say maybe a misplay by Tricky, but well done for Perry to be ready there to pick up that misplay and get an advantage from it.
Yeah, it certainly is well played. You got to question the droning though, and Tricky in that situation, he's probably a bit more experienced and should know that that is not a wise thing to just swing blindly. Nikawut finding Perry though, and suddenly RCTIC, they have all the kills coming their way. They've got this control downstairs. It means that the rest of the Riddle players, they're kind of looking in different directions. They're looking down hatches, they're looking down balconies, and they have to watch their step because they could get surrounded as well. You've got one playing on the window. I believe that is, I'm not too sure. That may well be the Ossa. Let's just get confirmation on that. It's difficult to get with this. Oh, that's a thermite. Okay, lovely. Yep, so that is Kusik just sitting there. And look, this is fantastic control from Nikiru. He's got a fantastic Talon shield from Ossa to just keep control of this entire hallway. And they can pick apart the defenders as they please. South Park takes out Kevin. We're left with just Neon standing. Decides to punch out that shield. And Monks finds Neon. That was a clinic. They tore it apart. We didn't even get to see how ruthless they were.
Neon doing that to the going up and punching the Talon shield is how I imagine the Riddle players feel towards their monitors right now. Like, it's just frustrating, just like just want to send it, because even when they get the advantage, the rounds are falling apart for them. And I think this is RCTIC kind of snowballing out of control for one thing, and Riddle not able to find that rally point. I want to say a single kill is not enough. You've got to be consistent in every single fight. Like we were saying earlier with the whole seasoning metaphor, you need it every single time. And at the moment, Riddle is showing like brief flashes of, okay, they can do this. This is good. This works, and then falling apart at the next hurdle kind of thing. And we just, like, as much as you want to see RCTIC pull off a good attacking round, I want to see Riddle just have a good round. We've seen it once on their attack. I want to see them do it on their defense.
Yeah, coming into this match, we had the expectation that this could be a close one, that we're finally going to see some evenly matched teams. I feel as though, unless we see some incredible comeback from Riddle, they need to reassert everything. They need to start turning their mentals round and getting back into this game, then this could be the most one-sided loss that Riddle have had. And they've played some really tough opponents. RCTIC are outperforming the likes of, Victus and TENSTAR. Riddle managed to steal 3 rounds off those 2 teams. Looks like they might not even be able to get a second one here.
Come on. Okay,
I'm being a negative Nancy. It's difficult not to be.
No, not even at you. I'm saying come on to Riddle. Like, I just want, this is, let's not lie, this is a very tough league, regardless. Anyway, there isn't, I think, an easy team in this league. RCTIC demonstrated that yesterday into Heroic. But on this stage, you've got to turn up, you've got to play, regardless if you're at the bottom of the pack or you're right at the top. Riddle, this is, what's more impressive, winning a game or coming back from like a 6-1 deficit? I'll tell you which one I think is more impressive. One takes a hell of a lot more mental fortitude, I think. And this is their opportunity where they shouldn't fall apart. They should rally themselves. They have done a lot of damage to Trilly, which is good. Monks is getting tagged as well and goes down. Neon is dancing around that reinforced opening and actually downs the Maverick. That's great. This is good kind of advantages that Riddle need to pick up.
Speaking of picking up, they absolutely need to pick up the Maverick in this situation, because he's botched the job. Oh no, actually he has managed to get that wall softened, so any kind of soft breach onto it will do the job. You're waiting for perhaps any sort of ranged option, but Tricky is the sledge, and he's the only one really with dedicated soft breach. Kevin, in the meantime, takes him out, so you've got to open it up with maybe some bullets, maybe some frag grenades. Otherwise, that breach that's staying shut, and that could be the win con for Riddle here. They just shore up the rest of their defenses. Oh no, that's certainly good news for Riddle as Monks goes down. XD's in the chat from Tricky. They've managed to open up this wall to some degree, so they have a hop in, but 3 versus 5 for RCTIC, and they need something special here.
Certainly need something special. RCTIC now going to go through the steps. You can see Nicky's trying to approach from the north side. It's actually South Park who picks up a kill, but goes down in the process. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nicky's not going to find anything. Kusik should get taken out. And Riddle with a lot just better performance. This is what we wanted to see. Where was this Riddle all the way throughout this game, and they're calling a timeout. I think this is so smart. You've just seen your opponent make a mistake. Yeah, they're throwing XDs in chat or whatever. You've just won a round in a good fashion. Take a breather. Like, talk to the team and go, look, we can do this. We've demonstrated it in this one round, which means we can replicate it again. Let's show them what we can do. They're now going towards Karaoke Tea Room, so, you know, which I believe was their primary site, if I'm wrong, or maybe, so they're going back to that one.
Yeah, so they need to see an improvement, and that was an improvement from RIDDLE, I will grant you. It was, to some extent, RCTIC messing things up, particularly on that breach, but then, you know, even at the very end there, RIDDLE may be misguided in sort of swinging those fights, but, you know, that's what you want to see in terms of the confidence boost. They won their ones at the very end there, and they weren't one-sided gunfights, you know. That's something that's going to make a difference in the comms. It's going to make a difference to that team mentality, and that's what they need. This is a defender-sided map. This is all stuff they're going to be saying to each other. They're going to be hyping each other up, prepping for this tea room defense, which went a little bit awry the first time of asking, but perhaps now that they know what to expect, which was a very sort of bottom-sided clear from RCTIC, using some up nades, trying to fight for that ground-level control. What do RIDDLE do to counter it?
Yeah, what's the answer? Because it was certainly a lot more, I want to say, dynamic from how RCTIC approaches compared to how RIDDLE approached this site. See, Coalesce is getting highlighted, and rightly so. Look at the difference between the lifetime ratings, and I guess the lifetime for NPL, you know, compared to some of the other players in the league, isn't as long, but still, like, he's having a great game, really stepping up for the side, and this shows kind of how explosive RCTIC was. It was the same thing with Heroic yesterday, against Heroic yesterday, where it was that one round, I think, where South Park just sort of like popped off and managed to... No, it was Monks clutched the round, and then suddenly Tricky was popping off, Nicky was popping off. They were all like taking in turns, and it shows that this team has some depth. RIDDLE needs to also find this depth as well. Take it slowly, or maybe go hyper aggressive. Do whatever you want, but do it as a team.
Oh.
Don't get picked out like that.
Big punish there from South Park onto Neon as well, who's had a real stinker of a game, unfortunately for him. But this is a step-by-step process that RCTIC are undergoing. They are making sure to take control of delivery. This is some good advice to up-and-coming teams. One of the best places that you can enter this map. It is protected. It's one of the only places you can walk in without having any verticals held against you. And it just allows you to check these angles one by one. The droning is quite clear, quite linear. You just don't step into Sushi Bar. Any other route that you want to take is pretty clear. Looks like they're trying to take control of Mez. A very tough position to get under your control. Of course, you've got to worry about the balcony above you. All these angles. Look, Monks, this could be a shooting gallery towards him if there's any sort of lack of information. But they have that information, and that is crucial. Very nice stuff from RCTIC. They have forced all of these roamers back onto site, and they've also gained one in the entry department. 90 seconds left, and they can begin thinking about an execute.
The Sir Pega got away with murder there, running across past that talent shield without getting picked up by Nicky. Nicky, I don't think he was quite ready for a Valkyrie to run across his screen, but it happened. It's fine. And now you can see a standoff. I believe it is known that there is a player rappelling outside that window. It's actually waiting for the RCTIC players in Monks to push up and start applying pressure onto the player in Karaoke. Kevin's going to get surrounded at this point. Now the frag grenade's coming out for the up nades. I don't think there's any information to back it off. Kevin gets one. Now that he's dealt with a rappel player, he can turn around, start focusing on that aggression that's coming from the stairs. Because it's all well and good to be posted up just outside on that north balcony, Nicky, but it doesn't make a difference because you need to push into him, and he has got the positional advantage. So Pega is also working his way underneath. This could be absolutely huge. There's no one watching it. So Pega creeping round the corner, gonna take them out, finds one, actually downs him, looking for the second, but it's on his right, gets taken out in the process. That's disastrous, but now it's all on Tricky to try and win a 1 versus 2. Two players are down. They have not been confirmed. Tricky just needs to hold on. Perry gets one. Riddle might be about to just bring this back. No, Tricky gets another kill, but 7 seconds. Kevin is just going to run away. Diffuser's nowhere to be found. Just needs to stay alive. Oh, through the floor, taking too many risks, but Riddle bring it home to win their third round.
Nail-biting stuff at the end there. Almost did enough. Tricky to try and pull that one back, but the flank from Sapega proved the crucial turning point in that round, landing the shots to the back of the Zofia. I believe he gets the down here onto the... No, it's enough of an engagement and his teammate has him backed up from the other site. But that's all you need to do, occupy their attention. Attention is a resource, and that was more than enough to claim the round in the final few moments, though. Very, very close for Riddle. A second one on the trot, and they actually have some momentum going for them now. They rotate down to that tertiary site, Barbecue Kitchen, and they are still only fighting for a point or two here, but we're finally seeing the fight in them, and that's the important thing.
That's especially what has been missing from this team. This is, you know, this is exceptional stuff by Riddle. That I don't think there's another way to put it. They're seeing opportunities and they're executing. Yes, RCTIC is making mistakes here and there, but you've still got to be good enough to take advantage of it. You know, and a lot of teams might just leave the advantage because they don't want to risk it, or they don't even identify that it could be there. But Riddle have found 3 rounds. They're looking for 3 more. They have the defensive side as well, so that's a bit of a bonus. I believe, because they've won 2 on the trot now, that they're forced to their tertiary site, aren't they? Yep. So they're down into the kitchen. Let's see if they can cook up a storm. Love it.
That was a tough round as well for Riddle. When you think about it, they went a man down on that entry. So to hold firm and get the conversion against the run of play is massive for them. We need to see a little bit more consistency, though. Perhaps Neon and Co will be playing a little bit more reserved in the early round. They don't want to give away too many free advantages for RCTIC to gobble up, because up until this point they've been ruthlessly efficient. RCTIC. C4 comes out onto the position of Monks, but he's still on the balcony, just taking a brief pause, and that will save him his own life. Bit of patience pays dividends for him. C4 wasted as well. You still got 1 left in the hands of Perry for later in the round. Someone lurking beneath still. That is Sapega, who is the one who has spent his C4. And, you know, I feel as though this is Riddle making the same mistakes again. Like, Sapega, stop paying for techers, you know? Like, get back. Play safe. You've spent your C4. Katal has taken down Southbark, though, and that is a good early pick for Riddle. Where exactly was that? Was that someone pushing into Terrace? I feel like Monks is on here for the potential refrag. Yes, it was there. Thank you very much, Medics. And 4 versus 5. Now Riddle have the advantage, and RCTIC, well, they're gaining map control. They're gaining the map control they need, but Riddle is still just proving very slippery.
Yeah, Southbark getting taken out. That's the kill leader on the server being removed from the game. So despite the fact that RCTIC across the board are fragging pretty well, that's a significant loss. Sapega, though, getting picked off on the stairs. Now Tricky just confirms that one, and now it's a 4 versus 4. No advantage either way. A minute remaining. Pretty much RCTIC has had the run of map control over the last 30 seconds, but Nikki is going to close out another one, and maybe this is it. Is this the moment where Riddle crumbles underneath the pressure on that tertiary site? You can see Katal has the positional advantage. They're starting to open up the floor and drum as well, and that should restrict the movements, but Kevin is on that anchor position, has the order in pocket. Perry as well is ducked behind the bar. Like, you know, this timing, Jerry, is getting very, very close despite all the things going RCTIC's way. Can Riddle hold on in the last 20 seconds?
That's all they need to do. They need to play the timer. They need to understand the win con here, but Tricky taking Perry down for a double on the round, and Kusik finding Kevin. Katal last one standing. 1 versus 4. He's holding from above, though. He can prevent the run into Kitchen, but that's about it. He decides to drop, takes the fight onto the Maverick, and whiffs the shots. Kusik getting the plant down, and there we have it. Tricky cleans up house. Perhaps it would have been better off just staying above, but no, Riddle, they slip. And RCTIC, they collect their first win of the season. All 3 points to the Finnish roster. Congratulations, a very well-deserved victory on Skyscraper of all places.
Yeah, I think maybe out of the Nordics, the Finns are just on top at the moment. They're really proving that they're the teams to be worried about. And I mean, Snarl sort of like touched on this, the fact that the advantage of the Finns team when you see them play, they don't play as individuals, they play as a team, and that was definitely the difference maker for me. That was, you know, RCTIC played more as a team than RIDDLE did. However, RIDDLE, there was a few rounds, Jerry, where I was like, RIDDLE's doing it, they're doing it. I felt so proud, and then RCTIC just stepped up the level a bit too high.
Yeah, and I think pride is an interesting emotion to have. It's the feeling of like you want to see this team improve, right? You want to know that they are getting better, but they're just occasions where you feel like they let things slip. That last round in particular, you have the entry kill on defense. Just sit back. Why is the need to flank up the stairs there? You know, it was clear from the way that nade was sent and the fight was taken that RCTIC, they had their flank drones out. It was something that conversely RIDDLE were lacking on their attacks. They just didn't have those basics in place, it seemed, and you know, misunderstanding the sort of situation in front of them and a little bit of inexperience perhaps as a roster has cost them here, because RCTIC, they've just put on a show. That was a fully deserved victory for them.
Absolutely, and I think how much Skyscraper factors into that, I don't know. I think it was
RIDDLE's pick.
It was RIDDLE's pick, but they haven't even banned that once. They sort of let that run through. I don't know. It was an interesting one. Snarl, Demo, X, break that one down for us, because we're kind of. I feel like we're kind of at a loss on this one.
I got the easiest breakdown. A Nordic team won. There we go. I'm all happy with that one. So, boys, that was our first Skyscraper, and let's just say we had some interesting discussions and observations in the background here, in the backstages here, but Demo, you alluded a little bit to it when we saw Skyscraper. Like, why would you pick Skyscraper when you're a team struggling to get points? And I'm not gonna out the person who said this, but this was perhaps a map where which team did less worse than the other team?
So I don't want to be mean, but I think there is certainly a caliber to that where I think there was glaring mistakes. I think from both sides. I think Skyscraper definitely needs to be looked at. I think still for a few scrims yet for both of these sides really get a good grasp on it. I think we'll have to look at RIDDLE. Obviously a 5-1 deficit. You go on the attacks not working out for them. They were attacks that were very sloppy, getting caught out by simple things such as Valkyrie cameras and C4s from below. It really shouldn't be happening. The drone work needs to be done a lot thorough from that. I think RIDDLE, they went for these kind of solo plays a lot. They weren't opening main breaches. They got clogged up a lot of the times. Basic stuff that you should be ready for in Skyscraper seemed to kind of take them by surprise, which that shows that if you're desperate for points, you need to get these points. Play a map you're familiar with. Don't go off the Skyscraper.
And again, like you alluded to as well earlier, this was RIDDLE's pick, so they were actually the ones who chose to go into Skyscraper. And Ollie, wouldn't there be an argument to make that if you're gonna get the pick and you're most likely gonna start an attack, you should pick, precisely like a Demo is saying, a map where you're familiar, so that exactly your attacks go through, because the defense will arguably have an advantage.
Yeah, you need to be giving yourself the best possible chance, really, don't you? And I think that RIDDLE maybe didn't give themselves the best chance to succeed here today. It almost seemed like a game of chicken in the ban phase as to who is going to ban out Skyscraper. It really looked as though Oregon was sort of being favoured there. But, you know, it was RIDDLE's pick last, so maybe they just said, well, we'll take you there. A bit of a difficult one to call from that point of view. Obviously, Skyscraper, you know, it's not your bread and butter map. It's not a map that teams are going to be super familiar with it only being recently introduced into the competitive pool. You know, it's not even, I don't even feel like it's a map like Bank that, even though it was in ages ago, it's retained a lot of that sort of structure and stuff, because it's not. It was in literally years and years and years ago. I think way back in sort of season 3, I think it was. I think that's maybe the last time that we saw Skyscraper in the pool, but don't quote me on that. So it's not somewhere that we expect these teams to really be going. And, you know, RCTIC showed that they were ready for it. I think they've played exceptionally well this week. You know, they got those 4 rounds yesterday against Chaos, and they've doubled down on that now, and they've converted that into a win. And all of a sudden, they're not looking like that team that should be kicking around at the bottom of the leaderboard. And now we need to look toward teams like RIDDLE and Coalesce to say, well, you know, which one of you guys is it going to be? Because it's got to be someone.
Ball is certainly on their side of the picture, but you talked about RCTIC there, Ollie, and let's talk with someone from RCTIC here. We'll be talking, of course, to South Park. Morro South Park, how does it feel to get your first 3 points of the NPL?
It feels so good. I'm actually so happy about just playing the game and winning something.
Is this the bootcamp buff coming through here on Wednesday, or is it just a little bit of a coincidence here?
Definitely. Yeah.
So I mentioned this like legendary bootcamp now for a little bit, like, but what made you guys really go into the bootcamp or feel that it was necessary, and how important was it for you as a team to meet in person and get to talk strategies and play together as a team?
Well, on bootcamp, for me it was just seeing the boys and just get to know them much better, and because I haven't been with them IRL before, so yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, main point, just the social aspect of it. Yeah. So a burning question: Skyscraper. Did you guys try to force Skyscraper out because it's like the Finnish spice, or were you really going for Oregon, or do you not want to spill it?
Well, Skyscraper is a very good map, I have to say.
What makes it a good map? Come on, spill the beans. Come on.
Oh. Well, first of all, I like attacking on that map.
Mm-hmm.
And on defense, well, you can do basically everything. I really like the map overall. And I think the team does as well. I don't mind.
See, and I've been saying that about the Finnish team. Sometimes you guys just like to bring out a little bit of special, but we haven't been able to interview anyone from RCTIC yet and pick your brains about this tournament. So now that you guys have got your first 3 points, you've been struggling a little bit in the first 2 weeks here. What is the strategy now for RCTIC to really get back in the NPL? Like, what's the long-term goal this season for you guys now?
I think for us is to even get in the playoffs is our that's like our goal at the moment.
So it's like with 3 points, like some people would perhaps be surprised that your ambition is still a playoffs, but you're thinking that you're gonna try and catch up some momentum here now and just like catch up to people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like a Kanto Raketti, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, South Park, no, like, we haven't been able, of course, to interview you guys before, and again, is there any team, like, we just did the merger, are there any teams that before you guys started the season, because you just lost Rando Sando, of course, to Ambush as well, but is there any other particular team that you guys are looking out for, like, that you fear, quote-unquote, more than others?
Nah, not really. There's not any like we are fearing of course. Well, I don't think there's any.
Well, with all that said and done, South Park, the floor is yours. If there's anyone you would like to thank or say hi to.
Well, of course, everyone who has supported RCTIC, thank you so much, and we really appreciate it, and it helps us a lot. So yeah, thank you all.
And, of course, we thank you for your alibi shotgun plays, and we look forward to see more of you guys next week. Have a nice evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Well, you know, if you ever need a Finnish interview, there you have it. It's like the calm and collected, and just like even laid back in a chair, like, yep, business as usual. We're gonna go to the playoffs. Demo. That's a bold statement for someone who just picked up the 3rd point. Their ambition, playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. It's their first win against the other bottom place team in the league. Come back to whenever they start beating who they still have to play. They still have to play MNM Academy, Ambush. If they beat Ambush, then if they win these next 2 games, then sure, come back to me. But they need to win both of those games if they want to have any shot of getting into the playoffs. Because right now, I think their eyes should be survival. That should be what they're fighting for.
Yeah, and a point to make there is if there's any team they know is actually Ambush. So, Ollie, any final thoughts on the game before we throw it to a break?
I think it lived up to expectation. I think we really wanted a bit of a leveler between these 2 teams, and I think we found it. And I think we found that RCTIC have just got the edge at the moment.
And there you have it, folks. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break with the game between Coalesce and Team Heroic. No, sorry, Team Heroic. Wow. Heroic, you don't want to miss out.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
White snow, red sky, reach up for so high. Blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet, a dark rain, my blood in your frozen veins. Dream high, no pain, run fast in broken chains. Shut down, inspire, I'm here to take your call. New soul to higher, I will despite you all. Mother, treat me with your silence. Hear my songs are
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grizz steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
And welcome back after that short little break. And back on the desk, of course, Jerry and Novi, who just landed from their travel back here from Japan. It turns out that RCTIC are big in Japan, as of course the song goes. But interesting to see you guys get to cast Skyscraper for the first time here, Jerry and Novi. How does that feel?
It was quite fun. I really enjoyed it. What about you, Novi? Like, it's a good map.
It's a good map. There's like a lot of potential. I think Demo sort of like sussed it out, which was these teams need to spend a bit more time prepping it before playing it in this arena. It felt a little bit premature from both teams.
Perhaps a little bit premature, but it's not too early to call in for the next matchup here between Heroic and Coalescence. And let's be honest, no, sorry, Coalesce, sorry. But let's be honest here. This is one of those matchups where we, throughout the talent test, kind of are just chalking it up to be on Heroic here. And Jerry, would you care to explain why we're going with Heroic here? Or...
I mean, they're top of EUL, right? Like, you don't need to say much else. It could be Heroic and like, virtually any other team, and you'd expect them to come out at this point in their lifespan. That being said, there is a little caveat to that today, which we will get into. But yeah, they're still firm favourites, regardless of what we, all the stuff we're going to talk about. They're just favourites.
Novi, any thoughts before we bring up any of the rosters yet?
Not really. I think I've seen. No,
but it is tough. It's tough.
I mean, we kind of said the same things with the RCTIC game yesterday, and then they surprised us. So maybe this is Coalesce's opportunity. I don't think they're going to win, but I think they could at least, even by losing, win, which is what RCTIC did yesterday.
Yeah,
that's the best way to lose while winning. So Jerry, take us through the Heroic roster here that we're going to bring up by the lovely production.
Well, if you're into R6, then these guys probably need no introduction. Sloth, Gorgona, Benja, Grizzly, and Shate. And that last name, of course, is a bit of a special one because he is subbing in today for Uno, who wasn't here yesterday, but we had Mr. Officer stand in instead. Now, instead, they've got a ex-world champion to sub in, as he is well-known and beloved in the R6 community. I mean, so yeah, big player. Just big.
I mean,
he's very big.
Let's just again put that into context. A former world champion is subbing in for another player in the NPL. It's just like, that's the level of what we're talking about on this team here. And it's just like, he's a content creator, but also we have he's also a world champion. Hey, there you go. Novi, you want to say something? Go on.
World champions are renowned for being slain in this league and by teams around this league. Delta Project got 7-0'd with 2 world champions on that roster, right? So it can happen. I don't think it will happen, but it can happen.
Right, but Novi, you've been calling out for it. Coalesce roster. Let's go. Let's hear it. Come on.
All right, let's bring the guys up. You got Pat, Lurie, Noah, Zeus, and Ned. This
Kane,
roster, they had
Kane. Just Kane.
All right, Kane. They had like 2 good rounds yesterday, and then you could kind of see the mental was falling apart. But they did show, like, genuinely those 2 rounds were very, very solid rounds. I mean, like Jerry was like, they look better. They've improved, and then that wasn't consistent. So we're looking for that consistency. I know Zeus has been around the block in a few teams as well, so nice to see him on this roster as well. The one thing I did want to say is this team is classed as a Nordic team, but interestingly enough, this
there we go.
This org, actually, the Coalesce started as they're a bit like the Thanos of UK orgs. It was six UK orgs: UMX, Electrify, Socially, Horus, Peak, and Audacity, all combined to make Coalesce. So technically, if Coalesce wins, I'm just gonna say that it's a Yukon victory. Like even though it's a Nordic roster, right? I'm taking that for us.
I mean, you're making my me clutching after Heroic being a Nordic team seem like just child's play compared to the mental gymnastics you were doing there, but I'll roll with it. Anarchic went on Twitter today and said that they're a Nordic team now, and I was like, that's all the confirmation I ever needed, so I'll give you this, Novi. Whatever. There we go. Whatever. Former UK Thanos org, whatever. But let's look at the head-to-head for this matchup, then. Which 2 players are going to be duking it out in a duel? It's going to be Sloth versus Ludi. Go, impressions. Novi, you're going to keep this up. Oh, sorry, Jerry, you started. Go on.
I just want to start this graphic here. This is the highlight of Luri's career so far. Being side by side with Sloth compared to him right now. This is arguably the best player in EUL at this given moment. And
fair point.
Yeah, but you know, he's the one putting up the decent looking stats on Coalesce. You know, that's not too bad. A KDR of 0.96 is actually all right when you consider that they've been losing all of their games so far, right? He's the one who is at the very top of that list. So he's the one to be looking for. We saw him perform some like incredible heroics yesterday, almost pulling off a 1v5 ace clutch.
True.
That was insane. So
yep.
he's definitely got the potential. And yeah, on the other side, I mean, I don't know if I need to talk about Sloth very much, but he's been just enigmatic in the EUL. You know, he's been slipped back into this more defensive role on defense, or you know, more safe role in defense, and he's thrived in it. Still doing wonders with the LMG on attack, and yeah, this man just cannot be stopped at the moment.
Like, I mean, what more to say? Like, Sloth.
Yeah,
is,
I kind of took it all. Sorry.
No. Like, I think you summed it up perfectly. Like we can praise Sloth, you know, to the full 9 yards, but like he's almost getting to that point where he's starting to. He's been around as well for so long as well in the scene that he's really cemented himself up there as this is a player to be feared. But to be honest, for Coalesce, is you know you were expected to lose in this scenario. You were expected to be the underdog. If you kill Sloth, you can say you have beaten one of the best players in the whole of Europe, one of the best players in the entire world. And then if you can do it once, you can do it again. And we saw this happen with RCTIC, and I'm like, Luri, don't just get compared in the head-to-head graphic. Do it in the game, please.
Yeah. Just shoot Sloth, you know, no biggie. You know?
Don't worry about the rest of the team.
You both played in the Nordic Championship before. Like, if I'm going to do the mental gymnastics at the same level of Novi here, I can say, well, Sloth did play in a Nordic Championship, so he's like technically 1/4 Norse or something like that. But is it going to be... What kind of map is it going to be? Let's go to the veto and let's see where these two teams are going to duke it out. Coalesce looking for the first points in the NPL, and it's going to be Bank. Wow, okay. Before I ask you guys, I just want to put it out there. I have so many memories of casting Benja on Bank and like the previous formats of like Nordic Championship alongside Dez and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, that is a gutsy move. I respect that to let Bank go through, but obviously it's a long time ago, but letting Sloth and Benja loose on a map such as Bank, woo. What are your thoughts, Jerry?
Well, I mean, it is Heroic's pick, right? They have the choice between Oregon and Bank. Maybe they see something yesterday in the way that Coalesce played Oregon and think, you know, like,
maybe.
I very much doubt that is the actual kind of thought process here for a team like Heroic. They just want to play the maps that they're comfortable with. They don't want to show anything really before the major. So, yeah, just going where they're comfortable makes perfect sense, and Bank is a nice good map for them.
Yeah, it's a very, very good map. It's generally, in terms of the draft, when they do ban it, it's right at the latter end. It's their last ban where they're deciding where they want to go. So they're very, very happy to come here unless there's a better option for them. Coalesce, though, have played this map beforehand, and they might have, well, they've lost all their games, but it was against Viperio, and that was a 7-5 loss. Like, that was their best performance, was on Bank.
Fair point.
So, or am I looking at, have I got the stats wrong on this one?
No, I just need to correct myself in that I'm checking the stats now, and I think this is possibly the first time that they've played Bank in a while. Unless I'm getting this completely wrong.
Ooh, we're sowing the spice.
We're trying to make things go for Coalesce now, but two other casters going to be taking this one away, and I might leave or throw it over to them with a question. Demo and Ollie, how are Coalesce going to be able to take points here? But you guys get to take it away. Let's go to Bank in America.
Snow Relief, Jerry, Novi, thank you very much indeed. I'm not too sure that Coalesce are going to be walking away with any points here tonight. I think that is a fairly safe assumption to make, but I'll gladly be proven wrong. We'll have to see how these two teams face off when they get down into the server. We're going to be headed over to Bank for this one, our third game tonight. We do have 5 games here in the NPL on every single play day, so we are only just about halfway through. Still got this full game and then another 2 to come. So still plenty of action headed your way, but for the meantime, we need to be whetting our appetite demo, I think, for Coalesce versus Heroic here. Is it going to be a speed run, any percent on Bank?
Potentially. Last time Heroic played Bank, it was, I think, during the start of April, whenever they went up against NAVI inside of EUL. The only match that they lost, and it was on Bank. So that unbeaten record that Heroic, they've been doing very, very well, but still that one loss will hump them. So that's probably the main concern is, yes, last time they played it, they did lose it, but keep in mind who they were up against and keep in mind who they're playing against right now. It's a big difference between Coalesce and NAVI, as we know, Wally. So we'll see if Coalesce can maybe build on their foundations of how they played against Viperio 86. We've seen that earlier on the first Playday. The thing with that game for me specifically, Ollie, was Coalesce, they went 5-1 down. I believe that they started on the defense first as well. Viperio 86 were able to take a 5-1 half, and then 86 started losing some rounds. I think that was more down to Viperio 86 struggling, and I just kind of feel that Heroic, whenever they're in that element, whenever they have that 5-1 lead, they're not going to let it slip.
Heroic have banned the knock. I would have expected to see Heroic playing the old knock plays. But it looks as though Coalesce are rent-free and calling the Valk. They knew the bans that were coming here.
Mm-hmm.
Is the knock ban just a bit of a nod to Pat to say, look, we know that you love a crouch walk in?
Yeah, I think so.
We know that if given half a chance, that's how this game is going to sort of go through. We get the Jackal ban, the Nook ban. I mean, so as far as attack is concerned, do what you like. As an attacker, you've got no excuses here. You've got everything at your disposal, aside from the cheese of a knock entry and, the inconvenience of Jackal and the Inox tracker. You look at Harbreach, you look at Osa, you look at anything like that. You have got everything you need to get these jobs done.
Well, we seen a defender side at Bank, didn't we, yesterday, Ollie, between MNM and TENSTAR. So I wonder if we might see a little bit more defender again, or maybe it will be attacker. You think, again,
yesterday we had the Osa ban and we had the Finker ban. Osa and Finker are both freer.
I would say they're stronger bans than Jackal and Nook.
The attacking bans here are weak. The attacking ban here is certainly weak. There's a lot of opportunity here, and then that's demonstrated, right? We can see a pretty significant 6-pick being put through now as you get a Book for an Iana and a Nomad for an Osa, so plenty of change going on there. Gorgona going to try and play around
the
this
blue rush. It's a blue rush. All day of the week, it's a blue rush. They're going to go straight in. We'll see how quick they can take server control. Is the site ready? Is there somebody on the hatch? That's what we need to find out. Is there going to be a player ready to deny this push coming in? They have an Echo Drone, good early information. They will now enter in towards the server. Please tell me someone's on the hatch. No one's on the hatch. I am worried. Instead, they went for the server hatch, but that's going to be picked up by Sloth. He's walked in through electrical. Oh dear, Coalesce, don't tell me things are already going to start look grim for you right in the opening round.
Coalesce are still trying to steady themselves here. They've got a little bit of opportunity to try and push into that server room, but there are significant stations being set up now as we see those Osa shields be placed down. There's a big stack up of Heroic players still inside of that dirt tunnel as well. Not everyone has fully committed yet to actually pushing into the server, and instead Sloth just going to take a little bit of time to do some site setup. These couple of shields that Grizzly has been down are going to be a nightmare. You can get a plant off behind the back of one of those, and you're going to be free all day long. The impact does come through. Shate going to get revived there by a clutch Finker stim, but it's going to be Pat to eventually finish him off. Pat sitting inside a staff. No one really looking to try and challenge onto him. And to be fair, Coalesce are doing a really good job of batting back this early aggression, because the early aggression has now turned into a much more long, drawn-out process where Coalesce will have more of an advantage.
Yeah, they do have drones upstairs for Skylight, and Monty's going to try and pistol. Benja finds Noah. I mean, realistically, couldn't they just plant behind a Monty? That could work for them. Nobody will be able to find an angle. Benja has went for a deep dive into the bomb site, but Zeus will shut down. Gorgie has pistoled Zeus on the other side, and if somehow rotate into B, but Pat comes out with a double kill. He drops into server, red pings, just starts firing and finds two of them.
It's troll time. It's back to Heroic's troll time yesterday that we saw on Chalet. Why, oh why, are we bringing in Osa and a Monty and yet not planting behind either? Obviously, the Osa shields get destroyed. The Monty's pushing in a little bit deeper. But I just feel like there was still too much of an overcommitment. Grizzly died inside of the other site. He wasn't even inside of default or anything. He pushed all the way through trying to chase Zeus out.
My goodness. Coalesce will be happy with that round. They really will be. Pat stepped up to play all he needed to find some kills there, and he found 2 of them. I don't think he was aiming for a double kill, but they just lined up for him. Moments like that you need to take for granted, and you'll take them all day of the week. As long as it wins you the round, that's all that matters. I'm really surprised Heroic just didn't go for like the Monty plant behind. They tried to obviously focus on the Osa shields. We seen a plant be attempted, a great impact nade from above. It's able to get that radius and get that splash damage to break the shield. But yeah, I just think they probably just could have planted behind the Monty, and there's not much they could have done. Sure, there's echo drones, but there was about half the round still to go. That's never going to be able to stall it out for the entirety. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, goodness gracious. We've barely even finished berating the last attempt, and already Sloth has got an Amaru in his hand, and he's trying to Gara hook through CEO windows. Is this the kind of night it's going to be? I mean, at least we're waiting. At least we're waiting for some sort of call. Maybe waiting for the drone to go through. Calls it as clear.
Yellow pings.
He's got some information to work from here, but he gets sat down! Pat picks up 2! Shatte can't get the refrag, and Pat has gotten away with murder. He's still got pings to be working from. He knows that there's going to be somebody out there on the repel. Grizzly, at this point, you're going to be a little bit concerned to try and challenge onto that. Pat's still being pressured here. Hasn't got a lot of HP. Eventually finished off. That is a costly trade.
Yeah, Heroic trying to utilize the rat plays, trying to get the Amaru in, but Pat has just shut 2 players down. Phenomenal work from him. That has really killed off the momentum, I would say, Heroic we're looking to gain there with that Amaru swinging in, getting that early entry kill, but now it's caused them a bit more issues. I think if they didn't lose Shatte, I think they'd be in a good position, but because they did lose Shatte, maybe this is where they're lacking the sledge, a bit more vertical action. It's going to be difficult. Yes, they have the breaching charges, but is that going to be able to get every part of that ceiling in towards open area? Probably not, and even, you know, towards the tellers as well, they want to try and clear out, so a bit of an issue with losing the sledge. We'll see if they can come back from this one. It's going to be difficult, but if Benj is alive, I think there's always going to be a hope.
And you look at utility, there's still some hard breach available there. We've got Selma's and we've got Iskaros pellets. There's no nades in Benja's hand, but he's got plenty of stuns. And he's, of course, got the LMG. You've always got to give a little bit of respect to that gun. You can see he's just trying to tear through there into open. See if he can find any lucky headshots or any points of damage. Gorgona going to get chunked down as he challenges from the stairs. There is a line in the top of that wall that can be impact tricked on, but Lurie is in fact going to miss. A little bit of a high-pressure situation, trying to get both of them off at the same time. And with the site now being open, it opens things up for Benja. Is he going to be able to find a couple? Certainly does. Picks himself up too. Pushes in deep. Takes down Lurie. We've still got a player down here. Kane, it's all down to you. Benja, make that LMG sing. Life ping information for Kane, but it's not enough. Gorgona swings in there from Tellers, and he's able to collect the final kill.
Yeah, great work again there from Heroic, being able to rebounds from that sloppy opening, of course, losing those 2 initial players. Sloth, he really should be winning this engagement, shouldn't he? But, well, Pat was ready for him, and Benj, I mean, what do you say? All I mentioned, if Benj is alive, there's always going to be a possibility, and that certainly came to fruition. So, Heroic, 1-1 now. Still in these attacks, of course, and, I mean, for Coalesce, the main issue that they kind of suffered from, if we're comparing it to 86, was their defense. I would say if they get maybe 3 defenses, that would be really strong for me. I think a good kind of comeback from where they were in week 1. Still, you know, there could be potential for a 5-1 split. Still up there in the air, but I think Coalesce, I think they'll definitely have a few more defensive rounds in them here, Ollie.
It's 1-for-1, isn't it? You know, it's Coalesce have come in and they've managed to play really well into a rush round that Heroic tried to bring in round number 1. Heroic again have gone for a little bit of an unorthodox strategy in terms of Amaru in through you know, it's not necessarily something that you want to be trotting out as a strategy that's tried and true and can be used every round. It's going to work sometimes, but equally, there's others that it's not. And Heroic did a really good job of salvaging, I think, that previous round. You know, they didn't have a great deal really going for them. They just had a bit of hard breach and Benja with an LMG, and it turns out that's all they needed. So, Coalesce, plenty of time here to try and bounce back. But I think that the slower that Heroic do start to take these rounds, the more dangerous it's going to become here for Coalesce, because, you know, you iron out a couple of those early mistakes, and all of a sudden things start to become a little bit of a different ball game, and Coalesce won't have as an easier time trying to deal with these plays. Sloth getting a lot of value there out of the shock drone, removing the ADS and the bulletproof shield.
Bulletproof shield?
Or a bulletproof camera. I mean, if a Twitch drone...
Don't try and break the game, please.
If a Twitch drone can get rid of a bulletproof shield, I think Twitch will be picked every round.
Pat's got another kill on the Sloth. Looks as if Pat maybe has his number, and Gorgie's going to try and go for the turtle plant. Has a smoke over to his right, but no, Kane jumps in from above. My goodness, how did he end up jumping off the railing on Banana? Lack of cover coming in from Heroic. Benja is somehow in the bomb site. Also in Grizzly, he's window shopping right now, Ollie.
He's going to make a purchase. Picks one up onto Kane. Half of the round remains. I'm not sure if we could look back at that round and say that Grizzly maybe missed a little bit of an opportunity there, but he certainly had a lot of things to be watching. Gonna go for the little bait open, that long corridor. Probably isn't working with a lot of information here, as he's only got a couple of stuns to go with. Six drones left, not in his possession, but potentially some thrown out there. More than likely, a couple have gone in the pockets.
You say that, Ollie, but like the way he's kind of maneuvering on this top floor doesn't look as if they have any information of where they could be. He's a little bit unsure. You see just how he's kind of approaching this at the moment. So, looks as if Heroic haven't been using their drone placements all too well. Grizzly now will rotate over towards that main desk, and now looking to swing in towards that Eller's door. Will be met with a couple of gunshots, and now has to back away and goes for a flashbang, but Zeus is there. Coalesce, they will take their second defense.
When are we going to remove the beepers?
Oh, no, that's the classic from Bank. You can't do that.
Remove the beepers, give the man a chance.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, is the mechanic where you punch it first, then they won't go off? Is that mechanic still a thing?
That sounds like something that someone that crouch walks around a lot would know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah, basically, if you go up to... I used to do it all the time whenever you walk into the double door and open area, when you have those free beepers at the start. I'm pretty sure if you punch them, then you walk through it and they don't go off. I don't know. It used to do that. I don't know if that's still a mechanic. But I'm only going off what knowledge I know from beforehand, so yeah, that's all my knowledge used up for today.
Give it a test. Try it out.
Fact, you know, tricks and tips here. We do it all.
Call in if it's good.
Can we not get this in the radio? We could. Wait, we have a radio host on the roster, don't we?
We do. I'm sure he's got a bit of experience with the call-in show.
Yep. Potential.
Coalesce currently in the lead, 2 rounds to 1. We are yet to see Heroic take a round, air quotes, super seriously. They are relying off the back of quick little rush plays and bits of fancy footwork.
And Benja. And Benja, of course. Yeah, don't forget about that.
And there's only so much that one man can do.
I do feel sorry for Benja, because I do think since he's joined this roster, he's been... has he had a bad game? I don't know. I think in every game I watch, he always does something. I think he is, you know, obviously, that talent... off that player has been a big success now for Heroic, and like you said, do they maybe rely on him too much? You know, one man can do so much.
Never mind a nook to crouch walk into garage, just do it on Ossa. What Shatter's going for right now is... You can see a little bit of information there being thrown around. I think that was a yokai drone that actually got destroyed.
Hello, he's hot dropped in from the back! He came into lobby, down the vault hatch, he's got a freebie on Telluri, and Coalesce are none the wiser. It's silly season. What?
Well, it's silly season if he gets
Hello?
2. Noah picked one up in between, but it's not really going to be enough, is it? If Grizzly's already decimating in onto the site, Sloth now has thought, I better join the party as well. Looks a bit panicked. He's going to start to try and get the plant down in a fairly unorthodox position. But remember, Garage has been taken and it can be held very easily from the Garage. Kane looking now to push his way on down as the smoke dissipates. It doesn't really get any clearer as to which direction he should be going. The nade gets sent on round and Sloth follows it up with a swing.
Oh, well. It is montage plays at the end of the day. That's what it is, Ollie. You know what Grizzly's done is crazy, if you think about it. Hot dropping that hatch. Thankfully, though, for Grizzly, Coalesce just never would have thought that this would happen, but it has. There was obviously a very heavy roam presence from Coalesce. Heroic just decided to ignore that. I think all of them had a different idea of how they wanted to attack that. You think about one guy coming in from dirt, one guy hot dropping the hatch, one guy
even
in garage.
individually. Yeah, individually.
They all had a
Heroic
different,
idea. Yeah.
All of them. They just thought, you know what, I'm going to do this. I don't care what he does, and somehow it's worked.
Yeah, that was the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's whoever is the loudest is going to get the support, and I reckon Grizzly will have been screaming as soon as he's hot dropped successfully and got himself into some sort of position that he's able to do something with, and backing it up with 2 kills just furthered the point. Shate wasn't in a bad position either. Also pushing through Garage, I kind of joked about it a little bit at the time, but those shields are really handy, especially if you can set them up on the ramp, and with the plant position that Sloth chose to actually attempt to get the diffuser down in, and successfully did, it would have been really easy to hold from there. So their attack did have some sort of semblance of working together, but it only all came together at the last moment, but sometimes that's how the best ones do look.
Here we go now, as we move into the next round, and Coalesce still think that they need to get another good defense, really set them up for a potential win. Coalesce are doing a good job at the moment. Ollie still have been able to battle back Heroic, and I think Heroic, maybe after those first few rounds, this is where they need to maybe kind of zone in and try and really focus and kind of show Coalesce that respect.
They're not going to be able to play Silly Siege all night. It's not going to fly.
They'll try.
They probably will try. And it probably will work, but it isn't going to make for an even heart rate, is it? It's going to make for some exciting viewing. There's going to be ups and downs if they do just continue in that fashion. Slight bit of a change up here. Shate going to be pushing through on the sledge this time instead. Maybe just a nice gun and a couple of nades. There's not really too much that you're going to look toward the sledgehammer to do here. Maybe the Ossa Shield could have done a little bit more, but he's already found quite a good position and can push the site and pinch it in 2. Is he going to pick up a second? Look at him go! Finally gets shut down by Lurifax, but again, the damage has been done. Gone 6 onto the barbed wire that's sitting on main stairs.
He's got suppressor!
Grizzly?
What's
Where is
doing
the
with
push
suppressor?
going
What's
to come from?
Look at the size of that thing. I don't know. I don't know how Garage is once again being left unattended by Coalesce. They're just giving it up for absolute buttons, and I just don't understand why. Shate, he's a creature of habit. He's going to keep doing those same plays over and over again until somebody stops him, because he knows if it's going to keep working, and he'll just keep doing it. It's 3 kills for himself. And Coalesce now with a minute to go. Both of them are inside of the site, but they have gave full control over to Heroic in towards the server. They've strutted into the bomb site. Grizzly will try and get the diffuser down, and Lurie, all by his lonesome, moves into good angle being held by Gorgona. Heroic, another defense, or sorry, another attack won by them, and that defense did not stand a chance.
You've got to be hot on your toes. And I think as much as we're sort of having a bit of a laugh and a joke with the way that Heroic are approaching this, Coalesce they should know what's coming now. You should have a pretty clear idea that you are going to be rushed somewhere. So play things that are going to help a rush. Play things like Elysian, play things like Malusi, play things that have barbed wire. You know, give yourself information. Have someone sat on useful cameras at the start of the round. Put a bulletproof inside a garage. Do something to enable your survivability past the first 30 seconds of the round. Because at the moment, all Heroic are doing is seeing 1 or 2 little ends and absolutely driving a wedge through it and exploiting it.
Final defense for Coalesce. 4-2 split would be very, very good for Heroic. Coalesce still think need that extra defense ollie to give them a fighting chance. You have to remember as well that Viperio 86, they let a few things slip in the defense, didn't they? They got overwhelmed by a Ying, for example, that Coalesce were able to bring out. I don't think Heroic will be that, you know, forgiven. I think that they'll be on their toes. I think that, again, they'll play that aggressive playstyle. They'll try and just pick off the Ying before the utility even gets used. That's just what Heroic's going to do. They have that gun skill, they have that confidence. It's, you know, there's a lot of things that kind of stack up against Coalesce at that stage. Heroic, and on these windows, Grizzly just loves kind of patrolling that area. Opens up the Canto position to try and root out any of the roamers upstairs. It kind of cuts off that long corridor, and see no one out. Can't play as aggressively, I'm sure, as what you would want to. Gorgona opens up that castle barricade. Kane actually finds Sloth, and Kane finds his second onto Gorgona. These double kills from Coalesce are really mudding the enemies. Heroic don't really know what they want to do now. Again, they've lost that main pushing force, and Kane with a triple kill. How is he allowed just to rotate around like that?
Benja's lost in the sauce there. I'm sorry. Pat comes in and puts Shate out of his misery, and it is all down to Grizzly on the rappel. There's a lot of information to be going with here, but you've got to question how that round goes so badly. How does Kane get himself 3 kills basically without moving his feet? The push from Heroic certainly found to be lacking. Grizzly does have a chance here to try and pick himself up some cheap kills and pad the stats a little bit. It'd be a stretch to say that he's got a chance to win the round. It all depends on how peaky Coalesce get. But even with 1:15 left, I doubt that they are going to have too much of a problem taking a step back and not really looking to get themselves engaged in too many gunfights here. Grizzly going to go for a bit of a hot drop, see if he can take the fight to his opponent. Just see with the way that the defenders here for Coalesce are spread out that they have got no intention on making this easy. No intention of splitting off and giving any sort of 1 versus 1s. Grizzly, though, picks himself up another. Kane, going to be the next player to fall. 45 seconds and 3 kills to find. There is a point where this becomes scarily doable, but it all relies on Coalesce making quite a few errors from this point onward. Well, Noah, he's going to find the nice angle there from the bottom of the stairs, right the way to the tippity top.
Ooh, good shot.
Gets to pixel enough to shut Grizzly down and lock that round in for Coalesce, leveling things up.
Yeah, good half, I think, from Coalesce. Now, the pressure is, of course, on them. I would say more than anything, they need to be able to clean up these attacks and make sure they're strong enough to go against Heroic. What's the odds that Heroic jump out a window? What do you reckon?
Probably high. I was thinking of like an odd, and then I couldn't remember if it was like...
See,
I couldn't remember if like 50-1 was good or if like 1-50 was bad.
As you're kind of debating the odds there, it was quite a long pause, Ollie. I'm sure you'll agree with that. I just hear Bedix, our observer, just goes, yes. That's it, just... that's
it's
the
just
odds,
a straightforward yes. The odd is a yes. It did make me laugh. I did see Gorgona put in a claymore on a window earlier on. And I thought it's almost like he's playing his own team in his head. Because that's just something that...
It works against my team,
yeah,
so surely...
that's something that Coalesce needs to be doing, is they need to be placing claymores outside of popular windows. Because that's going to net them kills here. Especially if we descend even further into Silly Siege.
Which I think is definitely goes through consideration. Heroic have brought, I would say, quite a good lineup as well. It's not as if you're seeing those silly operators, Ollie. It's quite fairly common to see this setup. You have, of course, the Wamais and the Maestro, which are 2 of the most common operators. No Castle, which is probably the only thing that would probably shake you for the open area. But you still have the Impacts to try and deny access to that quad wall if you need it. We'll see if they can maybe go for that roam game. I'm sure they'll be looking for rotates upstairs. They'll try anything they can. Sloth is just let that drone slide right across the table, destroy his Maestro camera. That's not a good start for them in the utility department. And that Maestro camera is usually very valuable as well, Ollie. It kind of gives that information to where teams want to try and plant, which is in behind that bomb chassis and kitchen.
It's a lot of info to lose early on, and it gives Sloth something to think about now for the remainder. He knows he's got to keep his eye on that bulletproof. Oh, sorry, on that door, because the camera that he was looking to rely on has actually disappeared. And see Lurie just opening up a little bit of an angle there, seeing if he can catch anybody out on a rotation. Coalesce really rushing this. It's nice to see them going through the motion and just taking things step by step. You know, they need to gain that map control. They need to get themselves in and really start to establish some of these positions, because it's going to be very difficult to deal with, you know, the sort of power positions that we see being held here by Heroic. Maybe a little bit more vert could be on the cards. Pat on fire tonight will get taken out there by Gorgona. A little bit of a trade coming through there, and that's exactly what Heroic need, and it's really what Coalesce don't. They don't want to be losing Pat there just as he gets a little bit too overzealous and goes for the repeat. Time now to look toward opening up that staff wall.
That quad wall, it's the important one as well that we need to try and focus on and make sure that that can be opened up in good time. The Thatcher's on the board. In comes the Thermite charge, where Sloth should do his job, and he does that extremely well. In comes the second. I'm sure the second impact will follow, and it will. They do. Oh, he's missed it. However, the wall will get opened up, and Sloth is punished for that as he gets eliminated right off the rip. Benja has to go for a big flank, has to go for this big play. Is Coalesce, have they got the information? No, they do not. Benji is going to go absolutely massive, and he will do that. There's still two more. C4 going to be prepped. Actually rotates back in the site. What a play from Benji. He keeps himself alive, and it's still going to be a menace.
How does Benja get away with that? Kane puts a couple of shots in onto the foot, but Benja ends up shutting him down all the same. Gorgona finding that final kill. Benja receiving the credit for the down that he got earlier. Blue, you can't attack that site without having a good handle of what's going on in blue. There's 3 people inside of open at the moment, albeit one of them's downed. But you've got to have somebody looking at that blue door. There was still somebody upstairs as well playing on the double at the top of square. Pretty unforgivable stuff there from Coalesce, and it's a shame because they did everything else really well inside of that round. We credited them and praised them for their early sort of utility game. The Flores drones got so much value in the opening part of the round, but it was all it all just went to nothing off the back of one flank.
It's not about how you start, all. It's all about how you finish. That's the main thing that we focus on. Sure, you can do everything perfect up until that point, but if the ending isn't right, it's going to leave a sour taste, and you're going to lose that round, isn't it? So that's what we have to focus on. As long as you win the round, that's all that matters. No matter how good it is, no matter how bad it is, round win is a round win. In every player's books, they will tell you that. As long as they win, that's all that matters.
It's Game of Thrones Season 7, isn't it? It doesn't matter how good it was. It matters how it finished. It finished rubbish. And that's exactly the same as a round of Siege. Doesn't matter how you start. It doesn't matter. You could get an opening kill. You could get a wallbang through a barricade. Doesn't matter. Got to win the round, and that's exactly what Coalesce were able to not do there. Sorry, Benja. Excuse me.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, actually, I think we were actually debated there, because that was a classic. He shot at the same time as somebody died, and we thought he got wallbanged. That's one of those.
I thought that was.
Actually wasn't. No.
I mean, excuse me. That's just as good. We've literally just seen what we asked for. Yep. Noah has managed to wallbang Benja through about 16 walls there. God, the pressure on this opening engagement's massive.
Side's just taking shots and seeing what happens. So it will be a trade. Benja goes down, but remember, Benja did get his opening kill nonetheless. Capcan from Chate. See if those will be spotted out. Or will we see some explosions? That's 3 of them, I believe, stacked up on that double door moving in towards that open area. You would expect that to be drone, considering where the drones are coming in from, in towards lobby. That should be checked. If it doesn't, it's an unforgivable sin, isn't it?
Stacking Capcans up is one of the most satisfying things in this game. It is.
We play with someone who is very
a connoisseur.
Well, not mention him because he gets too much mentions. But I mean, they've been caught out there. They've been found out, and don't see any fireworks here moving in towards the open area. And this is where Coalesce can now start to really set out how they want to attack this bomb site. Hatches are going to be opened up, no surprise there. They have the Thatcher, so the Kite Pick isn't really going to do much for Grizzly in this scenario. Harbridge Gadget's also being brought in to open up the back hatches. which maybe they might try and abuse the Ying. We've seen that happen from Coalesce when we were up against 86 last week, was they were using that Ying to get in access to Vault, so maybe that's going to be the same plan for them. Oh, Bracy forward to stop
it's one way of dealing with some Excaros pellets, isn't it, the C4, but I think that Grizzy will have probably had a kill on his mind there. He was maybe hoping for something a little bit more. Although we did just hear the pellets actually get popped off again. I think the electrical must have just been replaced at the right second. Maybe he was actually playing for the Excaros pellets, as that's going to cut off that hatch from getting open. Especially given that Zeus doesn't have any Excaros left in the tank. They're going to have to now push essentially through this janky hole that has been made inside of the reinforcement. The Ying comes through as the Candelas rain on out, but Gorgona, right place, right time on the Warden to take Zeus down. Unaffected by the Candela, and a big firefight will ensue. Coalesce battling tooth and nail. 5 seconds left. Chate Gorg, keep yourselves alive, boys. You are going to lock in that round.
Yeah, the Warden, strong pick, and I mean, I suppose it's a very good counter. If Heroic were watching Coalesce versus Viperio 86, they would have seen that Ying was a big crutch. I'm surprised they didn't get banned, in all honesty, but I suppose if they're feeling confident that, hey, they can bring the Ying, we'll just bring a Warden, there's going to be no issues there, so we will see the timeout now coming from Coalesce, and we'll see what they can do. However, it looks as if they maybe called it a little bit too late there, Ollie. We didn't get to see the pause. Unfortunate.
Too late was the cry. 5-3. Not a bad time to take your time out. As it stands, if Heroic gain another round, they will be on match point. Still, you can take your time out there if you would wish. But you kind of want to get ahead of that. You don't want to let it get to 6, and with the way that Coalesce have played tonight, they've not played terribly. You know, there's some good points that they can take away from this. They've had a very strong opening. It's almost been the battle between Pat and Benja for that opening engagement. See which direction it will go. Heroic just showing that they've got a little bit more depth in what they are trying to do here. Going to take us up to that top floor.
And we go to the top floor. Grizzly, what are you doing? Absolute freebie. He's holding a sign saying, come get your kills. And they've done that. There's a Claymore. I'm sure that's going to come in handy. We know this is going to come in handy. It's not even a question.
It's just a matter of time. It's
it's
more when, not if.
I'm going to go with 45 seconds. What are you going to go with?
45 seconds left?
Yeah, 45 seconds, someone will jump out that window.
I reckon if someone's going to jump out, it's probably going to be before that.
Right, well, give me a time.
The minute mark.
The minute mark, okay. Minute and 45 seconds. Sloth rotates below, finds Pat. He's by himself, which is a bit surprising. It's good that they're trying to use the nades from below. There's a lot of verticality that you can gain from going downstairs, but you need to support him.
Zeus is going to be looking to try and deploy some of those shields, although does make his way up onto the roof. Still Noah out on the rappel. And he's almost baiting at this point. Noah's the guy that's placed 2 claymores. Noah's the one that's already got an opening pick. And he's holding the window. He's almost baiting for the kill here. And Chate just playing that dangerous game of C4. Is it going to land? And yes, it will. Threaded beautifully. Oh. Benja picks himself up too. Lyri and Zeus just go falling. There is a ping on Benja's location. It's going to be no surprise that he's inside of stock. Flash comes through. Benja, patience pays, and he dips himself back, holds the angle from an alternate position, just crouched behind the benches. Of course, he wins the gunfight. 3 kills on the round, just recovering from being full white flashed. Still manages to find it.
Unbelievable. Second time in a row over the course of the 2 days, Ollie, where we've seen just one player swing out that double window in the loan office and being able to find 2 kills as easy as that. I think that teams, maybe they should start thinking, you know what, let's just take that room so that doesn't happen. I'm surprised that teams don't take that room. I think if you're going for that top floor, that cuts off a lot of avenues. I think it gives you good control on anyone maybe rotating out with the janitors as well, Ollie. So it could be a room that teams maybe want to look at and think, if it is causing us issues, we should maybe start trying to take that. Because I just think it should be natural to try and take control of that loan office.
Yeah, I agree. And it is the perfect stage and the perfect platform for somebody like Benja to just appear. When you've not said his name for a few seconds, you're sort of focused on something else, someone's rappelling up onto the roof, and you're thinking, okay, they're just sort of getting ready for stage 2, they're going to start to push through, and bang, Benja just appears out of nowhere, whack-a-mole style, jumps up, grabs 2, and sticks around long enough to pick the 3rd as well. Coalesce, there's not a great deal that you can do against that. In the moment, you've got to do work beforehand, like you say, taking inside of that stock room, making sure that it's a point that you're actually getting a little bit of control of earlier on, going and opening up Kanto spot, go and open up that really long line of sight so that no one can rotate into there, have someone dedicated watching it. Plenty of different ways of working around it, but so far Heroic proving themselves the better team here tonight, currently lead 6 rounds to 3.
See how this game potentially could end, of course. One more round for Heroic, and that's it. Done and dust it, pack your bags. Coalesce need to do something big here for the attacks. They haven't done anything to talk about at the moment. Their lineup is fairly standard, Ollie. Run-of-the-mill, you can't really ask for anything else. They're not going for that Ying that we're kind of used to seeing them play. It is a very standard lineup. Heroic, they're going to be doing that crazy shenanigans again. I'm sure they probably will. I mean, all this comes down to Coalesce. It's all them. They're the attacking side. They're the ones who have to make a move. If they do nothing, defense will win. That's what it's always been. Some drones will spot out Benja, and he is in a very risky position. Has been essentially trapped. There is Grizzly will support his teammate, punches a window and finds a kill onto Noah. What's going on here? Benja is even moving away from his trapped corner and now looking for some more picks. Everyone has came in aid of Heroic. But nope, I say that. Down goes Benja.
Benja and Pat, the war continues to wage, and Pat gets the better of Benja in this round. Still at an equal man count, it isn't going to leave either team in too bad of a spot. Benja got a bulletproof that he can sit on for the time being and see if there's anything that he can gather, and Noah will be flicking if there are any drones in position. Grizzly still hiding under the desk. Is he going to get... Oh, no. No, Zeus knows. Zeus has seen him. That is through a droning right there. That is exactly what you want out of the people that are droning you in. You want them to be droning every single nook and cranny. And that is exactly how you do it.
LMGs are still up and kicking, Ollie, which is always going to be a big bonus for the attacks, of course. However, you need to start thinking about rotating down and opening up some of these reinforced walls. See, Gorgona, he's going to be on the Maestro of the impacts. Maybe he wasn't happy with Sloth's performance. Sloth, of course, missed one of his impacts, and that meant that quad wall was opened up successfully. A lot of this comes down to Coalesce and their flank protection. That was kind of what broke the camel's back, was that single bit of straw. And you can see that they're making sure that's ready. They got the drones in place. They're doing some sight droning now as well, seeing where players are going to be positioned. I mean, you're going to know the impact trick's going to come out. You know that's going to be a given at any moment in time. It's just, can the Maestro, can he land those impact tricks?
It becomes more about what can you do at the same time to try and help the impact trick go through. Jate picking up a kill onto Lurie. That's a big frag at this moment in time. It's going to really free up that side of the map. He's going to pick himself up a second over onto Kane. There are nades coming through the hatch, but it isn't really amounting to all that much. Zeus has still got 2 exothermics in his pocket, and they will probably remain there for the rest of the round, as it's going to be an impact that sees the last kill come through. Sloth there, hitting him from long range, as that's a GG for Heroic. They are going to take bank 7-3.
Wow, what a performance from Heroic. Didn't drop a single defense, just clean right the way through. It was a little bit worrying on the attack, Ollie. They made some questionable plays, and to be fair, I think Coalesce, they've shown that they have some good gunners. They were definitely picking up some great kills, but I think Benja had a big part to say in how the attacks went out for Heroic. Grizzly's kind of one-man show play, it worked really well, so there was some individual brilliance from Heroic, and I mean, that's kind of what it was. I wouldn't say Heroic played the best Siege that we've ever seen them play. They were they were wide apart, weren't they, Ollie? They, you know, compared to what we're used to seeing from this heroic side, it's very solo, by themselves, playstyle, you know, differing, of course, from that main lineup that we see in EUL.
Yeah, it's a lot more individual, isn't it? You're looking more for those hero plays, and we got to see some tonight, and they're always exciting when you do, you know, whether it's Grizzly dropping a back hatch, whether it's Benja on the flank on the mute and still making it happen with the SMG-11. You know, either one of those are very entertaining to watch, and even Shate, I think we've got to give him a bit of a highlight, obviously stepping in at the last moment, and some of the plays that he was making inside a garage, and, you know, just the way that the whole round and the whole game was working for them as a whole. But yeah, night and day difference as soon as they switch on to the defense. It was very clear that they had a little bit more strategy and they were willing to play a little bit more coordinated on that defender side.
Yeah, of course, Coalesce, that means that they still have yet to get a win in this competition, but they have had a run, a very, very tough run, Ollie, in terms of who they've had to play so far. I say that it still doesn't get any better. I think they've got TENSTAR next, and I think Victus after that for next week. I think Coalesce really need to start preparing, I think, to go up against RCTIC at the moment. I think RCTIC is definitely the game that they would need to win. You know, if we're being realistic at the moment, I don't know where Coalesce go from here. It's going to be really, really difficult for them next week as well.
Well, let's see what our analysts have to say about that one. Snurry, Jerry, Novi, please take that one away.
Thank you very much, Demo and Ollie, for casting that one. And Novi, business as usual.
Yeah, business as usual. I don't know what was going on in that first half, I'll be honest. Like, that was a wild ride by Heroic, but like, let's be honest, they, you know, as soon as the side swap, they were like, all right, boys. Well, I don't know what I'm doing with my hands, but, you know, like, just focusing. Similar to what we saw with NAVI when things were going a bit awry. It was like secretly I was like, no, okay, we need to win. Let's just do this and get it out of the way.
Jerry, I think you could draw a straight line from the end of Heroic's game yesterday and the end of Coalesce's game yesterday, and that would be the script for today. It followed the script, right? Coalesce, they started off, they had some good rounds in them, some nice individual performances from the likes of Pat, the likes of Kane, and then, you know, on the other side of things, Heroic, they do a little bit of trolling, and they lose a few rounds here or there. They decide to go for a dirt rush one round, Amari strats, you know, the business, and then they think, okay, 3-3, let's lock it down, and they just got the job done, rather.
The dirt rush, though, it was like, yeah, we rushed through the sewers, got the guy in the hatch, and then it was just like, now we're just going to be standing here and droning out, and it's just like Zeus is just waiting on the site, and then they have an Osa and a Monty, and then Monty goes chasing, you know, waterfalls with a pistol and a diffuse kit, so it's like, that, I mean, but yeah, I mean, as Coalesce here, though, like, what are the positives? You guys already mentioned a little bit of it, and Demo and Ollie mentioned, like, the individual plays, but are you happy as Coalesce to get this game out of the way, or are you disappointed because you were hoping to at least take them to overtime or even get a win here?
The one thing I wanted to see them do today was keep their heads, and I think they've done that, right? They didn't show signs of being really undisciplined, really over-emotional or anything, and I think they went into this game with the right mindset, and they've come out of it with a good learning experience and a positive one. So that's the key thing. We've seen improvement from them over the course of 4 play days. You know, they've struggled with 7-2 losses. This was a 7-3. They've gotten some more defensive rounds under their belt. So yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of this cohesion come together, and that's really the big takeaway for Coalesce today.
That's the big takeaway from Coalesce, but let's hear it with Shatta, if we can get the big takeaway here from Heroic in the interview. Moro Shatta, how are you doing?
Moro, I'm doing fantastic, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you for asking. It's not every time I get to interview a world champion, I have to admit, or even like one of the greatest content creators in the Nordic, of course. But how is it? This is your second game now as a substitute in the NPL, and how does it feel to be back here in a competitive setting for the second time?
I mean, it's fun as always. Whenever I'm needed, I'm there. I mean, it's always like a nice opportunity to play, and I can't complain. It's always fun.
I heard a certain someone whining a little bit in Twitch chat that you had a couple of TKs today in ranked, and he was worried that you were going to see the same thing today, but we didn't get to see that. But we did get to see some interesting Osa Monty plays there. Would you become a world champion if you can't plant in CCTV with both a Monty and an Osa on team?
I mean, I don't know, probably not, probably not. But yeah, I feel like, especially like in bank basement attack, it's Osa and Mountain are incredibly strong. So I think they're always never a bad pick.
So a little bit of a joke aside here, we saw that some of the boys at Coalesce were having some really good individual performances there. We talked about it on Desk. Ollie and Demo mentioned it a little bit as well before they parted ways, I was going to say. What are your thoughts on this Coalesce, that they're now a team that has no points after 4 days? Do you feel that that's really affected in the scoreline, or do you feel like they're getting a little bit cheated by the results here?
I don't know. Like, I don't know basically what is their problem. I haven't followed like too closely. Like, see like what is the reason that like they're losing the games. But I feel like they have like basic, like okay basic strats, but they always like, I think they also rely on individual like performance, and that's not too long lasting basically.
Yeah.
I think that might be it, but I cannot say for sure. Like, I don't know what's the problem.
Perhaps a bit of an unfair question, of course, to someone who's busy creating some content in the meanwhile as well. But I was just thinking in terms of, if I can rephrase, like in the way of the individual performances today, would you expect them to be a better team, if I can rephrase it that way? If that makes sense.
Not really.
Like, no,
really.
That I'll skip the question, so that's all good. But so Shotta. Shotta, we're just going to wrap it up. I'm being told here. So is there anything you would like to say out there to your fans and to the viewers watching Heroic dominating their way through the MPL?
Hey, I just want to say thank you again. Like always, much love to the community, and yeah, I hope someday I can play again.
Oh, there you go. Thank you so much, Shotta, for taking the time to come here to the interview, of course, and have a great evening.
Hey, you too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now, it's not every day I get to throw a curveball at a former world champions, and I just like, but there you have it. It's a bit of an unfair question to ask Shotta. Like,
you've teased out some ambition in him there, though. It's good
that's
to
true.
hear. Like
true.
He still wants to get up there and compete more. So that's really cool to hear. And yeah, I feel like your calm and like positive demeanor has brought that out in him. So yeah.
Cunning. 200 IQ is like it's gonna be the next article on CGD tomorrow. Shotta hints at return to pro player or something like that. It's like 2 world champion team. I mean he's already a sub. It's like, okay, so now the rumors are gonna start. I've just started the snowball for Heroic to like unravel the team, because now they're gonna start bantering on the team. Like, wait, is Shotta going back into the roster? Like, who's he swapping with? It's like, oh my god. It's like. Sorry, Moodot. I didn't mean to create the drama. Sorry, Moodot. But from one drama to another one, we're going to have another amazing matchup after this one between Victus and MNM Academy. You do not want to miss this game, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slotha just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 use that. What?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is going to be an incredible matchup between Victus and MNM Academy. And returning to the desk with me is, of course, Demo and Ollie. Now, you guys just casted this on Bank, and I asked this question to the other guys, and of course I have to ask it to you as well. Ollie, business as usual in the previous matchup?
I think so, yeah. I think, you know, we saw Heroic trying a couple of wacky things on the attack and just tightening things up when they had to on the defense. I don't think that there's any real surprise there in the way that they played. Coalesce, on the flip side, they took advantage of the game that was presented to them. And, you know, there were a couple of rounds that they were able to pick up there. And I think, you know, they'll probably be able to go back and VOD review that and understand, you know, what they could do better in situations where they are being rushed or where they are being pressured heavily in that early part of the round.
Is there anything to add to that, Demo, or should we just skip ahead?
I think we skip. I think everyone knows it's just Heroic. That's what they're going to do, isn't it?
It is what they're going to do. They're called Heroic after all, so Heroic effort. So, Demo, since we are on you, would you like to bring us into this Victus roster and your thoughts about this roster thus far in the season?
So, here's the thing about Victus where it puts me. I think they've looked really good at the moment. Obviously, top of the table, have a chance now to go 4-0 and still be up there with Heroic. I still need to see this team be tested by likes of NAVI and by Heroic. I think that's probably going to be the best way we see them match up. They have another good opponent here tonight in MNM Academy, who I think will cause them issues. I think we've kind of alluded to that maybe map selection from 86 last night wasn't the greatest of choices. You know, we haven't really seen Victus really branch out into different maps, so I think we still need this team to be put through a couple more tests and trials before we do say, yeah, they're going to be the real deal. Because I want to see them here tonight on a different map that isn't Villa, that isn't Cafe. And they go in and they just do the same thing again. Consistency is the key, and if you want to be the best, you need to be consistent.
Absolutely, especially in a league that lasts as long as this one does as well, with the transfer window in the middle of everything. So you haven't been really sold by the charm offensive yet, it seems, by the Victus boys here, but I do think it's a very good point here.
No, I have.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I want to see more before I'm really, really convinced.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit more. You're teased enough. You're like, it's the flirt is there, but you need to know that you can commit long term. There we go. So I'm apparently a bit easier to charm than Demo, and that makes sense because, I mean, look at Demo. I mean, it takes a little bit to get him charmed. But Ollie, someone who's definitely charmed you over the years is the org, of course, of MNM, and here's their academy team. Anything you would like to add here from the roster thus far in the season?
I think MNM they impressed me with the way that they conducted themselves yesterday. I think at the time it was something that we commented on in the game. MNM were very disciplined, and they were showing sort of experience of a team far above their station at the moment as an academy team, in the way that they weren't chasing in some rounds. They were focusing objective in other rounds, even if they had an advantage, and they were more than happy to throw in that hamburger call, as we like to call it, and throw in that everybody stop what you're doing and start playing properly. And then that was something that was really nice. There was, you know, a couple of big plays as well getting thrown in there. I think Skiddy did particularly well yesterday. Eco had some really important rounds. There was, you know, MNM were the team that could clutch yesterday. Now, they shouldn't have to be the team that can clutch. You know, we want to see them in a commanding position. We want to see them in a position where they're able to, you know, do what they've practiced and do what they've trained for, and not have to pull rounds out of the bag. But they showed that they were capable of doing that yesterday. Are they going to be able to get a win tonight? I guess only time will tell. I'm really interested on the map, honestly, for this one.
I think that makes three of us, and maybe even way more than that as well. But what does a fiery matchup need? It needs a fiery head-to-head with two incredible individual performances thus far in the season. And Ollie, I'm going to let you start off with this one. Is there anything in particular here that really shines out or stands out here for you in this matchup?
I mean, Skiddy Oscar, it's a good comparison to make, isn't it? I know at the start of this week when we were planning, you know, the head-to-heads and stuff like that, and we were looking at who's done well, it was very difficult to not pick a lot of Victus players, but this was one that we genuinely can pick a Victus player in because they are playing here and now, and Oscar's done pretty well up until this point. 75% cost, 9-3 on the opening, 1.6 KD. Sorry, 1.56 KD. Stacked up against Skiddy, though, it's a very similar story. And Skiddy only just lacking behind there a little bit in the cost. But we got to interview Oscar yesterday, and he was pretty chill, pretty cool. So I think if he's able to continue in that sort of mindset and in that play style, there's no reason why we won't see him again.
Demo?
Yeah, good comparison. Two players which have really hit this league running, I would say. Skiddy maybe not getting the wins compared to what Oscar has, and maybe it's always a difficult one whenever you see a great player like Skiddy and the team isn't getting the wins. You wonder, is that potential, is it being wasted perhaps? Who knows? I think MNM Academy, I think what they showed me yesterday is they are a very, very good side who I think you have to respect in this league. I think that they can definitely come out here and beat Victus tonight. I think it is one of those games where it's on a nice edge. You have no idea where it's going to go. I mean, a lot of this could come down to who steps up today, because we've always mentioned, you're highlighting two players there who've had great seasons so far. Can they do it again today? Or maybe a new hero will arise from the ashes. Who knows?
Who knows? And one of the things that both of you have touched on thus far in this pre-match is, of course, the map, the crucial map where this is going to happen. And all you said you didn't want to see, was it Villa or Cafe or Villa from Viperio 86? Let's see if your wish has been granted. And the drum roll, exciting.
Please.
It's going to be Chalet, and it's going to be decided by Victus, who did ban away Theme Park. And I mean, that makes sense because we do remember MNM Academy getting a very good performance on Theme Park, if I remember correctly. Isn't that right, Demo?
Yeah, that was what they pulled out, I believe. It was against Coalesce, wasn't it? They pulled it out against them. Chalet has piqued my interest because, if I'm not mistaken, the remaining two maps from the map video yesterday between Victus and Viperio 86, it was between Chalet and it was between Villa. So to see Chalet also make it all the way through tells me that Victus, they want to play Chalet. I think maybe they wanted to play it yesterday as well. I think they're happy to play that map, so it's certainly one that they can work on the same boat. I'm sure MNM, they'll be more than happy to play Chalet. I think it has been a good map for them throughout the history of this side. I've seen plenty of times where Into the Breach was on Chalet, so I think it's going to be, again, another one of those matches which both teams will be happy to play.
And Ollie, we're seeing MNM choosing to go on the attack here. Would you care to share some thoughts as to why that's the case on a map such as Chalet?
I think it's very band dependent. We've often touted in the past, maps being heavily attacker or defender sided. I honestly think with the current state of the game that it's very band dependent. And we can even see attacker sided clubhouses as we have done previously today. Even with fairly well matched teams. So for me, it's going to be personal preference, I think, at this point, as to which side that you're going to want to start on. The interesting thing for me is that MNM haven't actually banned Chalet yet, and Victus have banned Chalet twice. So this is obviously a map that MNM are very open to going to, and that could be, it could be the start of something here for just showing Victus for what they truly are. Are they truly a world-beating team? Are they truly going to sit at the top of the table the entire season long? Or are they going to come up against a couple of bumps in the road?
Not a trial by fire here then for Victus to convince Demo, and of course MNM Academy waiting to get their feet on the ground and get a running start here, I was going to say, as they've been struggling a little bit up here in the second play week. And I do believe we're just waiting to be able to throw this over to the casters perhaps, and we are going to take it over to the casters, of course. And who is going to bring us to Chalet? Of course, it's going to be Jerry and Novi. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snarl. It's good to be back. And this is, I think, we get to cast 2 games today, Jerry. And I think the RCTIC RIDDLE one, we were kind of excited. We're like, this is to bottom of the team, sort of like struggling to get onto the leaderboard. Now, this is Victus, who look like the champion of the Victus MNM TENSTAR lot. Is this where MNM's going to go, actually, hold on, no, we are the best out of the rest, so to say? Is this where they're going to stamp their foot down?
It would be a really interesting sort of situation where if MNM Academy beat Victus today, we've seen TENSTAR beat MNM Academy, and we know historically that TENSTAR can get one over Victus, so this is kind of triangle, but then Victus are the ones in form as well. They might beat TENSTAR at some point when that comes down to it. So yeah, these are the 3 that are really big news. And it's important that you bring up TENSTAR because they lost today, and this is an opportunity for both sides to really keep pace, or in Victus's case, like storm ahead of the pack and, you know, join Heroic again at the very top of that standings table. So it could be a massive deal for both the sides. I am excited, as well as Demo and everyone else on the desk, about Chalet in particular, because of course this is just a storied map between the two sides across Rumble, across the previous UKIN 2 season. They've played it a lot, and I have so many instances in my mind of Skiddy popping off on this map, of Oscar, and everyone just like, this is very kind of trusted ground, understood ground for these sides. It's been moving its way into the kind of top 2 or 3 maps that we see a lot of, and for good reason. It's a very, very fun one.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite map in the pool by an absolute landslide. It is my favorite map. And it is so interesting seeing teams who, you know, might struggle at it on the start of the season, and then you can see when it clicks and they suddenly get their head around how to play this map, and then suddenly it opens up all these avenues. And I feel like we kind of saw that in the Heroic Coalesce game, Heroic RCTIC game yesterday, where, you know, suddenly something clicked and RCTIC was picking up rounds, and then you saw Heroic having to do things like jumping through windows, and it's such a dynamic field of play. Is one of those maps where you have to be willing to take risks. This is the kind of thing where, you know, some maps you can kind of lean into having, okay, if I'm on this angle, I can have someone covering me on this one. This is kind of the thing where if your teammate gets killed, you have to be willing to swing that, to trade that. If you don't, your team is massively far behind, and you've got to be willing to, as soon as you see that opportunity, go for it, or have a pretty darn good reason why you're not going to go for it.
Yeah, it's a very kind of clear-cut map, and those opportunities, they are far and few between, and they're very, very precise. Like, you think about how a lot of this map plays out, unless you're playing bottom floor, there's that, like, just pinch point right in the center of the map where all of that action happens, right on that sort of library hallway, the mez double wall. Everything happens around there, and you just know that everything's going to come to a head at a certain point in the round. It's almost like playing Villa TDM, where it's, you know, King of the Hill for top of red stairs. Like, that is how this game works. Absolutely. That's how this map works, but as a competitive map, you know, that's the meta, is meet there, get your guns going, and it's an exciting one because of that. It's really, really entertaining to watch. It's a bit easier to kind of keep track of the ebb and the flow of the round as well. So I feel like, yeah, especially as an esport in terms of a spectator thing, this is a really, really fun one to watch.
And one of the areas, I think, of the map, like sort of talking about where the pressure points are, something that we see, especially the good teams take advantage of, is those up nades, of course, because most of the flooring is destructible. That's where a lot of the top teams are going to try and get that advantage. The lower down teams don't do it. They don't have the coordination in the team to be able to go for opportunities like that. So I'm looking at both these teams. If they want to set themselves apart from the rest of the middle pack and say, actually, we're some top level teams. If Victus wants to say we are as good as Heroic, we are as good as NAVI and the other Pro League teams, which actually Oscar said, you know, we've been scrimming them, we've been doing well, we've been posting good results. It's a fundamental thing that you need to have on lock and on pocket. And that's what my eyes are on this team. More so on Victus's behalf. I think MNM Academy, I still have a lot of benefit of the doubt I give them, just purely because I feel like they're a sort of younger roster forming. Yes, there's the core there, but they're still going through that identity and sort of teething phase a little bit more so than the Victus roster, who also have had their swaps, but they've brought in like absolute gunners who've been in very, very like top tier rosters. And so there's I'm a bit more forgiving for MNM Academy, but I want to see those strats, because if they're pulling it out now, that is such a good sign for this team.
I feel like you've hit the nail on the head there, really. The benefit that Victus have as a roster going into this is just the raw talent, I feel, across the board. Oscar was remarking to me earlier that this is now a team that doesn't necessarily have like a star player at the front of it, whereas Oscar would often steal that limelight. And to be fair to his credit, he's still popping off in the stats. But, you know, you pick up the likes of Flexi, you pick up the likes of, the second one's just escaped my mind. Who's the newest Of course, Skeptic is in as well, but that allows SkyTy and YZN to flourish even more with the experience that Skeptic brings and the fragging power that Flexi brings as well. He says that they've gotten that upgrade in terms of fragging ability, so they can all contribute. But there's questions about, how much support they've had. New to the Victus org, for instance, they've been LFO for so long, and they finally earned that backing. But I mean, MNM Academy, they've had the backing of Into the Breach for a while. There's a strong, organization that will support them, and now MNM Academy, proven as an organization at just getting the best out of their players and propelling them to unimaginable heights time after time. There's going to be a development for that roster. They will improve undoubtedly under this guidance, and you need only look at the support staff in the organization and also for the team as well. They will improve over time, and there is real potential with the likes of Eco and the experience of a Kaari joining them. It's a really scary roster that they need time to cook, I think.
And it's also, I think, with Victus is compared to MNM Academy, MNM has won games, they've lost games, they've had close games. Victus has had close games, but still the round count is always 7-3, 7-1. It's very favored one way than the other. They haven't really been pushed to the hilt where they have to dig deep. And that was something which is so weird for us, because I remember Rumble, the whole narrative was LFO like playing from behind. They like being 4-2 down, and then suddenly they're like, okay, Oscar gets a triple kill, and now we're going to win the game. And this is a complete different team. I want to see them pushed where they're behind, and they have to come back. And that's, for me, when they're going to cement themselves, and I'm going to get on board that Victus hype train and go, this is a top team.
So we're going to have a quick break because the teams, as you may have noticed, are taking a little bit longer to get in than we were expecting. But don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll be ready with what I think is going to be the match of the day. MNM Academy versus Victus. Don't go too far. With the first ever season of Northern Premier League underway, we have 3 new maps added to the competitive pool. But what can we expect to see? Let's take a quick dive into Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park. First off, let's head to Japan. We'll see plenty of Skyscraper's beautiful exterior in pro play, as the balconies and windows grant a lot of potential for attackers, whether it be on entry, flank watch or post plants, though they'll need to tread carefully. With extra claymores now in attackers' pockets, defenders will have to think twice about going for the many jump out options around the map. Tea Room Karaoke and Office Exhibition are the most popular sites, with the external breach playing a big part in any office attack. Both of these objectives are on the top floor, and the map is heavily destructible, so expect explosions galore with C4 and upnade plays as teams experiment with this new battleground. There are 3 rules when it comes to attacking Border. Rule 1, watch each stairs. Rule 2, clear CCTV. And Rule 3, do not attempt to board the helicopter. This is a small map, with only 2 staircases, making it the toughest of 3 for defenders. Pros will stack their utility on defense and won't give up ground easily, because there isn't much of it. Catchers like Jaeger, Wamai and Aruni are pivotal. Attackers can save time with ops like Ossa and Nomad, who gain and maintain map control easily. Entering site is but a formality here, so expect to see lots of throwables to burn through those ADSs, support plants and blow enemies sky high. You thought this theme park was abandoned? Well, think again. It's back into competitive rotation. Defenders just love this large map, where they can roam freely, or better yet, extend the site. Initiation and office are usually contested no matter the site choice. From there, defenders can reinforce walls, shoot drones and retreat, or go for early kills. Once those walls are blown down, expect long-range gunfights across these open rooms and sprawling corridors. Hard breaching and wall denial are essential here, so operators like Maverick, Thatcher and Kaid, as well as Mirror, will have a big impact if left unbanned. There's so much more to uncover about these fresh maps, so tune into NPL to see what our teams can cook up.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effects, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford. So throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for that. You know how it is. We just got to get everybody in a lobby and ready, but they are raring to go. Victus versus MNM. And on Chalet, I am so happy it is this map. It's my favorite one. I will keep echoing that statement because I want to get. And Jerry, this is, like you said, this is for you. This was the game to watch, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and oh my god, I am so happy about Chalet as well. We're gonna have to contain ourselves, Novi, because this is just... Okay, that was very unprofessional of me. I won't scream into the mic anymore, apologies, but yeah, that's just me. I'm feeling very happy about the fact that this is a Chalet.
You do you. You scream. If you want to scream about Chalet, scream about Chalet.
I'm gonna go dance as well. That's fine, because you don't get to see
that.
So.
Cut to cam!
No, we're not going to do that. Alright, so let's get back into things here. Flores ban straight off the bat. I love seeing a Flores ban here because he's so effective on this map at dismantling setups by himself. It just means that with him gone, Victus now, you know, they've played that card. They decide, okay, we don't want to have to rely on a mute to protect our setups. We just want to go with the catching utility. But there we have one off the board as well. And my being removed means that some of those throwables will have a bit of an easier time making their mark. We're going to see probably a lot of Arudian Jaeger to compensate for that, because as we all know, strength of the deployable shields and bulletproof cameras on this map cannot be understated. Valkyrie as a final ban is pretty standard. I mean, she has received a nerf recently, but it's the interior cams that have real strength on this map, so she's still a menace.
It's also with the whole repicking of attackers, is you can kind of... It kind of forces you to take that IQ kind of thing. Similarly with Echo as well, it's going to be very interesting if MNM Academy are going to take one of their lineup off. I would imagine it would be the Twitch of across everything that would probably get swapped. But
yeah, I feel like that Twitch is like expecting a mirror, right?
Yeah.
But either way, this is an interesting move regardless from Victus, because we're starting downstairs, right? That is the big thing to talk about here. This is not an often seen sight, although it is sort of growing in popularity. I feel as though when this map came into competitive rotation, there was a lot of kind of theory crafting and an acceptance almost that this was the weakest site because, oh, the vertical play, it's going to be so damning. But we rarely see that come into contention, to be quite honest with you. There is, you know, that soft floor that exposes a lot of the wine site itself, but most of the time attackers just go for a far more direct push and just try and contain Roman, get the plants down, you know, in these safer locations. So it's an interesting site, and it has sort of, you know, dipped and dobbed, and now it's rising in popularity. So I do like to see it, and it being the first place that Victus takes us to, I mean, that's exciting in its own right.
One of the reasons we don't see that vertical play is, of course, it's all in that main lobby, and like you said, there is one giant area, regardless of what site it is, that there is always contention on, and that is the corridor just by library, which leads to the mezzanine. But Skitty, okay, I take it back. This Twitch drone does not need to be swapped off because it has got an absolute value from it. And, ooh, okay, with the C4, I do like this. Oh, just going straight aggressive. Oscar with the read. Oh, my lord. I think it was an Echo drone just, like, poking its head out the yokai to get the ping on. And that has just completely, you know, turned this around. However, the Mav has done their job. Like, that's the most important thing. Maverick has done their job. It's the MNM Academy roster can still carry on with their plan.
I believe we saw both yokai drones taken out within a second there. So the Echo effectively neutered in this round, just a gunner. But, I mean, Flexi with a gun is Flexi with a gun. It's not something to sniff at. So 4 versus 5 in favour of Victus on the defense, but they are very thin on the ground here as MNM Academy have made light work of this site opening up all the key breaches. They maybe want to get the sight line open on this long angle. Oh, Skiddy predicting the prone peak there from Oscar, but unfortunately doesn't land that bullet penetration needed. We see as well, was that Flexi on the roam hiding above the hatch inside of Trophy? That's something. No, it's YZN in fact. Oscar takes out Eco, and despite the control that MNM Academy have managed to muster, they just can't deal with the guns. You know, the shots coming back at them from Victus. Thankfully, Relaxing finally puts a stop to that and, you know, reduces that deficit somewhat. But look at this. YZN on the flank. Okari notices. Is he reacting in time? Yes, he is. But look, oh, how did that take so long? Finally, the LNG wins out, but Skeptic takes out Relaxing in reply, and he gets a second. Now, City waltzes his way onto site, takes out Oscar. The drop comes from Skyty, and just like that, in the midst of the chaos, Victus take the first round.
I like how Skyty dropped while reloading as well. That is certainly Tekkas, that is. But I've got to be pretty damn impressed by Victus at Coordination. I thought Oscar was going to go for the C4, which probably would have netted itself a kill anyway. But going for the gunplay makes sense. This is, of course, you know, classic Thinker LMG. You just hold down left mouse button and then A, and you just walk left and carry on firing until you eventually hit the person. Victus look good on that. Like, I've just got to say, like, full stop, they look good on that site. Very in control. They use their operators to their fullest. Yes, they, you know, essentially burnt both yokais in the first 30 seconds, but they traded both to guarantee a opening kill. And I think that is a very, very worthwhile trade. And certainly something that MNM Academy weren't prepped for. They weren't expecting that sort of play. And, you know, it has to work. It's risky, but if it works, it works. And Victus has gotten a round win. MNM Academy didn't see it coming.
It was a resolute hold, basically, by Victus. I was very surprised, given the speed and efficacy of the opening round by MNM there. They got all of the breaching done that they needed to. If Nerf doesn't die to that wallbang at the very start, then that could go very differently. You think not just about the, you know, the utility that the Maverick bin brings, the possibility then to open up that long sight line all the way from Snowmobile Garage, but also the nades he holds in pocket. Those died within, you know, with him going down, and that's a massive loss. So that opening frag could have been a lot more valuable than we even pegged it at the moment of it happening. But right now, we're 30 seconds deep into this new round, and Bar Gaming is the site of choice from Victus. It looks like Nerf and Relaxing want to team up to try and get an early cheeky pick onto whoever's playing in this closet. They do have to be wary, however, of any presence above them. It seems as though there's an audio call onto Skeptic's location. This ceiling is hard, so no possibility of an up nade. In the meantime, Oscar will find the opening frag, and an impactful one at that, as Skiddy's the one to fall.
Now we're seeing the classic opening of the service corridor that forces any player who's going to go out from there. If you don't do that on the basement stairs, essentially the only real way to clear it is either brute force your way in or chuck a grenade, enough grenades in there to catch whatever defender is hiding in that position. Sometimes see the mirror window sort of on that position as well. But for now, MNM Academy doing a good job of going down their checklist, but still losing Skiddy, especially Skiddy, is pretty substantial when it comes to firepower for this team. And there's still so much more that they need to do. They haven't got library control. That grenade could be huge. Skeptic gets blown sky high. And just like that, Nerf has brought us to a level playing field. But with only a minute and 15 left, MNM Academy's got to start making moves.
was very much needed as well, given the lack of a reply to that opening frag from Oscar. And they're still trying to tackle the man himself, who's playing this power position in Chimney with plenty of protection. He doesn't have a shield facing the hallway, but he's intent on fighting all the attackers that want to come into this trophy position. Interestingly as well, we haven't touched on it yet, but Eco picking up the Dokkaebi for this round is going to help them somewhat in the execute by dropping those logic bombs. And if they can find the body of any of these fallen Victus players, if he has time, then scanning and picking up all those tasty cams. Not that there are many on the side of Victus, but some of the defaults will be useful regardless. Oscar takes out Akari from that power position, still not dealt with, and they rain hell from above as YZN and Flexi tag in. It's a flurry in favor of Victus, all up to Eco with this DMR. It's going to have to be a Dokkaebi masterclass. Plenty of cell phones around him, but they're not going to save you. You have not got a phone a friend option here in the 1 versus 3. It is Oscar once again from above the 3k in the round to close it out for Victus.
Just like that, Victus moves 2-0 up, and MNM Academy kind of slowing down. They just don't have the pace to keep up with Victus at the moment. Victus are moving at this breakneck speed, and MNM Academy is just kind of along for the ride, despite some of the individual efforts to try and pull them back into these rounds. That being said, Victus have been going for this very kind of hyper-aggressive early, like, first minute, taking these risks. If MNM Academy do their due diligence, do their roaming, I really like this Iana pick as well for the extra information. That's their opportunity where they're going to try and catch out Victus. It's very similar to, I feel like, what we saw with the RCTIC RIDDLE game, where RCTIC was playing aggressive on defense, but there was no answer from RIDDLE to punish them for that. And this is kind of what MNM need to realize and go, well, this is Victus are wanting to do that. They're wanting to get that early advantage. How do we punish that?
We're beginning to see as well that all-roundedness from Victus. The fact that, I mean, they're all chipping in, but to be fair, Oscar on 6-1 does stand out as a counter to my point right now. But they are all chipping in. That round in particular, there was, a triple kill for him, but it was important that the supporting cast stepped in when they needed to, and that's why you saw them dominate in such a fashion. It's really useful for a player like Oscar to know that other players can have his back like that, and they are really shining here. As we go to our tertiary site, interestingly enough, it is the master bedroom office site, which quite often is a primary for many teams. Relaxing on this angle is throwing me back to Rainbow Rumble. He has been an absolute menace on this map, and playing the sledge in particular, playing it from beneath with up nades, and this one of his favourite angles to hold, assisting that Solarium push. As you can see, all of the repelling players, Nerf and Akari on the Finker, just trying to dismantle this setup right now. There is a mute jammer protecting that wall. Eco sending in a nade to try and... I'm not even sure what that is to do, to be honest. He'd be better off getting on the rappel and trying to take out that jammer for his team.
A bomb has been located.
Drone goes in for Eco, trying to get a bit more information, opening up a few more avenues. Flexi gets the first again. Victus trying to draw that first blood. However, the Maestro is down. I don't think there's going to be any way to capitalize off of this. Oh no, Skiddy completes and confirms that kill. And now he's going to move towards the corridor, trying to find a lonely defender who's going to get a little too aggressive. But Victus now pulling back in pace, allowing MNM a little more breathing room, but at the same time, no advantages that they can gain. Eco's going to jump out onto Fluke off the rappel. Going to start applying pressure through the door. But you can see MNM Academy currently are a little bit stalled because Victus isn't giving them that foothold for them to launch. They are starting to get mezzanine control, which is super important. But that infamous corridor, Jerry, that corridor is still alive regardless if that player gets forced out. They need to get control. They need to push toward.
YZN is lurking in this position as well. And because of the strat that MNM Academy have employed, one that they've done many times before, which is a little bit problematic given how well prepared Victus tend to be for these games. It means that they're possibly stalling out here. YZN just sitting here. All he has to do is burn time with the LNGs out of the game. It's still a 4 versus 4. Nerf looks like he wants to get into a plantable position, but they don't have that main breach open, and they don't have an entryway to site besides the single doorway. YZN finally strikes on his flank, expects one on the balcony as well, sends some shots that way. It doesn't come to anything, but Nerf has made the entry onto site in the meantime, picks up 2 for himself. Skiddy takes down YZN. Suddenly it's all SkyT, and Skiddy and Nerf are both just sending deep into Master Bedroom itself. SkyT, he's getting the red pings on the plant position. There's the yellow one. Can he get it? He has to fall off the plant, and Victus win it on time. No way has he pulled that off.
The MVP of yesterday across the entire Playday has just been the MVP of that round. SkyT, phenomenal performance, and you know, I don't even blame Nerf for going time out there. You need that. You need to. The floor got destroyed. It kicked me off. So that's why Nerf came off it. The floor destroyed it. When you're planting, as soon as there's any sort of like altitude change at all, it cancels the action of what you're trying to do. Same when you're placing a gadget or any kind of action in Siege. It's the same reason why you should never ever plant on a diffuser, because it just messes on a hatch. It just completely messes the game up. Like, it's just don't do that. And that was, man, that was interesting, because I think the shotgun pellets with the railing on the floor, I think he might have died, but he might have been able to get that off if that hadn't have pushed him off.
Yeah, it was a puzzling moment where it looked like he fell off the plant to save KD or whatever, but yeah, that does make perfect sense. It's just adjusted the flooring a little bit, and he's, you know, taken a little stumble, and that cancels the animation for planting. To be fair to him, to his credit, I think that was incredibly well played by SkyT as well. In the 1 versus 2, to wait for that intel, you could see they had the red pings and then follow-up yellows as well. Presumably from some hidden drone or camera, it might have been the Echo. I can't quite recall whether we saw an Echo in that previous round. I think we did. Either way, there was some intel there, and the problem there is MNM Academy taking too long. That is the root cause of the loss in that round. We've seen them do it in Rumble a number of times, where they go and take the Master Bedroom site by exercising a lot of pressure onto the Solarium side, getting breaches down, trying to find upnades, and then in the last minute, rotating to take from Office. And I gotta say, I rarely saw it work. They often just left too many things unaccounted for. They weren't ready for flanks, they weren't ready for any sort of intel on site. And you're expecting a lot of your planters and of your hero players. Nerf had to do a lot of hard work there to even make it remotely winnable. And in the end, they still lost. So Nerf making up for some lost time and lost ground, and hopefully some lost rounds by finding Oscar at the very start. That is the absolute best frag you could hope for at the very start of this round 4.
Absolutely, removing Oscar. No shenanigans there was on the opening round. You mentioned that vertical play. That's exactly one of the reasons why it struggles. If you have a player on that top 4 for defense, they can back out as hatches to duck and dive through. And on top of that, they can cover the lobby and make it difficult. That's a Yokai taken down as well as a mute jammer. That is huge from Skiddy. A lot of value out of the Twitch drone, but also just removing that Echo. Now that halves essentially the Echo's flexibility. He now has to prioritize the Yokai drone around where the plant might be, where the default will be, to be able to prevent it. And that also means that it's predictable and can be shot out. So it's one of those small decision making. Often, this is why a lot of Echo players, especially at highest level, they'll keep one Yokai just in pocket and not risk the other one because there's no invisibility on the drone. But sadly, unfortunately, that's not an option for Flexi. What it is for his team to trade a kill with the enemy. Akari goes 1 for 1. Skeptic going down. Flexi finds Nerf with the bearing 9. But Relaxing now has the Overwatch position on the mezzanine. This time, MNM Academy has the high ground, but they're not able to find a kill. SkyT can duck down that hatch, back away from the angle, and get back to site.
You know what that was like? That was like that game you play as a child where you have people stacking hands on a table, and you put your hand on the table and someone else puts their hand on top of that, and then you put their hand on top of that, and you just keep doing that. That was what was happening with the vertical play there. Constant retaking and retaking by opposing sides. And now suddenly MNM, they finally have that control inside a site to get something happening. SkyT has to retake through blue, and the diffuser is going down from Akari, but the cover is there from Connector, and this is going to be a tricky one for SkyT. He has got to walk into an effective crossfire. He does catch one with his back turned, but doesn't land enough shots to get the down. Expects that he does, flicks to the second target. Unfortunately for him, he didn't finish the job, and that is an easy cleanup for Eco. Great round from MNM Academy, and that tactical timeout pays dividends.
Is that the P10 Roni there? The Mozzie?
Yeah.
I think it was.
If doesn't do enough damage, you know.
Yeah, if he had a commander in that situation, I think he would have gotten at least that first kill, and that could have played out a little bit differently.
it's not ideal for taking multiple gunfights, is it? You got the small mag, high rate of fire. You're going to land 1 or 2, but unless you're hitting heads, and it's a tough one to go into that situation with. I'm not usually a fan of the Roni, but you know, if pros make it work, I can't. I can't hit heads.
I mean, it's one of those tricky ones. It's like the SMG-11, where it's essentially a situational gun. It's incredibly strong. But it's incredibly strong, but it has to be used in the right scenarios. Like, the SMG-11 is not good for multi-kills, but if you give a player separate 1v1s with an SMG-11, especially at close range, especially if it's a pro player, they're probably going to win. Like, it's just, is that strong of a weapon in that scenario? And it's just being conscious of that fact and how you play for it. To be fair, you know, in all fairness to Oscarty, didn't really have many options there. He was in a 1v3 and the plant had gone down, so kind of had to go for it. But now we're seeing the mirror come to play, which I believe we didn't see last time we saw Power in Gaming. So interesting adaptation by Skeptic and co, seeing what else they can bring, as well as the form. We're not seeing a huge payoff from the gadget, the Razor Bloom, I think it is. But the only time we have seen it, which I quite liked, was the combination with the Frost. If you have it above a pog mat and someone gets downed, you can essentially secure the kill with the combination of traps. It's quite a cool little interaction between the two. Does require you to take both operators, though.
Yeah, this is almost deja vu from yesterday with Heroic versus Arctic on Chalet. They had this same setup of the pair of mirrors, and then they also had Razor Blooms accompanying the Frost mats. So yeah, it's a nice combination. Of course, without the Frost mats in this round, those Razor Blooms aren't going to do quite as much damage, most likely. But Oscar is going to do some damage onto Relaxing. Immediate response, though, elsewhere from Nerf on to Skyty, and we're back at a 4-man... Well, we're back at an even man count, 4 versus 4. Skitty and Oscar also taking some damage as Oscar's trying to sort of keep control of this top chimney position. He did very well here in the very first round, but it's a bit different. Or was it the second round? I think it was the second round we went to bar. Yes, it was. So, can he do just as well now? Well, it's going to be tougher on only a smidgen of HP. That's basically a bullet's worth away. He has got the FMG9, well equipped to deal with whatever fights come his way, as you're expecting these long-range fights. Akari and Nerf again teaming up to go for that peak. It's worth it. You know, it's essentially a freebie if you pull it off, so why not? But they don't get anything this time round.
And also for Oscar holding this position, he's got the smoke, right? He's got the toxic base, kind of wants to stay alive, especially when it comes to the later point in the round. This is one of those scenarios where you go, maybe if he had, I don't know, a Kona station from Thunderbird, something like that to prop him back up in this position, he'd be a bit more healthy. However, MNM Academy almost stalling here. There we go, pull the trigger, the headshot onto Skeptic, very nicely done. Bringing the Dokubi, which is kind of a rare operator to see. That's forced Flexi back onto the site. Oscar's had to move into the library into a different position because there's being pressure applied on both floors. Now Skitty is looking to make his way through the lobby. Oscar's still alive and kicking. YZN gets another one as well. And this is disastrous for MNM Academy. I really thought they were applying the pressure at the right points, but it just isn't enough to promote the reaction that they want. And instead, Victus are holding the cards. Nerf finding the first, being very good at punching his way through in on the site when it matters for his team. Skitty gets another one. YZN trades. There's one player alive. The P10 Roni has to reload. And that's where the low bullet count in that mag really comes to fruition. Oh, YZN just punching the floor. I really thought he might have been above him for just the last split second, but no. YZN drops. Oh, no! Oh, no! It happened again! It happened again! No!
So close. That gunfight again just took slightly too long. I think my heart skipped a beat in that moment, Novi. Quite honestly, that was so tight, and what a clutch! What a clutch! I screamed, says YZN. So did we. I think everyone did. That was a real heart in your mouth moment, but he just about does it. In a 1 versus 2 as well, beautifully played. That vertical control works wonders. And again, so back and forth just before that. A 2 versus 3. And Skitty made it happen. He pushed into sight and found 2. Oh my goodness me. This is such a close contest. And I'm looking at the scoreline. I'm thinking, how is it 4-1 to Victus right now? This is such a tight match. The margins are so minimal. But they are just edging it out time and time again.
I really thought that Nerf had that one. Genuinely, I was like, he's got it, he's done it. But no, YZN basically with a hit fire from across the side of the room. And I think the real shame here is we've heralded Skiddy as this amazing player in this team, which he quite rightly so is. The rest of the players have been in their games, whether they've been wins or losses, across the total of this season so far, struggled to get that positive KD, struggled to have that impact, and it's kind of been the Skiddy show. Nerf is having the best game he's pretty much had all season. Eco is pulling their weight as well. Relaxing, Akari, all of them are pulling their weight, and yet the rounds are coming that close and they're just not going their way, and that is absolutely, utterly gutting for this side. And this is when, as an IGL, they need to kind of just set themselves straight. I'm presuming it's Nerf because he's usually an IGL when he's on these rosters. He's the one who has to just get them back in that mental game, get them back and go, okay, all right, we're down, but it's fine. We're so close there. We just need to do this one little change and we'll come up with victory. He needs to be the one to lift them up.
Now, this could be a crucial engagement because if we look far down the line, we can see a world where MNM Academy, they repeat their strategy. They take solo control, then they rotate for the push, and YZN in that position could be a pivotal factor as he was last time. But if he gets picked off early, then suddenly someone has to take his place, and that means that MNM Academy have an opening. But he's playing it smart, YZN. He's backed his way down. MNM Academy, ooh, very close to the entry frag there, and it would have been a frag to be proud of as Oscar goes down to within a whisker of death from the send by relaxing. Akari has the Solarian control that they are vying for so fervently in these takes. You can imagine that MNM Academy, they must have dry run this strat a billion times and it's just not paying off for them just yet, but they get a sniff of one inside a kitchen and looks like Akari's keen on trying to take this fight. Skiddy as well holding the angle against YZN, who's getting a bit freaky with it, and there he goes, sent to the Shadow Realm, and now they have the upper hand.
MNM Academy just picking up the ball and running with it. Not at all dismayed from that previous round. And Oscar, well, we've seen what he can do with low HP. This time, not so lucky. Akari is the one to get it, but the order from Flexi is just going rat-a-tat-tat. Finding kills left, right, and center with Skeptic backing him up as well. And suddenly, all that advantage that MNM Academy have has completely gone awry. Victus are in the driver's seat. Eco is just going to roll a grenade underneath the door, not going to clip anyone. Where is Skiddy in this position? Gets rolled by Skeptic on the SMG-11, and that's all up to Eco on the Iana. 4-4 in terms of KD. And he managed to increase that, or is he going to go downhill? There we go. Got to do the default, but now his position's already known. The swing from the shotgun, Skeptic shuts him down, and that is the round. That is the half. Victus is utterly dominant, despite how close some of those rounds have been.
Lovely bit of sibilance there. You love to hear it. And I think that 5-1... it's not necessarily reflective of the half we've just had, but certainly Victus have been the more dominant side. Akari just being shut down there by Flexi, sitting in the bathtub, you know. Akari washed, question mark? I mean, he's certainly taken a wash in there. That was a key moment. And that take seems to live and die on far too many factors for my liking. MNM Academy, they need everything to go right. There's no room for error, it seems. And, you know, the one sort of lost engagement where they aren't able to trade out just means that their pieces are spread far too thinly, and things like default cams, things like main breaches, they get overlooked, and you just have nothing to work with once you find yourself in a disadvantageous position. And you need to have some kind of backup plan at this level against teams of this caliber, and Victus, unfortunately, they're the kind of side that are going to punish you for those sort of oversights.
If they're the ones who notice the few issues here and there, and they'll just go for it. They'll go straight for the throat. They're not going to give you a chance to breathe. And it's something we've been quite critical of teams today, actually, has been the fact that some teams will see an opening, they'll see an opportunity, and they won't take it. They're almost too scared, or they take too long. We're just going to get a quick rehost. I believe there is a slight bug from one of the players' ends. So the mouse bug, I'm getting confirmation. I think that's a thing where the mouse moves independently from the actual game and doesn't interact. very, very annoying, understandably, quite rightly so, rehosting now before it impacts anything else in the game. And especially, I love talking about this topic because I always find it so interesting. And we actually spoke about it, me and Snarl, yesterday on the cast. So we had a small pause. It's a very, very small one, but we quickly got things going again. It's how does a pause impact the momentum of a game? Because you might be coming off a 5-1 half, but if you're, just popping heads left, right, and center, and suddenly you have to sit there and wait for 2 minutes without using your mouse, that can kind of get to you. And likewise, if you're a team who's down, this is almost like a pseudo timeout for the IGL to go, all right, listen here, guys, this is how we win, this is how we pull it back. And very interesting to see what we see now that we're getting this this break. This is, to me, one of the best possible things, weirdly, for MNM. This is a blessing in disguise, really, for them.
Yeah, it's the opportunity to have that mental reset as well, right? You're in this game and you're playing well and you're playing your straps, you're doing what you need to do, but it's just these small things that are getting you down, and you find yourself 5-1 down, perhaps undeservedly. That's how you might be feeling about it in MNM's shoes. And this is the opportunity to reset. This is the opportunity to say, this is what we're going to do on this half. Imagine it's 0-0, play every round by round, and it is going to be a tough task. So let's put it that way, right? We're on Chalet. Let's not forget this is not attacker favored, maybe slightly attacker favored, but it's very near that 50-50 mark, whereas a lot of, the more defender favored maps, they go up towards like 60 or what have you. And we've just seen Victus put up 5 defensive rounds. That is rough. That is really rough for MNM Academy, because now they need to run the gauntlet on defense. We've seen them do stuff like this on Chalet before. They have history here and do not write them off. But this will be if they manage to pull this back, it will be one of their greatest victories over some serious rivals as well. So that will really, really taste good. If they can pull it off, then that will go down.
Yeah, it's kind of you've got to get rid of any nerves, any expectations at this point. You are the underdog. You are behind. And it's something that we threw absolute praise towards the LFO roster now. Victus, that core, when their backs were against the wall, that's when they suddenly came alive. That's when they became a team that, rightfully so, knocked out Viperio 86. Rightfully so, I believe they knocked out Delta Project as well. Like, they had an insane form, and they almost always did it from behind. And that's it became their thing. It was the plot armor for them. Is this MNM Academy's opportunity to show us that they're going to take up their mantle, and they're going to show, doesn't matter what the scoreline is, they're going to fight to the absolute bitter end?
Well, they better, because I want to see a fight. And so far, we've had a fight, that's fair to say, but I just want more of it, Like, we're only halfway through, potentially. Not even that, if they somehow force overtime. And this is the kind of matchup that you come to NPL to see. It is Victus and MNM Academy. These are big names, big squads, duking it out. And, yeah, Victus, what a showing from them so far. But MNM, this is your chance to prove why we're billing this as, one of the games to really look out for. This doesn't deserve to be a 7-1. I want to see it go further.
I think it's going to be tricky, though. MNM Academy hasn't been always consistent with their defensive sides. Just looking through their previous games now, and they certainly are able to win their primary and secondary, but it seems to always be the tertiary side that they struggle to really grasp and get their heads around.
And just only need 2, don't they?
Yeah, they only need 2. MNM Academy doesn't have that luxury of going, it's fine. We'll just wait until the primary or secondary and come back up. No, you kind of need to win every single round. You really do. Relaxing, but you're 30 seconds in, Jerry, and he's been forced out of library.
Well, they've pressured it well, have Victus. They've sent 3 bodies to deal with it, and, sometimes you just got to play smart. Besides, there's a decent amount of resistance up there without him, and I think his life is more valuable than that. Relaxing is a real playmaker. Sometimes he can make the difference in a round, particularly when it comes to entering. He often lived in, the shadow of Skiddy, but I think back to the Yukin 2 season and Rainbow Rumble, and he was a name that we were often saying alongside Skiddies. So don't count him out of this game at all. And of course, the stats have completely reset after that rehost. But I'm not too sure how he was doing before the rehost. I have a vague recollection that MNM Academy had a very sort of even spread, while Victus were quite Oscar heavy at the top at one point. But either way, I would keep your eyes on this Jaeger, because he can make stuff happen. It's now halfway through the round, and we're still seeing the utility trades coming on the very top floor. And finally, we get an engagement. Kari will find the first blood.
On the Aruni, on the DMR, battle rifle, the M21. I mean, it's one of those ones where if you open up enough lines of sight, that thing hits like an absolute truck. And it will just decimate you. You don't need to land the headshot. You just tap them away in just a couple of taps.
It's my favourite gun.
I mean, it's great. And I'm glad that it's bringing that different flavour. We've probably seen the biggest range of different weapons used in a long time in Siege. But the Aruni is no more. Akari has been removed from this round, at least. MNM Academy forced to use a Toxic Wave very, very early on. The Eco's only got one left in the chamber. Ooh. And that's a mirror window getting popped by Flexi. We're really seeing Twitch used to really good effect by both these sides. And with 35 seconds, Victus, they're looking to go for the execute. They're coming from all directions. Flexi might be about to get picked off. No, just about backs off.
Flexi on Chalet with these Twitch drones. I'm getting Delta Project flashbacks. He is an absolute menace. When you give him an inch, he will sneak that thing in and take stuff down. But we've only got 15 seconds left, Novi. And Relaxing, is he that difference maker? Finding the pick just before the execute. Down goes Skyty as well. It's all on Flexi there as he tries to make the play happen. But now Skeptic is the last one standing in a 1 versus 3. We've seen this before on the other side, and he just walked in like a fish into a barrel. The bullets riddle him. And it's not Riddle, but MNM Academy who come out on top.
Nicely done by MNM Academy. And the coordination as well around that corridor, looking out at main lobby, they knew that someone was approaching from there. And they went, well, they're on a tear, they're winning their ones. Well, what can we do? We'll send 2 people to that position. Hold it. If one gets hit, the other one trades. Nicely done from MNM Academy. This is a good change of pace. Something that they struggled on attack was getting picked off one-on-one. On the defensive side, they seem to be playing more cohesively, at least, as a team. Very few changes to this lineup in terms of overall... Oh, I say very few changes. Quite a few, actually. So we're seeing no mirror. Seeing the Frost mat come out as well, but still the Smoke and Jaeger are maintaining. Now, where are those Pog mats going to go? One in Library, that's a classic. It kind of prevents...
2 in Library.
Or 2 in Library. It's an attempt to prevent what Grizzly was doing where you jump in because you have to shoot the bottom first. Didn't matter for Grizzly too much anyway, but does help whoever's holding that mezzanine. Gives them like a 0.3 of a second, like 0.3 of a second difference. Better reaction speed because the attacker has to do that extra action, otherwise they're dead.
And what it shows and what we can read into it as well with the setup is that in this round, MNM are going to fight for entire map control because they're down in Kitchen right now, and this is basically the opposite corner of the map that they're fortifying. They know what Victus want to do, and they're resisting the full sweep. You know, they're not letting them take anything for free. Relaxing is the one that's left up here playing Chimney. He's going to shoot some drones. He's got not just a jammer, but a couple of ADSs behind that reinforced wall. So it's his time to try and play this smartly. He does have one in tow as well. There's the mute nearby to help him out of eco. And a player beneath him by the name of Skiddy. So plenty of extension here. It's kind of a 2-3 split on the defense. And there's the opportunity perhaps for Victus to hit hard and fast onto the site, but I don't think that's on their agenda as we see Oscar being droned in beneath. Looks like he's on the hunt for a lesion. Skiddy is lurking nearby, but only time will tell if they can discover him.
He's lurking. It's a position that he's, you know, sort of comfortable in. The entire MNM Academy kind of put him in a position where it can just absolutely collapse upon a team, but Oscar's doing the exactly the same thing. Wholly, utterly decimates, destroys MNM Academy from the inside out. Finally is taken down, but the damage has been done, Jerry. This is too late. MNM Academy, they've still got half the round to survive, not even defend, because there's 4 attackers to just 2 defenders. The site is about to get overrun as well, and Victus can take their time with this approach, make sure their entire checklist is done, it is clear, it has all been approved and audited, and then they can go for the execute.
Some rounds are just Oscar rounds, you know, you can't do anything about it when this guy is on one. Eco and Nerf, last 2 standing SAS buddies, and 1 up, 1 down, looking to still keep control of the vertical, it would seem. SkyT going to remove this mute jammer and allow those X-Kairos to detonate, ensure that there's enough the trigger will be pulled. But speaking of triggers, we've got C4 in the hands of Eco, and he can detonate that from behind that table quite nicely whenever he chooses. YZN going above. He could maybe work the hatch, but he's also got, well, no, he hasn't actually got any nades in pocket. The hatch has been opened. He's going to be on Overwatch while the rest of the team go for this execute. The question is, can Eco and Nerf stem the tide? We see 1 Toxic Babe go out. It's not the final one, and he wanders into the Claymore through the drone hole. That's gotta sting. Nerf finds Flexi dropping, but SkyT will clean it up. And, well, I mean, it was an Oscar round for certain, but the supporting cast definitely tagged in and did the dirty work at the end.
I swear, the MNM Academy players, like, you can do a compilation of rounds where you feel like you've been robbed. Because that's what that one kind of felt like. Who expects the Claymore through the drone hole in the last 20 seconds?
Cheesy.
Like, it is, but it works. Like, I feel for them so much. But now Victus is on map point. And this is, I mean, MNM have come close in a few rounds, but this has been Victus domination. This has been them just performing to a very high level. At what point do we just, you know, like, we've seen the casters slowly, like, Snarl has been going, okay, I'm now on the Victus hype train. Demo's like, AC maybe this and this, and then I'm on the hype train. At what point do we all just jump on a board because this train is going all the way to the top?
Yeah, this was going to be, like, you know, their biggest test so far, and they're making it look easy. At least by the scoreline, and honestly, that is the sign of champions, right? A team that not necessarily playing at their best, and it's not even necessarily that MNM are playing badly in all these cases, it's just that Victus, they've got that winning something about them right now. And that is, you know, when it's as indefinable as that, how do you counter it? Like, how do you deal with it?
I have no clue. I cannot answer that, but what makes it even worse is the fact that YZN has just selected Fuse. And this is an operator we very rarely see, has the hard bridge as well in pocket, but this is the kind of thing that can tilt you off the face of the planet. It's an operator that can be very, very frustrating to play against, especially when you don't see it coming. Has a pretty decent weapon, especially with the LMG as well. This could be a very, very rough round for MNM Academy. They just need to keep their wits about them, but Flexi on that Jackal, that to me is the key operative. He can get in a good position, find the roamers, or, you know, just use his drone. That opens Oscar up to have a bit of fun. It's Akari who draws first blood. Is not Victus. Is this the sort of handle on the ladder for them, the railing on the ladder, to pull themselves back up out of the depths of this 4-round deficit?
It's going to need to be, because it's now or never, and YZN can begin cluster charging that position, but it's a bit too late as Akari once again will strike that roaming presence and just playing off each other. Very nicely done by MNM Academy, and now Victus, they have to find a quick refrag. There's one, and maybe here's another. No! Eco outguns Skeptic. The leg's exposed, but Skeptic just doesn't react quickly enough, and now Flexi and YZN up against it 2v4. There's still a player above them. They haven't got a lock on this. Jackal or no Jackal, Relaxing is being allowed free reign up here. The impact will surely be alarm bells in the back of Victus' minds, but they do at least have the ping on the alibi now. However, she can play fairly freely, as this does mean that, of course, Victus have to mount those staircases, and that's going to be very, you know, Relaxing favoured when it comes to it. He knows that they're this way because that default cam's just been shut out. He has a route back to site, Novi. That's a 4v2. He's wasted another minute, and Victus, they've dropped the ball on this one.
Oh, Relaxing, take a bow. Oh my god, wasting a whole minute. That to me is as important as getting a kill, genuinely. And now that everyone has retreated back to site, what are you going to do as that Jackal? There are no roamers. Everyone has become an anchor, and with 30 seconds, you've just got to bite the bullet, drop down the hatch. He's actually going to go prone, gets taken down. Eco in tandem as well. And that is the round. MNM bounced back in spectacular fashion, and despite not even getting a kill on the roam as the alibi, I've just got to give absolute props to how relaxing played that round. That was a masterclass in how to really run rings around your opponent.
Yeah, it really was just ring around the rosy from relaxing that round. Let's not understate the impact of Akari as well. He was the one that found that opening double from inside of bar itself, and you've got to credit the roaming duo. I believe it was Akari and Eco that decided to sort of double up in that area, and they just played off each other very nicely. They fed each other information. You had the anchors just sitting on cams and making sure that everything was accounted for, and you don't do that against a Jackal as well, against something that's designed to lock you down if you go for those roaming plays. You've got to credit them. That was very, very nice stuff. And MNM Academy, they're probably going to feel themselves now, right? They've got a bit of momentum behind themselves. They've got belief that they can actually win these rounds. And that was always there. You know, they were playing well. They had the potential. And things are finally starting to go right for them now.
And this shows the potential in this roster, which is when it's not just the Skitty show. You've got Eco fragging out, you've got Akari fragging out, Relaxing is doing his job, Nerf is winning his ones. When this team is firing on all cylinders, suddenly they become way more of a threat. The issue is it too late? Victus is on that point. They have been for quite a while now. And you know, Victus, they need one more round. MNM need 3 just to pull it to overtime. Never mind even winning the game. That is such a mountain to climb. And Oscar and Co, it's not like they're going to take their foot off the gas. They're going to keep going. They're going to push it down even harder because they want to get this done. It's late. It's bedtime. They want to go to sleep. They just want to win this game.
And an interesting one for the statisticians out there. Whatever happens at the end of this game, at the end of this round, we will have seen a fairly defensive-sided Chalet. Just an interesting fact there, against the grain. So, what are we going to see here? Skeptus. Wow, that's an interesting little portmanteau, yeah. Skeptic of Victus is looking to start dismantling the setup on the top floor here, sending in nades, and that one will bypass the ADS. It was either just out of position or perhaps disabled by a previous throw ball that I missed, and gets rid of that shield. Akari also playing Chimney. He still has his shield, and this is really the power position of the two. That one on top of Ivy is just to buy you time a lot of the time. This one here with a mirror window, this is where you're going to get your frags from. We've seen it so many times, not just today, but in previous play days and across the competitive scene. You got to unhinge this cog. That's definitely not how hinges or cogs work.
No, I mean, maybe not, but...
No.
Like...
I get my idioms confused sometimes. Give me a break. Oh, relaxing. Look at that. It's a freebie. And he can run away. He's so smart in these situations. He's not going to get punished unless Oxter captures him out. But look at that. Flexi, he's on site. How's he done this? The Nook just slips under the radar. It's a job, I suppose. Oscar does take out Relaxing, and suddenly it is Victus's game to lose as they find a couple. But Skiddy shuts out Oscar, and now we're back in MNM Academy's favour. 3 versus 2, Novi. Down goes YZN. Flexi, he's the last one alive. How's this happened?
Because Flexi snuck behind enemy lines. Victus thought it was clear. Skeptic jumped through the window without having library control and got annihilated. And then Skiddy from that hallway just rains down fire onto Victus. And yes, it is still match point, but MNM Academy have just snatched the wheel from Victus, and now they're taking them for a joyride. Let's have a look at this one again. Relaxing. This was just so smooth. The time as well. You see that, like, it's like 0.5 of a second of just pausing, just to see what else they can gather before just confirming that kill. Beautiful stuff from Relaxing.
This is big as well, because I feel as though, from Victus's perspective, that is the first big slip-up of the game. Like, you do not allow someone to flank up Solarium stairs at this level. You have a flank drone in place, you have someone manning it, and you just don't let that happen. That is a huge loss to have made, and they can't let that get to their heads in the same way I'm letting it get to mine, because they have a match to win, and it is theirs to win. It has been for a good, 15 minutes now at the very least. They can't let it slip.
And it's the way that that one mistake sort of just compounded all the others. It spiraled out of control. It was, oh, wow, we've got behind the enemy lines with the Nook. It's all good. Skeptic jumps through, gets annihilated. SkyT tries. Like one after the other. They all sort of like try to pull the trigger, but not cohesively, not as a unit, and not with enough information. And MNM Academy, just rightfully so, slaps them down and just punishes them for it. And now we've got to see, we wanted to see Victus backed into a corner. I feel like if we get one more round like that one, MNM Academy is going to force them to dig deep and step up their game once more.
It's a big round for MNM Academy. They have to hold their nerve here. Don't make any missteps, but keep that confidence flowing, because it's a joy to see, and it's so unpredictable for Victus to have to deal with. Skitty downstairs once again. This is the same setup they're going with if you remember, Oscar just sort of walking up the stairs and completely ruining Relaxing's day, but he has fought back into this one. There he is again, though. The bane of Relaxing. Oscar finds him, but crucially, Eco with the refrag immediately there. And onto Victus' star player at the moment. 4 versus 4. Skitty has managed to run some loops around Victus here, and it looks like he will get away scot-free. We'll see him get back to the site in a few moments, and a couple of goo mines on his path, and there we go. Now Eco's left the sort of lone roamer, and if you can really call him that, he's playing very far back on Solarium stairs. Looks like he's actually being joined now by Skitty. They want to fight for this top floor control yet again.
The south side of the map is all red, but the north side is certainly blue at the moment. MNM Academy is holding on tooth and nail, both floors, first and the second, or ground and first, depending on your vernacular.
Yeah, ignore the basement. Ignore the basement.
Yeah, ignore the basement. Victus, though, they have to push into either of these. They have to make a decision. But if they all in on one, they leave the other one to then contest them. So if they leave upstairs, go downstairs,
what's that
suddenly
shield?
They have the vertical.
I'm sorry, what is that shield?
It
facing
makes
a
sense.
softball.
Don't question it. It's working. Maybe it's confusing Victus. They are kind of pausing here. They've sort of looked at it and they've had to work their way through. They've opted to take the top floor, which is usually the best option. But the issue with that is it's not where the site is. So despite suddenly managing to get Solarium control and finally clearing that objective, there's 15 seconds left. They need to get on site. It's a 4-on-4. Akari pulls the trigger. Nerf follows through. It's a 4-on-2. Victus is getting annihilated. They've got to push on through, but no! MNM Academy completely, utterly destroys Victus, and it's forced them to call a timeout, Jerry!
They are rattled right now, Victus. Have you ever seen a cleaner crossfire than that, though? I couldn't contain myself. Flexi gave his position away, just waltzing into kitchen. Had to make something happen after those 2 entries just get smacked down to the ground. And I think it drew a nice little kind of 6-sided, like it's going to be in the replay here. Just look at the beautiful geometry of this. It's terrifying. The tracers just slicing him into like 10 different pieces.
It's almost like they're trying to cast a spell or something. Like,
yeah.
By making it simple.
Like something out of a MOBA.
It worked though. It worked. This is what has been missing from MNM Academy. Their past 3 other games. This is what we really felt like we were the meat of them as a team. This is the potential we knew that they could live up to. And they were just got even into TENSTAR where they had a good showing. They still just kind of fell short. They didn't have that pizzazz. They were relying on Skitty. This is an MNM Academy who is not relying on Skitty. They are relying on the entire team, and they are really bloody dangerous.
This is shaping up to be a classic here, Novi. I am absolutely over the moon that we're getting a showing like this. Who'd have thought it's 6-2 down they were, MNM Academy, and now 6-5 on the brink of pushing overtime against Victus. And for a team that, trying to get all 12 points from 4 games, Victus there on the brink of slipping a bit and losing one of those, losing pace with Heroic, who has just sat up there waiting on their throne, and this one round could make a huge difference when it comes to the standings at the end of the day. When it comes to the standings at the end of the season, we knew that from the very start, and we were thinking, oh, you know, it's not going to be as good as we thought it was. It's really, really delivered this game.
Absolutely. This is what we wanted to see from MNM Academy. Backs against the wall. They step up to the plate, and now the pressure is starting to mount for both these teams. Now it's a very, very fair... This is probably the fairest it's been this entire game. Victus is feeling the pressure. They've just let, what, 3 match points slip through their grasp. MNM Academy, they were getting absolutely annihilated, and they've stepped it up. Okay, the frag grenade clears the mute jammers. That's one way to clear it. Don't risk the Maverick. That's opened up underneath. So now Thermi has done their job. Now they can rotate round, try and clear out top to bottom, and make sure there is no MNM Academy players holding any funny angles. No, that frag grenade underneath. Skiddy gets blown to high hell, and maybe that's the first nail in the coffin. Maybe that is the linchpin that Victus can mount their victory upon.
I don't think we saw a yellow ping necessarily there, but either way, it's the strength of intel, as you know, in this game, and just a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Skiddy there. We see YZN now, well, with his back to Aroma, whether he knows it or not. Finally sends some warning shots through it. Eco wants to fight back through them, but he's also facing some bullets down from SkyT, I believe. Oh, but there we go. He shoots back, follows the traces to the player at the top of Ivy, takes him down. That's a great trade given the circumstances. He was dead to rights there, but at least he takes one down with him. And now 4 versus 3, still in favor of Victus. MNM Academy, they need to hold firm to keep themselves in with a chance of overtime here.
And you can see what Relaxing is doing, going up the blue stairs. He's taking a slightly more aggro position than you'd probably expect, especially being a player down. And this is because they are a player down. They're looking for that opportunity to take a risk, bring it back to an even man count, kind of what Eco was doing. And just to try and like put them in a more winning position. That's the whole purpose of this. If it comes down to 4 and 3, in theory, Victus should win this all day. But if they can try and make it a bit messier, they can cause some chaos. Victus might just fall under the gun. 35 seconds between our first overtime game of the season and Victus remaining undefeated at the top of the table alongside Heroic. Relaxing is the first one, but gets traded with Nerf taking out Skeptic. Flexi has dropped, takes out the default, but Akari's chiming into the fold. Goes in with the pistol, but it's not enough. Flexi takes him down for a triple. Flexi now sticking the plant, and it's all on Nerf, on the Warden, suited and booted, looking to deny that diffuser. It doesn't deny the plant, coming around the blue hallway, trying to find any kind of player, and that is it. Victus has come out with the victory in their toughest game yet of the season. Honestly, MNM Academy, 1 round away from forcing our first overtime, but it just wasn't meant to be.
And a huge round from Flexi at the death. That was the big difference in the final round. And this, I mean, this round that we're watching right now in the replays looks like, it feels like it was years ago, doesn't it, Novi? We've been, yeah, we've gotten accustomed to some very quick games here in the NPL, and this one went almost all the way, full 12 rounds of regulation. And what an entertaining match it was. Truly a battle that will go down in the NPL annals at the very least. One of probably the first classics of the season so far. That was a treat to watch from start to finish.
It was a treat to watch, but honestly, looking back actually at this replays, you realize how close MNM Academy was, like in some of those rounds. And a lot of teams, after they lose a game, they just go, oh, okay, we're the ones who lost us that game. We're the ones, you know, we made a few mistakes here. We could have won that game. I think unanimously, MNM Academy could have won that game, 100%. And I will genuinely argue with anyone who says otherwise, because I think they were that close. Relaxing here was amazing, though, but I'm just so happy that we've seen not just Skiddy. I mean, no disrespect, Skiddy is amazing, but thankfully we've seen the rest of MNM Academy show us why we've been so hyped about this team, about this roster.
Yeah, you couldn't put it better than that. I think, honestly, that game, goodness me, I'm almost lost for words about it, right? There was so many just incredible individual performances throughout that game, but it really was a team effort from everyone. And that tactical timeout at the very end, right? That was the final thing that we saw before the last round. Tactical timeout being dropped by Victus. How big was that to keep them on pace with Heroic? 12 points from the 4 games. Just about doing this one. It's the closest they've been taken. But I feel like there's a couple of lads that want to take us through this in a bit of detail because they're ready to take us on to the desk. Snurra Life, X Demo, what do you make of that?
What we make of that was an incredible game that could have been an amazing reverse sweep into the OT by MNM. But Demo, you said it before the game, you had to see Victus perform against a little bit more stiff competition here, and this game really did push him to the limit.
Yeah, probably Victus' toughest game I think they've had throughout the course of their season so far. Again, they get another win under their belt. This team now 4-0, just win after win. It's going to give, I think, that side a lot of momentum. Started off very, very strong, a very, very solid 5-1 opening half. I think MNM and some of their attacks, they were missing a few pieces. We kind of seen them, all they kind of mirror what we're used to seeing the main MNM lineup do. You know, some of those classical attacks that we see them do, going below, try and Maverick and open up the connector for the bar defense. That stuff that we see, you know, the main roster do a lot, but it feels as if that they just didn't hit the mark with what they were trying to attempt. You can see it was the same idea, but they were missing a few pieces there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, and that was a sort of a comparison that we made, wasn't it? It was like, you know, you maybe share the name, but you need to do a little bit more than just pinch the strats of your sort of older brother in this regard. And you know, it was nice to sort of see that. It was nice to see them trying these different things, and I'm sure they're going to be able to go and look back at just, you know, why that didn't necessarily go as well as it could have done. And, you know, for all that it was a landslidey game, it ended up being quite a close one, which I think surprised us. We were ready to come back, you know, quite a few times, really. And MNM just kept clutching it out. It was a little bit reminiscent of yesterday. But, of course, there does just become that point where it just becomes a little bit of a step too far.
Right, so, I mean, like you said, Victus has not been pushed as far as they have this far this season, and let's hear from one of the Victus players themselves, whether they agree or not. Of course, with us, we have the one and the only Flexi. I mean, again, me and you, nice to see you again, Flexi. How are you doing?
Reunited.
Yeah.
I'm good, How
Reunited.
are you?
Man, I'm doing really good, and I think you feel better than me after that round. I feel like your nades and your entry there into Garage in the final round really did put the scales over in your favor there. But during that tactical timeout before that final round, like, what went through you guys' head? You don't have to spoil the strategies, but like, what was going on there in your heads?
I mean, obviously, as everyone saw, our defenses were good, and we knew that. No matter what map we went to, like, we knew that our Shelly defenses were good, but unfortunately, our attacks that we normally do in scrims just, I mean, I don't know, it was like maybe a bit of nerves because we were 5-1 up, or like, maybe it's just on the day. They also did good things that kind of countered what we were doing. We just kind of choked, I would say. It's not anything bad from the team. I think it shows on the last run that we pulled it together. I mean, if we played the attacks how we know we could have played them, it would have been literally a 7-1. But obviously, not to say that MNM Academy are bad, they're a really good team as well. But I think they played well, but we also played into them a lot. And we didn't play how we normally do, so that definitely helped them. And then the timeout, we just spoke about that. We need to play our game.
And, you know, me and you have been able to have a lot of chats over the years, I was going to say, through Nordic Championship. And, of course, you winning a lot with previous, of course, on High Coast and Prima, and now, of course, here with Victus. And I got to say, you guys are looking strong. I mean, I was a little bit, you know, after the first 2 matchups against the Nordic opponents, I was thinking, well, you know, maybe it's a little bit of a honeymoon, like playing off the 2 supposedly weaker teams. But now you've had 2 really strong matchups here. And there must be a lot of confidence in the team now. It looks like you're playing with confidence, at least.
I mean, yeah, we were happy that we won the first 2 games, obviously, and but the thing we realized is that our season, essentially, not to discredit the other teams, but our season started yesterday against Viperio, because we respect the other teams, such as RIDDLE and RCTIC, but in our case, we wanted to stay focused for the next challenges. So when we beat RCTIC and RIDDLE, we were just like, okay, our season starts against Viperio, and I mean, we brought the same attitude today on the defenses. It's a shame that our attacks weren't as good. I guess we're losing some points in the round differential for that. But yeah, I mean, it's good that we won at the end of the day. And I mean, yeah, we're confident, and we just have to continue playing how we do in practice and other officials. Yeah, I mean, it's just about confidence in the server and not choking. That's the most important part.
And not choking, I was going to say, but like, and I mean, next week you are going to face off against 2 other Nordic teams. It's going to be Ambush and Coalesce. And what are your thoughts going into this matchup, like especially against Ambush, who's now also won 3 out of 4 games here?
I mean, yeah, they're both good teams. They have good individuals. I think that the match that will be more tough for us, honestly, will be the Coalescence game, because I think Ambush are a really good team. They have a really good player in Nick, and the fella is also pretty good. But I think that the unpredictability of Coalescence is going to be harder to play against than the structure of Ambush. Like, Ambush also do some crazy stuff, but they have a structure behind what they're doing, and I think because of that, and they're also a more experienced team, I think that's going to make Coalescence a bit more difficult to predict and play against.
Fair enough. And Flexi, I mean, I can almost do like the whole checklist for you now after all these interviews we've done, but I'm going to give it all to you. You know what to do. The floor is yours.
I'm not going to do a World Cup winning speech, because I know the UK community, my camera's on.
Nah, you know, hey, it's me and you, bro. It's me and you, bro. Ignore them. Ignore the haters.
If my camera wasn't getting destroyed, Snurd, this is all your fault.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so
Okay, now you're blaming me? Okay.
I'm not gonna bore the viewers with my amazing webcam. I mean, thank you to the team for pulling it in the end. Thank you for all the Victus supporters. Once again, thank you to the talent, and thank you to the Victus org. And yeah, hopefully we can keep up this form. That's all I'm gonna say. No World Cup winning speech today. I've been reprimanded, sir. I've been reprimanded.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, you can't take Flexi out of Flexi. I was going to say, but Flexi, I'm sure this is not the last time you get the opportunity to thank someone. Best of luck next week, and have a nice rest of the evening.
Thank you, sir. You too.
There you have it from Flexi himself. You know, he said it. There were some, you know, playing a little bit, perhaps too much into MNM. Like, Demo, I know that you praised a lot of the defenses that we saw from MNM here, and it seems like Flexi and Victus kind of did hit their heads against the wall there.
Yeah, I was very impressed with MNM. Even though it was a loss today, I think them boys should be very, very proud of even what they made able to do to almost get that comeback. I thought they really rallied in that second half. I think MNM at the moment, for me, are one of the best defensive sides in terms of how they can roam and these offside holes that they've been doing. Me and Ollie praised them yesterday whenever we seen them go up against TENSTAR. And again today, I think they're great at really wasting time, wasting that utility. They set up so many different layers, and that's really difficult for, as you can see, two great teams in Victus and TENSTAR. They struggled breaking down those walls and really trying to get those attacks sorted out. So I think MNM, I have to praise them. They are definitely looking to be one of the best, if not the best, defensive sides, just in terms of their whole strategies that they have.
High praise there from Demo and Ollie. Any last words I was going to say, final thoughts before we throw it to a break?
I didn't get anything on my Flexi bingo for the interview.
I know, it was like, he's been reprimanded. Like, yeah, come on,
I was
UK.
A little bit gutted. He's reined it in a little bit, but all in all, a good game, and I think that a game that MNM will look back on and go, you know what, if we don't go 5-1 down at the start, we've probably got a bit more of a chance there, because they are a team that can clutch. They are a team that have that potential, and they are a team that play really, really good Siege. It's just sometimes it's not always in the right order.
There you have it, folks. But we have one more game of the evening. It's going to be NAVI versus Viperio 86 to round this evening off, and you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned after these messages.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. And the first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and shin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCs.
What?
Welcome back to that one final matchup of the evening and this week here in the Northern Premier League. And Jerry and Novi, it's been a long evening, but we're still just that one game away. And you know what? We've saved a very good one for last. Viperio 86 versus NAVI.
Yeah,
it's
like the same energy. Yeah, I can sense it. We're both still just kind of trying to decompress after that game. That was a wild ride, but yeah, now
it was a bit unfair for me to leave that one up for grabs, and you guys just did that cast. I have to admit, like you were still discussing it like backstage, like, oh, that game is like, it's like, yeah, okay, that's on me. That's
10 seconds before we come on, I was like, oh, right, 86 versus NAVI. All right, yeah. So, this game, I mean, what can it mean, right? There's a lot riding on this game now, right? Because these are, again, 2 sort of middle of back sides. NAVI, so far, they haven't lost points except to Heroic, which everyone's lost points to Heroic almost at this point. And 86, they lost points to Victus yesterday, which is somewhat weird because they took them to Villa for whatever reason. So I still think that this is a near 50-50. A lot of us have been backing NAVI in the predictions, but again, this has like a possible overtime written on it, I think.
If only we could do like a prediction with like a percentage, like, well, 51% this way, 60% that way. It might have looked a little bit closer there, but Novi,
on one team.
Do you mirror that sentiment, Novi?
Yeah, maybe like flip. Or maybe just do your predictions based on the flip of a coin. Who knows? You can get quite lucky. But,
I mean, it's starting to get a trend here now.
Yeah. But I get what Jerry's saying, because it's like, Viperio 86, you look at this roster and go, okay, well, we've seen like flashes of brilliance. You know, we saw them against TENSTAR, you know, and against Victus. Still, it was a pretty, you know, that was, even though it's a 7-3 scoreline, we all know that was quite a closer game than it actually appeared. There is depth to this team. This is not the same NAVI of old. It's still the NAVI name, and I think that's something that, I don't know, you kind of have to respect. It's NAVI and name NAVI by nature. You kind of don't bet against them. But if there's any team that is like the Titan Slayers, historically, even though the team has changed, it has been Viperio 86. They kind of burst on the scene. They're very good at building sort of developmental rosters. It's something that they've, like, especially Team 86 going way back, has been very, very good at. But one player remains, that's Curly, keeping that in like the team in tow. They're joined by Noodle, Groovy, Vito, Astro, who played in the Benelux region, I believe, for Gamma as well. Like, there's a lot of experience in this roster, but also a lot of young talent. And this is kind of a waiting game to see for when everything clicks, similar to MNM Academy. And when it clicks, this team is going to be explosive.
The thing is, though, if you wait and you wait too long, the train is leaving the station. We talked about it early in the year. Like, all these rounds matter. Like, just ask Fresh, like, when he was on Chaos, how much he regretted having all those draws at the beginning of the season. I hate giving flashbacks, but, you know, it is what it is. But, Jerry, let's bring up the other roster. Let's bring up NAVI and talk us through their season thus far. I mean, it's, like I said before, they only really dropped 3 points to Heroic. But what makes you say that this is closer than you would assume based on the predictions from the analyst desk?
I think it's a point that I don't necessarily want to make when Navi are right here in front of me, but it's because 86 are unpredictable, right? Let's focus on Navi, because they are the ones that we're looking at, and Blur and secretly Nathan, Kayak, and Thunder have been a force to be reckoned with, to be fair, and they've been doing fairly well in EUL. They've been, I'd say, consistent in their performances. There's just that element of, you know, they don't have Doki anymore, and a lot of it seems to be relying on either stellar team play, which this roster, they have the discipline, they have that in spades, especially with Secretly at the helm, but occasionally if Blur doesn't do Blur things, then there's something lacking. And against a team like 86, which arguably have a bit more explosivity to them, that could be a defining factor in the game. So if Navi win this, it may well come down to just they are a strong team unit, and if 86 win it, then it'll be, you know, punishing and making sure that they win their ones and getting the basics done right over Navi, which would be impressive.
And we're talking about the roster, so let's look at the two of the players who will be duking it out against each other here on the server, namely Groovy and Nathan. And Jerry, anything that really stands out here in this head-to-head?
Well, Nathan's just better, isn't he? Like, look at that. 1.71. No, okay, that's a bit rude. Look at the opening KD's been very impressive from Grubby so far. Groovy, I don't know. I'm going to ask him at some point. And 1.71 KDR, though, for Nath. He has had a fantastic tournament so far. Yesterday was just on an absolute burner. He was the one that truly carried Na'Vi to rather pedestrian victory over RIDDLE 7-1, but he was just fragging out of his mind and got a number of plants down in that game alone. I feel as though that plant stat of 4, it's top for the season in terms of like all across MPL, and I think at least 3 or 4 were yesterday. So it's an impressive one just from that game.
Absolutely, and it's also interesting the fact that on that plant sort of conversation is, I know this is head-to-head, but talking about the rest of Na'Vi, Secretly's got a plant, Kayak's got 2, Blur's got 1 as well. Like, this is a team that we saw them yesterday when they were playing. They would kind of just go, okay, well, so-and-so's dead. Let's do the objective. Let's get the diffuser down, flip the script, apply the pressure on defenders, and that kind of seems to be their go-to. You can tell when Secretly is like, okay, back to basics, let's do the objective. And it works for them because they are, on paper, they should be, apart from Bar Heroic, a better team than everyone else on paper. It's just up to them performing. If they lose, I think that's sort of maybe a few red flags for the Na'Vi side, but also a huge praise would have to go to whoever their opponents is. Could be Viperio 86.
There's usually always an upset during the course of a league, and the question remains, will it be tonight? Let's see which map which will answer that question, I was going to say, and it will be Oregon. I mean, that, fair enough. Viperio, actually had the choice between Clubhouse and Oregon, and I think those are, you know, Demo mentioned earlier tonight, you know, if you want to go up against a stronger opponent, if you want to go to, you know, get your points, go to your Clubhouses, go to your Oregon. Now, admittedly, against a map that you didn't really know and you needed to get points, but this is, in many ways, I wouldn't say a must-win for Viperio, because that puts a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but they do really need to start picking up some points here in order to stay, you know, to avoid playing catch-up here with the rest of the top 4 here. But what do you think, Jerry?
I feel like it's a strong map for Na'Vi in particular. I mean, they've played it a lot during EUL, so very happy to show it. Very happy to go there in best of ones, and I doubt that 86 don't have an Oregon, right? This is Oregon we're talking about, and this ban phase, you look at it, Skyscraper Border, Cafe Bank off the bat, and then not too far along, you know, you get Chalet Theme Park gone. I think both teams had a similar agenda here. They want bread and butter Siege.
Novi, same thoughts or different takes?
It's back to basics. Like, that's what it is, and despite how much we had that whole era of only seeing Oregon for every single game of what it felt like, I feel like Oregon especially is kind of like our great equalizer, isn't it? If you can play Oregon, everyone should be able to play it. And so it fundamentally comes down to who is absolutely a better team, because everyone knows the strats, everyone knows the defaults. You just need to outperform your opponent. This is a straight up gunfight. This is a great opportunity for 86, but likewise for Na'Vi, this could be for them smooth sailing.
Well, we heard secretly yesterday he wants to win regardless of the opposition, regardless of the tournament. And Alien demo, let's make sure that we actually get a massive show here for the final time tonight. Let's give it all over to the casters. Boys, take it away.
Snurlave, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be joined here, and we're going to kick off this final game of the night. I know that everybody has been waiting quite a long time for this one. I'm sure that there are a couple of people in the chat that are certainly Navi fans that are ready to see their team play. They're going to, of course, be going up against Viperio. We're going to be headed over to Oregon. This is, on paper, could be that bread and butter siege that Jerry was talking about there, Demo. What do you reckon? Is it going to be one for the ages?
I don't know about one for the ages, but I think one where we'll see Navi just kind of run about. I think Navi, if they can, they'll just play Oregon every week inside of NPL. Oregon's a map where I think a lot of the, the EUL sides we've seen in last season in a lot of nationals whenever we had, a lot of the German orgs playing inside of GSA. We've seen a lot of Oregons because there's nothing that's going to really surprise you on Oregon. There's, who's saving strats in Oregon? There's not really much to it. It's just, you don't really have to think. You just go around and just win your engagements, win your gunfights. I think it was back whenever Navi played against G2, I want to say. I think they played in Oregon, and I think Citizen, he had said in his interview that it's Oregon, there's nothing really to it, and they kind of wanted to go there because they knew that there would be nothing that would catch them by surprise, and they can just kind of run around and it's just one of those maps, isn't it?
I think it does just become a nice comfort pick, as it were, as we're seeing the bans starting to come in now. We've got both a Finker and a Hibana removed. Good old Fink ban. Certainly a ban to consider.
Yeah.
Now I think it is something that we've seen a couple of times so far this evening, and certainly across the two play days. Valkyrie there coming in as well.
Yeah.
No major surprise.
No.
Potential for the Cade ban.
Thatcher is open, so I don't know if it's needed. Said Wamai. Okay, that's always a dangerous ban to see come in. I think no surprise there. I think it kind of takes away a clutch operator from at least one or two players inside of the lobby. That's going to be a guarantee, maybe more. Who knows? But overall, I think is a good ban. Whenever you think of Oregon, it does come down to how confident you are in gunfights. I think that's kind of what Oregon's determined on, isn't it? Only who can actually frag better 9 times out of 10. Strats, like we mentioned, don't really have anything to do with it compared to frags. I think if you get your kills, you get your refrags, you get entry well, you'll have no issues playing Oregon. It's simple. We've talked about this before. Nothing new is going to spring at you and surprise you. It's all fairly run-of-the-mill, so I think eliminating an operator like Finka, yeah, 86 could be in for a bumpy ride just in the beginning.
Well, let's see how 86 want to try and approach this. They're going to be starting off here on the attack, going to be attacking into that basement first and foremost. Blur going to be upstairs on the Oryx, just making a couple of rotations, giving the roamers of Navi something to play around. Now, interestingly, the back wall has been reinforced onto the stage. Kayak just prepping upstairs inside of Attic, going to reinforce that hatch as well. So Navi really setting a stall out here.
Yeah, decent amount of roamers. I think Blur, he's certainly kind of showcased over the past 2 weeks that he's just going to run around on anything and everyone. He doesn't really care what he plays. We've been seeing a lot of Amarus. There's an Oryx. He's going to get an easy down. Surprised he couldn't finish off the kill, but still trying to fight them back. But still, that's a good bit of damage that's being done to Grubby early on, and it will waste a bit of time on the side of 86.
Ruby can be picked up there. A bit more droning required, and I guess the most important thing there, as you mentioned, is the time taken. Just knocks that back another 30 seconds or so. Blur got a little angle to hold on to the double window upstairs, but his attention really ought to be on the same plane at the moment, as he is going to be getting pushed. Drones do start to work in, and Blur just hanging around in green corridor. Playing fairly aggressively here, and fairly confidently, to be said. Let's go for a little bit of a swing there, but instead just chooses to dip back. Not giving up the position, though. Still hanging around and meeting, and still being that awkward force. Nath, I'm not sure how you managed to crawl away from that one. He's going to chew up another nade from Astro. It's a bit of an expensive way to convert an already downed player, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, Nathan trying to maybe sneak a kill in there, trying to maybe support Blur, and just add an extra bit of spice into the pot. But sadly, that's going to get met with, as you've seen, a nade. Takes up both nades from Astro, but still a kill is a kill, and they have 4 more nades in the back pocket that they can utilize if they need to. A6 don't look as if they're too confident at the moment with the flanks, Ollie. Does look as if they're more orientating towards this laundry freezer take, and if that's the case, then Kayak up in Big Tower, he's not going to be able to do a whole lot. There is a rotation, however, into Attic, Ollie, which he could utilize if he wants to. It just depends if Curly can drone him out or not. If he's going to be misdroned and maybe not expecting someone to be at the top of tier 3, this could be a disaster for 86. All pressure on the Yak.
I mean, why would you expect someone to be in the top of T3? Kayak's got to plan this fairly perfectly. He knows that he's being misdroned right now, but it's all about timing. There's 40 seconds left. We can hear a Gon 6 going off. Blur desperately trying to sprint himself out of danger. And Nade follows it up as well and chips him down a little bit further. Kayak has to pick his time to strike here.
Great shot.
Thunder finds one before Blur eventually gets traded out. Astro doing damage in the site, and now Kayak chooses his time to strike. How much info has he got, though? Is he just going to go for electrical hatch? Because this could put a lot of pressure on Secretly. Secretly, of course, still playing inside of the site. 10 seconds left, and the plant now going down. Freezer is going to be occupied by Secretly. Kayak, he's got to drop, and he's got to drop now. Goes for the pre-fire. Can he land the shots? Yes, he can! Lines up perfectly for him. Astro picks up the final kills. Oh, a close round, but a round that will go to Viperio. The flank just not quite enough.
At the same time, Kayak got that double kill. Astro was able to kill the remaining player inside of Freezer and then hold his nerve against that Roman Jaeger. It was a nice attempt there from Kayak. Maybe it's a little bit too slow. I think he could have maybe just stopped them getting into the bomb site entirely there, Ollie, but still it worked out for him. But just sadly, I think the player in Freezer gave his life away, or else that certainly would have been a round win for Navi. Astro, you have to commend him. What a round he's just had there, a triple kill. And I think big moments to get a triple kill right in the first round. It's going to help the momentum now for a player like Astro. We know he has that talent, Ollie. We've seen it plenty of times before in all of the competitions he's played in. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Absolutely, you know, it's worth mentioning Astro is by no means an unknown player. Same goes for Vito as well. You know, these are guys that have been around the block a little bit. Certainly big round players that come in when needed most to sort of salvage that round, it seemed. You know, when Kayak's getting misround up in T3, you're thinking, ooh, this is looking pretty good, or at least it should be. But all, of course, the timing is the crucial element of that, and there's a lot of things that aren't known at that moment in time that can make it very difficult for the flanking player to really get the most out of that position. Navi going to mix things up. Opting not to go back downstairs again. Instead, going to change site. Going to hit the meeting version of meeting and kitchen, as opposed to kitchen and dining. Meeting has become the much more popular choice as of late. And part of the reason for that is the extension that you can do upstairs and really force quite a full map clear here for the attackers.
So where do they want to head now for the attack? You see how Navi have kind of set up. And that roaming presence is always going to be there. You always have to be on your toes against Navi, and you have to make sure the drone work is thorough. We know some of the positions that Nathan and Blur can get themselves into. I think this is certainly a map where it just kind of becomes a playground for those two players, where they can run around and sit in these random corners that you're never going to expect to see, and then they end up just getting a lot of kills. Secretly tries his hand at an aggressive swing, but Astro continuing that momentum from the last round will kill him off, and now Astro actually has control of green! What a shot from Astro! Nathan, good night! Astro on fire right now.
Somebody needs to stop Astro before he starts running away with these rounds. Not only has he been able to get 2 kills, but he also removed the mute jammer on the wall and the Banshee as well. It's going to make any more quick advances even easier. And of course, the wall has now been fully opened. That isn't likely going to be where the plant goes down, but it gives a lot of lines of sight through, and it really does remove an ability to sit inside of the meeting. Kayak now forced back into flags, as Vito is going to push in through garage. He knows that he can make something happen from that location. Kayak next fall. Blur not really in a position to do anything about it all, as Curly starts to nail that diffuser down. Blur holding on in through to garage, but to no avail. Thunder is going to be the next player to find a kill. He does take out Vito, but is downed in process. A direct trade 1-for-1. Garage has been neutralized, but at what cost? The plant has gone down. It's post-plant. And look at the positions that 86 are holding now. They're able to sit back. They've got the wall entirely open. Navi have spent the last 15 to 20 seconds reviving downed players. And still they've got a job left to do. They've still got to try and hit this retake. And with only 16 seconds left, it's looking increasingly unlikely. Noodle, he's going to take down Blur as a swing from Thunder is quickly thwarted by Curly. And Kayak, well, what is he left to do? 7 seconds, not enough time to disable that diffuser. And Noodle obliges, taking him out of action and locking in the second round here for Viperio.
Viperio 86, another round under their belt. And Astro, again, just set that round up magnificently. Yeah, it has to be said, Ollie. Being able to get that kill into secretly, and then a great shot onto Nathan. I'm really, really shocked. I'm a bit taken back. Out of everyone that would play aggressive and would swing in that manner, you would not expect it to be secretly.
Not first like that either, no. But the thing is, he had the shotgun, so did he believe? He mustn't have been a believer. He's not believed in the shotgun. The one pump, it should have done it from that range, but something's gone wrong there.
Navi, maybe just need to rein themselves in a bit. I mean, Secretly's talked, you know, quite a bit in an extent that sometimes the boys, they get a little bit too rowdy sometimes, and he has to try and rein them in. I would say this was probably a time for him to start reining them in, because 2-0 down, it's not a good look. Especially in Oregon. Defense. Remember we talked about defense? You need to make sure you win them.
Maybe Secretly needs to rein himself in.
Maybe.
I mean, at that point,
who's reining him in?
Who's reining him in, yeah. I don't know if there are reins that are big enough.
Not even a rein attached to that, man. So much trust they have, but yeah, they need to try and get something back. They will head towards that kid's bedroom now and see how 86 want to deal with this. Have the Maverick. Good solid operator. They can maybe rotate over towards Attic and open that side of the map, which looks to be the case for them. I believe Nathan is also lurking towards the big tower side, and we'll see what he gets up to. He's just in the bottom stairs right now, and I wonder if Vito's aware of that. I wonder if there's drone work being done. This is what I mean with Navi, and they can just sit in these corners. Vito sticks his head in at the wrong time as Nathan fires the barrage of bullets at him, and finally we're going to see Navi with a bite back now, and they will get that first opening pick.
Navi desperately need a round here. They need to find something on an Oregon defense that they can at least go back to and build a bit of confidence from, and that opening pick is going to go a long way to do them some favors. Secretly, with the pocket reinforcement, is going to close off the breach and place a jammer down, just make the job a little bit more difficult for 86 to try and get that open. Default cam at the top of Armory does still remain for what information it is going to provide, as we know that the next focus really here from 86 is going to be to try and get that breach wall open. But look at how aggressive Astro's willing to get onto that, shutting down Kayak inside a trophy. There's an argument to question why Kayak is there in the first place, playing so aggro after the opening kill is already being achieved, but you've got to try and keep control somehow. Now there is Nath playing below, and Curly isn't going to be aware of that on the drone. Astro, it's as though he's aware that somebody could be below. At least he knows that he needs to get in there and place the nade. Nath, you got to pick your time to strike. Just going to be hiding out for the time being inside of the classroom. Second nade goes out. It's almost a little bit too late, but he's let the players pass. He knows what he must do now, and that is to try an impact trick from below. One will be successful, but he knows he can't stay there. So another exothermic will be placed, and the second attempt will likely go through.
Secretly, here comes the shotgun now, has to believe in it once again, swings at all the wrong time. Curly picks up a freebie, and that's one player that's been knocked off his high horse in a very strong position on top of that sofa. Really keep them at bay, but sadly just swings again. Noodle, outside double window, looking for Blur, trying to fish for a kill. Oh, dodges the nade, and look at Blur's HP, he's very lucky to do so. Grubby will push in and find Thunder. Curly attempting to defuse, but just sees Blur standing idly by in the corner. And Nathan all by himself. He's the only man who's managed to get a kill for Navi in this round, and he's going to need to try and find 4 more if he wants it to be a Navi round. We'll try and flank up the big tower in towards Attic, but it's not even open. He can't do anything at all, and Nathan, well, what do you do at this stage? I suppose just a matter of time now for Viperio 86. Sit back, relax, and let that diffuser tick down slowly and steadily. Nathan, what's he thinking of doing? Into lobby he goes, up the armory stairs, checks for drones, and he will be spotted out. So he knows he's going to be in for a rude awakening here. A lot of gun shots will be coming near his direction. Goes for the knife peek. Does get shot in the back, runs across into armory, looking for at least 1 kill, but I don't think 86 are going to give them anything. Nathan, a great shot, but Grubby's there for the refrag. 86, my oh my, storming away right now, a 3-0 lead.
Starting to really chain those rounds together. Opening kills and opening deaths that fall into very quick rounds here for Viperio. They're able to convert quite nicely. And that round was no different. Even though they misdroned a little bit, even though they had a bit of a lack of intel in some areas, they kind of overcome that with the way that they're playing as a team. They're really full committing to whatever it is that they're trying to do at that moment in time. If it's play aggressive in the early part of the round and drone in Astro and make sure he's well supported, done. If Astro's going below to get rid of the, any sort of mute jammer or electrification on a wall to assist that being open, it's done, and the people are ready to act accordingly off the back of it. And, react when Nate's there with the impact trip from below. It's, right, okay, we're going to go down and we're going to replace that. It's there, make someone get below, make sure he's not there again. And, it's very, very checklist stuff. Viperio making this look very easy at the moment. And Navi are just, it seems like they can't catch a break, Demo. I feel like they're on the wrong side of every little bit of timing possible. Look at Secretly, for example. Everything he swings, he's swinging into a pre-fire that's just got headshots written all over it, ready for him. And the shotgun's just doing nothing for him.
What a great response, I think, from 86. If we looked at how they played yesterday, Ollie, it looked a little bit out of their depth, didn't they? They didn't really get into a rhythm at all on Villa. But today against Navi, they came back in great force. And I think for 86, obviously a team who wants to challenge for these Challenge League positions, this is where they can maybe gain points, where right now they're winning against Navi. Other teams such as Victus, such as TENSTAR, they might struggle against a team like Navi. Who knows?
Let's see if Navi's attempts to try and slow down 86 are going to do anything here. The Capcan has been brought. We're feeling the need for just a little bit of something to try and slow these players down, but it's going to be Nathan to fall. Astro playing aggressively once again. Ooh. Thunder, what are you doing? You know that he's going to be there. That's surely being called out. Thunder really getting away with it there, but secretly going to be the next player to fall. Getting aggro on Laundry Stairs. What are we seeing here, Demo?
I don't know. The strict nature of a Navi side is not being shown right now. It's just swing everything, and it's not working for them. We say that, Ollie. There's 2 kills that go in favor now of Navi, and it's back to 3 players apiece. Blur, ooh, drops a kill there. Maybe if he was a second earlier, could have shot. Grubby is running away. Noodle actually takes the initiative, realizing there's actually a lot of roamers now, and just takes free control of Freezer. Nobody there to try and stop him, and that is good decision-making from Noodle, has to be said.
Well, the plant is starting to go down now as well under the capable cover of 86. Thunder is able to grab 1 back to level things up, 2 men apiece, and the C4 comes flying in from Blur. It's 1 versus 2 now. Wow. Curly, you've got a lot of work left to do here. You've managed to get the plant down, but not much else. Blur there just seemed to be stuck shooting the floor, as Thunder's going to come and oblige and disable that diffuser.
Wow. Navi, finally, there they are on the board. Great decision making from 86, I think, to push in and try and get that diffuser down. You see the reaction speed. As soon as Noodle says, "Yep, I have freezer control," they're straight into Laundry, and they're going for that plant. But Navi, great retake. Thunder being that dominant force there, being able to push into freezer, wins his engagement, and that was the crucial one. That freezer player, Noodle, needs to be able to win those engagements, and if he doesn't, then the whole thing just crashes down, and then the players who are inside of Laundry, they're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, that is one round of many required here for Navi to start to bring this back. 1-3 isn't really where you want to be sitting on a defender side of Oregon. But there is a chance we can still pull this back to an equal split. Viperio, on the flip side, we need to see how they respond. They've had a lot of things go their way. They've been on the fortunate side, I think, of a lot of the 50-50s that have happened so far in this game. Now with round 4 not going their way, let's see how they choose to respond to it. Previously, when we saw this site, it was a very sort of a very default take in toward that master bedroom, get the wall open, look to try and push in through to games. And now his defense kind of hinged a lot on Nathan. His timing, while it was good, it wasn't as good as it could have been. Vito, straight into T3, Nelson around.
Straight in. Takes control of that strong position. We're going to start rotating down and try and gain control of that attic. Of course, Grubby will find a bit of a freebie there into Secretly, who's having an unfortunate game more than anything. Secretly, you kind of mentioned, Ollie, he seems to be the player who's swinging into the mist a lot of the time, and that time he just gets caught out. Just Secretly, his head's not in at the moment.
Firmly lost in the sauce. I think is the
into the pot.
The professional diagnosis from that one. It's one of those unfortunate things, isn't it? If nothing's going well for you, you just get those games where you can't do anything right.
Bad to worse.
And, you know, using 2 impacts to try and finish off down player, that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. You know, it's in another game that works for you, and you're able to secure the kill. You know you've got Astro downed out there, and you're doing a good job of stopping him from being revived, but Curly comes through, threads the eye of a needle, very narrow angle there onto Blair.
Brilliant from Kayak, though.
Let's find one in return. Astro has been picked up, though, so the man count advantage remains here for 86. Now, previously, that wall got reinforced with a pocket reinforcement last time we saw this site. This time it hasn't been, and it's almost creating more problems here for 86.
Do they know about Nathan? That's what I'm interested in, because Nathan is an unchecked man. 86, they're scattered about at the moment. Noodle's actually rotated towards Kid's window. Does anyone know he's here? The Amaru just swinging across, just slingshots.
Spider-Man-esque.
Yeah, slingshots across it, and what is that? Is that a bird or a plane? Nope, it's just Amaru. That's all it is. Actually going to look to maybe go for a double window plant, and I mean, they've got Noodle on the kid's bedroom, and that will be able to stop that angle onto the white stairs, but he himself is a little bit unsure. Of course, that attic window is going to cause some issues. I don't know if this is the best decision here from 86. I think they had a lot going for them there, moving in towards the attic, and they can really start exposing that. Nathan, there we go, the man who was unchecked for the majority of the round. Ollie will be able to find Astro. He still has a C4. He can maybe go below and deny the double window push in. Kayak will be naded out. Noodle has been very territorial with those nades, of course, and a couple of flashbangs in through that generator window. Thunder tucked close into the corner, has to try and stop the diffuser, as it will start to be attempted. A great angle being held, like a crossfire. Now 1 versus 3, all down to Nathan. Noodle will push in. Curly looking for the diffuser, has planted in towards Kids. Is there information? Nathan has the D4. Can he hit it? Is he gonna get it? No, he will not. His C4's the wrong location, and now he has to retake up the dreaded white stairs is where he will go. Vito is waiting for him with that big old LMG. 86 have made it work. What a crossfire, I think, from Vito on that generator window made all the difference, Ollie.
I tell you, for a round that looked so back and forth, and then it just looked as though Viperio had entirely lost their way, he really managed to pull something together there. He got a couple of really important kills. I think it was this point, 3 versus 3, and you're thinking, this isn't looking great. They look quite unsure. 30 seconds left on the clock. and then bang, the nade comes through, removes Kayak. All of a sudden, big windows, free for the hop-in because we've got Nate playing below, and the pieces just start to fall into place. 86 did a great job there of salvaging that round. It didn't go their way. They didn't have, they didn't get through the wall and play in toward Generator and play in toward the games room as they did previously when attempting that site. It was a little bit of a different story, and they've managed to chalk themselves up yet another round here. There's potential, Demo, for a 5-1 half here, which means one of two things. Either it means that we're in for a long night because the game's going to go all the way to the bitter end, or Viperio could just run away with this one and have themselves tucked up in bed before midnight.
Certainly could be the case. 86, if they take a 5-1 half, boy, what do you say? What do you say about that? That's one way to make a statement after losing yesterday to respond against NAVI. Aye, oh my. So, NAVI, what are they going to do? Going to that third bomb site again? Last time it was Astro who made those big plays from Baroli. Those opening 2 kills that he had just gave them full green control, and then the wall was opened up after that, and it was pretty simple for 86 just to follow through the basic recipe of get the plant down and just hold it for all you're worth. Did they have the also last time? I don't think they did.
I don't think so.
So this is going to be a new adaptation for them, and it's actually going to be used to maybe try and lock down Attic. We've seen Thunder lurk here the last time as well. Didn't really have that much of an impact. I think even if was it Grubby on the Nook, I want to say, was the last operator we see play those tower stairs to try and keep Attic behind, and looks like they're gonna just do it this time with an Aussie. Give that player a bit more coverage, a bit more defensible of a position.
I think 86 doing a good job here of going through the motions. Blur is able to take down Curly as he just dips himself up those stairs. Eventually will be finished off by Vito, but a lot of damage done. Not least because I think that the wall actually got tricked at the same time. Either that or Blur was able to shoot off the exothermic charge, but Curly falling, the only form of hard breach there, is now going to make things a little bit more difficult for Viperio. And Blur may have given his life away. It might look like a fairly reckless trade, but he's actually probably secured his team the round here.
Yeah, it is. No hard breach. That means that they have to try and walk down another avenue. Astro, you can see he's trying to creep in towards green, but Thunder's ready for him, has that angle upstairs ready to go. And I doubt that Astro would be ready for that in any kind of context. You can see now the player's starting to rotate maybe towards that dining side, getting towards kitchen. So if they themselves have realized, Ollie, that yeah, we can't get the wall open now. That was a silly error. We gave them that hard breach, and now they're trying to push in. Thunder, like we mentioned, has that upstairs angle. We'll get a free kill onto Vito. Was not aware of that. That's also going to be Diffuser cold in the ground. Noodle has just somehow strolled into the bomb site, and they have no idea that he is here. How have Navi let that slip? Nathan, however, will find 2 kills. I think he was actually the man who let him walk in, but it doesn't matter as he redeemed himself. I don't think the teammates will be too happy with letting Noodle just waltz in like that, but still, Navi will win the round.
Navi there managing to salvage somewhat of a lackluster defensive half there on Oregon. 2 rounds was all that they managed. We're going to see an attacker-sided Oregon here tonight. There is a possibility that that is going to be a case, but I would more likely wager at this point that Viperio have just played a little bit better Siege, and Navi have been a bit unlucky in some regards. Let's see if that luck is able to switch with the sides, though. 86 take us downstairs for their first attempt at the basement. Navi already bringing not an unorthodox lineup, but there's a couple of curveballs in there. We've got the Ying and the Nook in the same lineup. It's always something that you love to see. Bit of a crouch walk maybe into Freezer as Kayak's distracting everybody over toward blue.
Perhaps it is one of those explosive lineups, isn't it, Ollie, where things could go very, very well for Navi, or things could go horribly wrong. There's no real in-between. It's one or the other. Mira being open is going to cause issues. I think that's a given, and I wouldn't say Navi have the greatest of lineups to deal with that, so I think perhaps the Nook could be in for a bit of an issue. you would assume that Nook will be coming down either Laundry Stairs or down towards Freezer Stairs. That's going to be probably the go-to for Blur. So as soon as he walks down Freezer and sees that mirror window, he's going to know he can't do anything against it. They don't have really the lineup to do it either. They don't have Habana, because it's banned, which I think actually a very good ban from 86 now, looking at it, if they're so dead serious about bringing this mirror nearly every round, I would imagine, for the basement. And they're not bringing the Twitch, which would, of course, be a great counter also. Even Ace would be a solid pick.
Yeah, the Twitch was hovered, I think, by Navi, but I think the 6 picked out of it. So yeah, a bit of a unfortunate one. And because the mirror windows can be just so valuable. But it really does depend on what you're able to do as an attacker in terms of working around that. If you get yourself into electrical quickly and there's nobody playing such an extended roam game inside a meeting, you know, you can somewhat neutralize that mirror window, but it's mainly the one in Freezer that's going to be the difficult one, and the one that's a little bit tougher to crack secretly. I'm going to attempt to nade there down those Freezer stairs. He knows that somebody's going to be playing in there. Still got a pocket reinforcement for elbow. At this point in the round, it's probably high time that Curly starts thinking, when is he going to start to close that up? He can maybe look to burn a little bit more time. Doesn't want himself caught out all too soon. Nade's coming down now to try and root Vito out of position as the drones follow up. Vito, maybe choosing to get a little bit more aggro onto this, is at least going to hold the angle for now. More info is required here for Navi.
Just making sure everything's checked, and here comes Kak with the Ying. Will prep the first Candela. Blur of an 8 kill on the pillar, a big one at that. Grubby gets full blinded, and that's going to cause him to panic a bit. Nathan, does he know that the player's inside of Harry Potter right now? It doesn't look to be the case, and Grubby will find an absolute freebie, but Blur is there with the refrag. So still positive trades for Navi, even more so as Kayak is found one with that LMG, and the remaining players both stacked up inside of the B bomb site trying to play those mirror windows. One man is lurking towards the Freezer stairs, but I don't think secretly he's going to be able to do a whole lot. No, he will not. Secretly, I don't know what he was thinking with pushing in towards the Freezer. Whenever you see all of that, the information and the peak advantage you have with the mirror windows, down goes Blur. So Kayak's cover and Highway is off the board. Thunder also falls. What has happened, Navi? We're sitting at a 4 versus 2, and now it's a 2 versus 0, 86. What a comeback there in that round.
It's all over from that point onwards, honestly. That was... oh, what a throw. There's not really any other way to describe that. You've got such a man count advantage. You've still got drones left in pocket at the 40-second mark, and you don't know that somebody's in Harry Potter. Secretly. Gives himself away for free.
Yeah, I don't know why.
There's one angle being held. Like, there's one place you can die from. Like, make the rotate or do something.
And there's only 2 of them left as well.
Well, it was 2 versus 4.
Nobody's going to be kicking in Freezer. Sure, you know that. You've seen both of them inside of Laundry.
Difficult round, and the thing is, you got to feel for Kayak in that position because he'd done so much.
Even Blur as
Candelas, he got all of his Candelas out there. He was thinking about getting the plant down until somebody died, and then it was only then when he came off it because he realised he didn't have any cover anymore. Thunder was hanging out outside of Blue, not really doing anything because he was pretty much one shot. Obviously, he got into an engagement and then dipped off back, but then just felt like he couldn't do anything or wasn't able to hold an angle or whatever, and was almost AFK inside of Blue. It was a bit of a tough round, really. You could certainly feel for Kayak in that situation as he's just trying to do everything and his team are just falling around him.
Navi, around that you should have won. See how they respond as they will be headed up to a new attack, and it will be that top floor. That's what we're used to seeing, is not only we usually see that base, but then that top floor be picked up immediately. I mean, Oregon do have some good bomb sites. Astro, another great shot. Down goes Kayak. The Thermite off the board. Oh no, that's a horrible operator to lose. 86. He'll be happy with that pick. Astro has hit some incredible shots this game, Ollie.
Yeah, Astro's been on fire. I think there's certainly an argument to...
oh, what brilliant from Curly. Oh.
Man of the match. Curly going to utilize the pocket reinforcement.
Brilliant.
I really like that about Oregon. I really love how the pocket reinforcement can just be so rewarding. Especially when you remove the hard breacher first, you know that you're just like, yoink, see you later. You're now pushing through single doorways, double window, like whatever you like. We're making this as hard as humanly possible.
I'm surprised Goyo hasn't brought a bit more as well on this map. Like you mentioned, whenever you do start to get clumped up in towards single doorways, and Oregon isn't... I know you can play that kind of rush rank style where you just kind of swing in, marry up hatches, jump in double windows, all that jazz that you can have, but that isn't always going to be a guarantee. But if you play a much more slow, methodical Oregon, the typical way to play it, it does take quite a bit of time. A lot of utility dump goes into this, so that's where the Goyo canisters can be incredible. If you know you're dealing with a double window, last 30 seconds, pop the Goyo on double window, pop the Goyo on white stairs. They can't do anything. It's a lockout. Nathan, great kill to get his team back in action, and a double kill for Nathan. Great shots have been had all around in this matchup. Nathan, brilliant work. I think he's someone that you have to highlight as well, Ollie. He was a big player yesterday for NAVI, was the real lifeblood. And right now he's trying his best to get his team back on track.
You've got to wonder how 86 have let it get to this point, right? It was looking so good for them all that time ago, and now the plant's going down. Curly, sure, he finds one, but secretly is likely going to secure this plant, as Noodle isn't in position to really do anything about it. Curly, not got a lot of health to speak of. Going to challenge onto that double window, and he gets shut down by a Blur as well. Noodle has made the rotation, but it's a bit too little too late. Gets a great shot there over onto Blur. He's going to be able to pick up the second. 27 seconds left. You got a player on white. The C4 goes out. Shuts out midair. Can't land the shot secretly. Finally redeems himself when his team need it the most. Pings the C4 out of the air and is able to shut down the player. All after getting the plant down as well. Viperio, there's an argument to say that they let one slip there, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what NAVI did. They let a round slip, and straight away, 86 have called for the timeout, Ollie. What do you think of that? I mean, it's
don't let that
5-3.
momentum. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
momentum.
That's what I was going to bring up. I think that's probably 86 fearing that you've just gave NAVI one attack. Let's try and stop that immediately. I would say that's definitely the cause for concern.
Don't give them that momentum. Don't give them a chance to get back into this. Because there's going to be things that happened in that previous round that NAVI aren't exactly thrilled about. You know, the positions that they found themselves in, like Nath having to go nuts and get a couple of quick kills downstairs. 86 playing downstairs in the first place was a bit weird. They didn't really need to be there. So I think it's probably a good time to bring it and just say, you know, what are we going to do differently? Let's figure it out. We'll work on that round. We'll go back upstairs to kids and see if there's something that we can try a little bit differently, because this is a big opportunity, really. I think, you know, you start thinking round number 9, round number 10. This is really where Viperio are either going to win this game or they're going to lose it. They need to win it in the next couple of rounds. Otherwise, we're probably going to end up going to an overtime.
Yeah, I think especially whenever TENSTAR lost again today. You know, that creates a bit of a gap between those two rivals as well, all you have to remember. So where other teams are starting to slip up, that's where then you have to go and win that night and really start to go above and beyond as best as you can. Let's see now. Round number 9 is where we head to. There's Nathan being highlighted. Holby's going to be a threat, isn't he? Just is. Opening kills and deaths across the career, 76 to 70.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
86 going for that trophy hold, Ollie, that we see a few times. Put that shield in, a lot of utility. This is probably where the Wamai band's helping out NAVI, you know, a fair chunk. I'm sure Wamai probably would have been brought if it was open for 86. Don't know who they're sub out. Maybe the Aruni, I suppose, would maybe be the substitution. I know Aruni, yes, still a utility burn operator, but you get a lot more Wamai distant than what you would with only the 3 gates at a time. And of course, you can stack multiple. You can't stack multiple laser gates on one doorway.
Laser gates?
No, there it is.
I had to catch myself there and make sure I did it right.
Are we going, Des? Are we going to... Sorry. Alright.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Actually, if we get to overtime, which we don't know yet, then maybe Tim will make an appearance. You don't know.
Oh, you might be able to, you might be able to get him on the line. Noodle picks up a kill over onto Blur. Astro a second onto Nath. Things not looking great
I better tell
here.
Tim to stand by, or actually not stand by. Tell Tim to get an early night.
Tell him to stand down.
Stand down. That's it.
There's because there's a chance that this is going to go toward Viperio. At least round number 9 could do. Now there was a big old dump of utility there. Navi have mixed things up a little bit. They've brought double hard breach and they've brought the Thatcher. So they're obviously planning for a little bit more redundancy here, but it really isn't mattering because it's just going down as a straight shootout. And Astro is on the right side of things. Thunder looking to challenge now into security. He too will fall. Noodle makes the shotgun sing as Thunder will be the last player. Oh, sorry, the second to last player to fall here for Navi. Kayak. He was the first blood in round number 8. He is the last alive here in round number 9. He has 2x thermic charges left, but nothing really to say about it because he too is going to suffer a very similar fate, no doubt. Vito going to crouch down the bottom of those white stairs, and he's going to be able to find that final kill. Great little pre-fire there, assisting his teammate inside of security. That's Viperio putting themselves onto a match point.
Viperio 86 will at least get 1 point from this matchup. Will they get all 3? Only Navi can stop them. They need to get 3 rounds in a row, Ollie, on the attack. Upstairs is going to be locked out for at least 2 rounds. 86, they get that basement. Let's be honest, Ollie. That basement defense, 86 probably had no business winning that. They shouldn't have in the position they were put in.
Yeah, it was more of a throw, I think, from Navi than a win from 86, wasn't it? I mean, Astro did a great job with the DMR. The DMR certainly assisted a couple of those kills. Some of those, you know, little 2-tap body shots and stuff like that are always very satisfying. Astro was making that work, but there has to be an argument here for Navi to say, just cut yourself back, do the basics well, and trust in the basics to win the round. You know, remember what they brought. They brought the mirror. That was a really big thing for them. The Ying worked well. We can bring the Ying again. We can make that work. Do we need to bring something specifically to deal with the mirror? Okay, secretly, you go on the Twitch. Like you can feel the conversation here that's going on in the Navi comms at the minute, and they know what they're going to be going up against here. It's really just going to be about executing it. About, you know, right, deal with the mirror window. Right, can we get in the same position to use the Candela as well like we did last time? Nath, you're on Flores this time. You've got a little bit more scope to destroy any deployable shields and, you know, things of that nature.
So Navi. In they go. And that Ying, of course, needs to be that main operator that you kind of revolve your entire push around, isn't it? That's the main planet in the system. Thunder just trying to gain control of green, maybe try and get himself onto those back stairs. Common place, I would say, for an Iana to kind of be positioned. You have the nades, of course, that you can toss in towards pillar. I think Blur played there last time on the nuke, but this time maybe Thunder's thinking about it. Wonder where Blur's going. He's looking for a rotate. Maybe this is where he's going to take up that same position, rotating towards those back stairs now. So they've cleared the map. They know it's good to go. Let's get the hatches open now, and oh, the Twitch drone, Ollie, it's stuck in and got that freezer mirror window. That's good work from Secretly.
Much better from Secretly. Played the Maverick last time, I think, and it was borderline useless. We didn't really see a lot of blowtorch action, and the nades didn't really come through anything either. Nath, we were trying to get the Flores drone on in. Will detonate it just a little bit short of the shield, but it gets the shield and the ADS. I thought he was just going for the ADS there, but
I thought it was short, but wow,
he got the double whammy.
Max range.
Mirror windows have been decimated here as well. Toxic Babe Canister is going to cut off that blue rush, but there's no rush here for Navi. They've got everything set up. They've dealt with all of the utility. They've still got Flores drones that they can be sending on through. Grubby is going to be certainly the next target as Nath searches him on out and pushes him out of position. Kayak with the hot drop. Is he going to land the shots? Yes, he is. Under a flash of Candelas. Going to send the next one out in toward the corridor as well as nades stop the push inside of Elbow. Curly, a very ballsy reinforcement there. Does get it down in time. Still 40 seconds here and time for Secretly to start to push in from the laundry side. Picks one up onto Noodle. More Candelas flashing off. Kayak, he's 1 HP and a dream, but he's still planting that diffuser. A flawless round here from Navi. They have turned things around in a mighty way.
I don't think I've ever seen a round that has the definition of perfect. Is that not a perfect round?
It's
Everything
funny,
went their way.
Because they couldn't catch a break. They'd wait 10 minutes for a bus, and 2 buses had come at once at the first half of this game. And in that last round, everything has gone their way. They've got the max range RNG on the Rotero drone. The Twitch drones have both snuck through. The Candelas have hit through. They've got the hot drop onto Grubby. They've done literally everything possible. Everything's gone their way.
It's brilliant. Still, long way to go, Ollie. 2 rounds. We need 2 more of those if NAVI want to push to that overtime. 86. Things just didn't go the way, has to be said. I'm surprised that they haven't maybe switched in a mute, for example, Ollie. That could help them out with the Flores drones as they start to roll in. That could have been a good pickup.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that could have certainly, you know, slowed those Rotero drones down a little bit.
There's no mirror windows.
Well, I was just gonna comment that. I like the adaptation here from 86. They've gone, right, okay, you brought the Twitch, great. We're not gonna play mirror this time. Do something different.
Maybe a little bit more roam.
Yeah,
perhaps with
I
Legion.
think that's what they need to play
sure.
into. That, to my money, that's what they need to play into, because Navi have just shown us there. There's no question. Picture perfect. They know how to deal with utility. However, out on this roam, where things get a little bit dicey, and Astro's been having a very good game so far, this is probably where Viperio's strengths lie, I think, a little bit more at the moment. Oh my goodness, I say that, and that's an absolute calamity. Nath is able to pick up the kill onto Astro. Astro panics a lot there as well. Nath, calm down.
Goodness.
3 kills on the round. This is the Nath that we saw yesterday.
He's just running around, isn't he? Ollie just head-topping them as they come, and... Well, we said maybe 86 want to try and take the fight to them, Ollie. I don't think they should take your advice, I'll be honest, because this has actually ended up even worse for them. At least whenever it was that kind of turtle anchor hold, they had something going for them, but I just don't know what they have going for them all now. 2 versus 5 for Curly and Grubby to deal with it. And look at the time, there's 1 minute 45 still left on the clock. There's no way, surely, there's no way. Unless...
I mean, if anyone can throw it, it's Navi, right? Based off that previous round.
Is that the new book? Is that the sequel?
I mean, I don't want to start touting it out as a saying, but Navi haven't played the cleanest siege yet tonight, and I'm sure that if we get them in an interview, they'll admit just the same.
So they will start to utility clear using the Flores drones, eliminates the Banshee. Gives Blur a bit of the green light, let's be honest, Ollie, just to walk in. Nobody's really in a good position to contest them. I mean, Curly is kind of lingering around those rotate holes towards Laundry, but hitting those shots to the SMG, it's not easy for the SMG-11. You see, Navi just taking their time. Look at the amount of drones that are being flooded in. They're happy enough to make sure everyone's in a good position to really start putting the pressure on these remaining players. You can see 86, they're just swinging at everything. They're panicking. They know they need to get some kills back. Grubby's hunting for one. He will find the player inside a freezer. Early. As if he's maybe interested in the player in the backstairs, which is probably the biggest issue. Thunder in that location just adds an extra bit of force, and as they speak of him, there he goes, the double kill for Thunder. Navi, another round goes in their favor, Ollie. It was 6-3 at a stage, and now it's 6-5.
Getting dangerously close to that overtime. This is going to be the last opportunity for Viperio to lock in a full 3 points. Navi, however, have the chance to guarantee themselves at least one. Take this to an overtime, potentially win the overtime. Winner of overtime will get 2 points. The loser of overtime will get 1 point. We haven't seen an overtime yet in the Northern Premier League, which is a little bit unusual because sometimes in previous national leagues we've seen our fair share of overtimes. Overtime is a sort of a necessity. It's what we need to have to discover who is genuinely the best team on the night. That's not to say that we've not had some close games, but this will be the first game if it did go all that way. Now, back upstairs to this site. This hasn't been a walk in the park for Navi. Realistically, demo, this was where Kayak got first blooded, and then 86 were just more than happy to reinforce that wall and say, nope, not today. They ended up pretty much playing very aggressively downstairs, and they still gave a lot of opportunities over toward Navi. But it's not been a straightforward site for Navi to attack into now. Maybe they're going to show us something a little bit different now. Blur is rocking the hard breach as well as Kayak, which was an adaptation that we saw the last time this site was attempted, but we didn't really see it to its full potential.
It's just that security, isn't it? Obviously, they had that issue whenever Kayak, I believe, was first picked off as the Thermite, and they couldn't really open up any walls at all. So having that double hard breach, it will assist them if anything does go wrong. And, you know, it might happen. 86, setting up that kitchen hold. Only one player down there inside a kitchen. The other roamer actually located all the way into the basement. Kayak moving over towards that attic as well, open things up. And Navi just trying to gain a bit of control of the map at the moment. They've done the basics right. They've gone, of course, that big tower control. They've got an attic open now, but the question is, what do they want to do? Because you've opened up attic, but nobody's actually staying there. You know, Kayak rotating all the way around has the diffuser. You see that Nafe's maybe in position. He could take a trip towards that attic, but everyone else focus on this kitchen clear out.
RIDDLE's still going to be playing inside of security. He knows that he can probably play that position with his life at this point. Just needs to be mindful of who is operating around him. He's got Thunder playing at the bottom of White Stairs. Vito is in position to assist, playing on those freezer stairs. It's a very tense time here because one or two missed drones from Navi, and this really could be all over. There's a lot that hinges on Navi successfully taking this bottom floor control. And if the double window can still be watched from below, it's going to be very difficult for Kayak to try and bulldoze his way through. Curly, Toxic Babe Canister is being sent out as the laser gate was burnt as if on cue. Nath dropping down from T3. He can look to now pressure in through Attic. Looks as though there's a bulletproof camera inside of sight as well, as Vito is providing the perfect cover here for his teammate. Nobody knew about Vito, least of all Thunder. Kayak, however, is looking to get this plant down. It's 5 versus 3. What's going on here? Finally gets swung. Where was the cover from the window, Blur? The diffuser cold on the ground with 20 seconds left to go as Nath desperately tries to push his way through Attic. He's going to be the last remaining survivor. Finds himself 2. Vito comes in with the trade. It's going to be GG to 86. They lock things up here on the top floor of Oregon and take it 7-5 against Navi.
A massive victory for 86 here today, taking down Navi. A very tough opponent, of course. We all knew that. After what happened to 86 yesterday against Victus, what a way to respond. All 3 points here today. And Navi, they tried their best. They had some great rounds as well, but that opening half volley, there's just a few rounds that Navi really should have won, but they just didn't. But all credit to 86. I think they had some incredible fraggers here today. I think Astro was on form. I think Grubby as well was on his game here today. Just some big players stepping up whenever you need them to.
86 played really well, and I think that's, you know, we've got to credit 86 with the win. We can question some of Navi's rounds. You know, there were a couple of things that obviously
Navi were lucky today.
Yeah,
as well with some of the stuff. You know, we've seen that. Yeah.
Weren't going the best way. You know, we could physically see, you could see that in the server. Things weren't really going well for Secretly. He was falling on the wrong timing of a lot of unfortunate things. But 86 played the game that was in front of them, and they played it very well. Love the adaptation that they started to bring through. You know, when they came up against that adversity, when Navi started to win a couple of rounds, they were more than happy to change things. They used the timeout at the perfect time demo. We commented on it at the time when it was taken. We said, look, is this in an attempt to remove any momentum that Navi may be getting from this? Because they're going to be getting something, and we need to try and fix our problems as well. Sure enough, they go back upstairs and they come away with the dub. Navi just looks a little bit desperate there, and I think, you know, what better than to demonstrate that than that final clip there. Kayak desperately trying to get the plant down, and there just wasn't the cover there. 86 have played incredibly well, and that really starts to shake things up, I think, in terms of the standings. Not really in terms of the points and the distribution, but more just about how and where we're going to see these teams level when we get further on into the season, because it's a big game there.
Yeah, I think obviously whenever we look at Viperio 86, they're a team that's going to be challenging for the Challenger League positions. beating Navi. Other teams still have to play Navi. You think of TENSTAR, you think of MNM Academy. Who else has to play it? Does Ambush still have to play Navi? I think they still do. That's another team. All these teams will also have to go up against Navi, and knowing that you've been able to beat a side that you'd like to favor who could beat those other teams as well, just because it is Navi, then that's gonna be a big confidence boost for you.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to do it from Demo and myself here tonight. We're going to throw you back over to the capable hands that is the desk. They're going to break it down, they're going to have an interview, and they're going to hit you with a little bit of a debrief. And I do believe there is a special guest on tonight's debrief, so you are not going to want to miss it. Snowleaf, Jerry, Novi, take it away.
That is a hot plate of upsetty spaghetti if I've ever seen it. I mean, I hate to say it, I did mention it on the desk that we have yet to see an upset, and there's usually one every league. And Jerry, I mean, you're quite happy because you said it would be a close one. I know there's a Finnish analyst who's even happier because he predicted Viperio to beat Navi. But Novi, what did we just witness?
What? Yeah, okay, Viperio 6 came to play. That is for sure. Shout out, like 100% that is a well-deserved victory. They just took down a Pro League side.
Yeah.
That's the mad thing. Even if it was Navi on like an off day, which it certainly wasn't their best shown by any means, they still beat a Pro League side, and that is like you like all the we're trolling, whatever. You cannot make any excuses for that.
Yeah.
And so Viperio 6, hats off.
Yeah.
It genuinely is that impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
go on.
Navi, we know that they're not the team that come into this and do a little trolling, right? Secretly, he's got them, by the scruff of the neck. He knows that he wants them to get into a winning mentality. And the fact that they've now dropped their first... Oh, actually, no, they haven't dropped their first loss. They did, of course, lose to Heroic earlier.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. They're topping you well, what have you. This was an unexpected one. This was the big upset of spaghetti that we've been waiting for. And yeah, it's a huge deal. I mean, 86 were brilliant. They actually were. Yep. They performed out of their socks. You got to hand it to Astro. I think it was 13-5 at the very least by the very end. The supports were exceptional as well. Noodle and Curly put in a proper shift. Both went positive by the end of the game. That's what you really want to see. And, it's almost reminiscent of every 86 roster we've seen throughout time, where they always have this strong backline that are there to carry them home when it's most needed. And 7-5. I mean, was it 7-5? 7-4? 7-4.
7-5, wasn't it?
7-5. It was
one round away from overtime.
Very close. Close to overtime. Again.
We have yet to have an overtime. We had an upset. We had an EWEL team drop 3 points to one of the other tier 3 teams before we got an overtime, and the MPL is just like, no, every time we're going to have a match is a 7-5. But you know what? I know someone who's even more excited than us and a Finnish analyst is, of course, going to be PX from Viperio 86. It might be PX7, actually. Do apologize. Don't mean to forget the numbers, but I'm sure you will forgive me because congratulations on a massive win.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel? Like, the most basic sports question, but how do you feel?
Good, of course. It would have been even better if we would have won yesterday, but today's win is massive, as you said. Team performed really well, so yeah, pretty happy.
So did you intentionally try to get them over to Oregon, or was it that you just were you just going to meet them wherever on the final 2 maps there?
I mean, we just the way we approach the game is we're going to play whatever we feel comfortable on, of course, and we're going to play like ourselves. I think that was the most important thing. When you go up against an elite team, don't try to play fancy, just play what you know best. But yeah, definitely Oregon is it's a good pick against a new league team. Like, the elite teams are going to try to get you to Oregon because they're not really going to show anything. It's so boring, right? It's so default-ish. So they're going to try to get you there. But at the same time, it's so easy as an underdog to beat a better team than you on Oregon because it's so basic again. So, the duality of the map.
So it's a map where the great teams go to die against the
Exactly.
underdogs. Now, you said it yourself, you're a little bit disappointed with losing those previous points, and it's been a little bit difficult now for predictions, and I think every single talent now is sweating a little bit whenever they see Viperio 86 on.
Sure.
It's like, okay, which Viperio 86 are we going to see today? Like, literal coin flip. But, again, it takes nothing away from your win today. And hang on, just gonna use my cheat sheet here for a little second, because next week you are gonna be facing. Whoops, I swapped over to the overview. Bear with me. It's been a long day. Thank you very much. RCTIC. So, and after that, you're gonna be RCTIC, and then RIDDLE. So, relatively easy week, you would suggest, but are you prepared to perhaps stumble, because they would be the underdogs?
Let's not jinx it, huh? Yeah, let's not jinx it.
You know. But how do you feel? Like, okay, so you guys got a lot of praise from Demo and Ollie for the timing of that tactical timeout being called. I assume that was called by you, or at least someone in the team. Like, what goes behind a good call for a timeout, if that makes sense? Like, what's a good timing for a tactical timeout like that?
I mean, it's not an exact science, I'd say, but in my eyes, it's always better to call it a little bit maybe too early than too late. We had this problem on the first matches. We called them a little bit too late. We were like, no, we got this. Like, I was calling to the boys, or Curly was like, we should, take a timeout during the games on bank at the beginning of the season. And people on the team were like, no, like, we can win this. We don't need a timeout. And it's so far, it proved that, taking timeouts for us is doing us good. So we basically told ourselves after these games, like, let's just take the timeouts as soon as we feel like we need to. And that's what we did. That's what we did today. It worked out pretty well. We did yesterday as well. Worked out kind of okay, even though we didn't win. But yeah, let's just take the timeout early. What do we say? We just... It really depends on the situation, honestly. It's so situational. Yeah. It's like... it could be... It's like it's either strategic, or it is about maybe nerves or comms. It's like it really depends, honestly.
Yeah, and the purpose of that question, of course, is just to get those reflections and those opportunities out there to help our viewers understand exactly how difficult it is to call a timeout sometimes. And I think you brought up a very good point there. Like, when the team feels good, it's like, well, let's save the tactical timeout for when we need to reset our mental or something. Like, we're feeling good now. We don't have to do this. If you lose one round, we can shrug it off. Lose 2 rounds, you're still in it. But PX7, I'm going to have to say again, huge congratulations on a massive effort here, and the floor is yours if you have anyone that you want to do a little shout out to or a special mention.
No, just thank you to the people who happen to be supporting us. Shout out to Astro and the rest of the boys for putting on a show tonight. A great performance, and let's keep going.
Keep on going, and it's one more. It's a whole week now until next 2 games. Plenty of time to do a little bit of prep, of course. And of course, PX7, thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck next week.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There you have it from the boss himself, and I think that's not something you usually get to talk about when you're talking about the tactical timeouts. About actually that the team is like, someone is calling for timeout, and the rest of the team is like, nah, we got this. And I think it's nice to see and hear from PX7 that they identify themselves that maybe the timeouts were a bit late the first week.
Yeah, it's good to show that they're focusing inward and their intent on growing. It was a marked improvement in terms of performance from yesterday. Yeah, so good mentality certainly from PX7.
Novi, any I was gonna say, like, thoughts here before we head off to a debrief that it's sorely needed after a day that has had, I would like, a couple of upsets. So
I think the only thing to say is I want that overtime game. I'm genuinely we're literally 2 rounds away from getting 2 overtimes today. But yeah, like, Viperio 86 have showed up. They've showed us that this team can build championship winning teams consistently. Like, they've done it before, and they're showing to us that they can do it again. And I think that really goes like behind the scenes to the guys who run both like Team A6 and Viperio, it's like a collaboration. This org, it goes to show that the staff, the coaches, not just the players, the people behind the scenes are really contributing to that success, and genuine praise towards the org.
And with those words, let's head over to the end of the day summary, of course, and let's talk through these results that we've seen today, because it's been a long day, and you might forget that already in the opener, we had a little bit of a minor upset if you're going to look at the talent predictions, which, of course, me and Novi got correct, of course. 7-5 to Ambush, always nice to see. Not even an overtime there. A 7-3 for RCTIC over RIDDLE in the Nordic Brawl. 7-3 to Heroic over Coalesce. 7-5 to Victus over MNM Academy, so close to a reverse sweep, and there was almost a reverse sweep for NAVI in this final matchup as well, but Viperio 86 took what would be probably the biggest upset of the season thus far with a win over NAVI. And MVP, look at that KDR from Gorgona.
That's magic.
It's funny though, because we're always ending up with these MVPs that are just stomping in particular games, and you look at the games today, and you've got to say Astro is like, he is up there as an MVP contender. Oscar once again just showing what he can do. Nick as well is huge in Ambush. I'm just hearing that Oscar was our second choice in terms of MVPs, but we've given him enough screen time, so I guess it's Gorgie still the limelight today.
Yeah, it's not like he's playing at the the top league or anything, like the #1 team in Europe. He needs a little bit extra spotlight, never too much spotlight here. So let's take a quick look at his standings as well, because they might have changed just a little bit after tonight's results. And let's go. We're of course going to see Victus. Still, we heard Flexi was a little bit worried about the round difference, but according to these, there's still 2 rounds ahead of Heroic, but they have the same amount of points though, 12 points. Up in 3rd and 4th though, jumping up places with their wins for each team, Ambush and Viperio 86. Now, I was going to call out Jerry for calling Navi a mid-table team, but right now, technically, he's correct. In 5th place with 6 points, and TENSTAR just beneath them as well, before we get to MNM Academy and RCTIC on 3 points, and then at the very bottom, I hate to admit it, 2 Nordic teams who have yet to catch a single point thus far.
It's only a matter of time, right? You've got 18 playdays to find something, and it will be a sure shame if any of them don't get at least a point from something. I mean, they're guaranteed to play each other as well.
I was going to say, if they don't get a point from each other, then I'm really starting to worry about the future.
Then there's some serious questions about the integrity of this league that need to be raised if that happens.
Well, that as well.
But no, barring any sort of chaotic kind of rigging, then they'll get there, and hopefully, I think, especially for Coalesce, I think improvement is just around the corner for them. So yeah, time will tell.
Right, so let's save a little bit of the talking points that we got here, because we have a special guest joining us in the debrief. But before that, we're going to take a small, well-earned break to catch our breaths. But don't go anywhere. We're bringing you the debrief right after these messages.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in,
And Slothar just picks them apart.
try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
That's the debrief being dropped there on the table with all the juicy files and sheets of paper for us to discuss here. We're back, the desk. I did, however, promise you guys a special guest. And Jerry and Novi, do you guys want to speculate who's this magic guest? Maybe Jerry knows it in his little secret book there. Who do you got?
Yeah,
Who's
these
the
are
guest?
the debrief files, right? And
Oh,
if
yeah,
I
yeah.
check-
Oh, you just grabbed it out.
I'll check ahead in the script.
Okay, what's the
It's
script? What's the
Effie.
script say? Effie! It is Effie! Effie! So I let Jerry do that because I spoiled his interviewee last night, so I thought Jerry could spoil the guest here today, so now we're even.
I can
there we
smell
go.
the cringe in chat.
I don't care. That's the thing. Like I'm over 30 years old now. Like I don't care about like they can shout cringe whatever they want. But Effie, welcome to the debrief.
Hi, thank you for having me.
And so the thing is, you're the stats guy here for the NPL, sitting here behind the scenes now, throwing together all the stats here that me and Jerry and Novi and the rest of the talents get to talk about. And this is one genuine question that I do have for you: is like, how the heck do you guys do that so fast? Like, are you machines? Are you coded? Do you have like machinery? Like, what's going on?
Lots of muscle memory, mainly. Timing is of the essence, and you kind of have to just get on with it. I've been doing this since the start of Yukin, so you can imagine
you go
over
back
time.
further than we do, all of us.
Yeah,
think.
we talked about this today actually. I am like the Watcher. I have actually been on more Yukin shows than any of the players, any of the teams, production, even the people that run it. So I am actually
facts.
Yeah, highest attendance rate. Come at me.
I mean, I might be a boomer, Ian might be a boomer, but you are a veteran. You're of the vanguard, 100%. Before we do, like, I was going to see like a little round robin here. So, Affy, what you were looking at numbers all day. So, were there any players? I mean, obviously we got Gorgona here as the MVP of the night, but were there any other players with stats that were interesting that you can bring from like your little secret jar of stats or something?
We were actually considering Astro and Oscar for top 3.
All right,
so all 3 of them played really well today, and honestly, it was quite a big struggle figuring out which one. But you take a look at Gorgona's KD, then you take a look at how many rounds he's played, and if he's kept that KD and that cost, 80% cost, I believe it was, over the amount of rounds he's played, that is impressive. So we kind of what's put him over the edge for me.
All right.
Because of the amount of rounds he's played.
So all the guys had... Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, it was the debate we were having when we brought that up as well, was like the caliber of opposition and the importance of the performance.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, we were like, Nick, for instance, did extremely well for Ambush, and we thought Oscar as well, and
Astro.
Astro in that last game was just phenomenal.
And that's against Navi as well, so...
Yeah, against Navi. That was why I think Astro takes mine, but I can understand Gorgie.
Honestly, it was mainly between those two. Yeah, it was between those two. And yeah, like you said, the caliber, definitely something that we take into account too, because that is everything.
I just want to say, Twitch chat, instead of like shouting at me, like, yes, no, spill the tea. Who's DM? Like, if you want to shout at anyone, he's that way.
Shout the guy with the real power.
Throwing him under the bus.
Shout at Snur.
I mean, you've shouted at me in games as Siege, if I remember correctly, good sir. No, not you. I'm mixing up names. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm mixing up names. I forgot who it was. I played a Go for, and I thought it was Afi, but it's just no. I'm mixing up because we used to chat a little bit earlier, and I was like, oh yeah, like way back when. Sorry, I'm mixing names. I'm just stupid. Don't worry about it. Novi.
Hello. Sorry, I've just been quiet. I've just been continuing just listening and taking it in.
Yeah, but I'm trying to include everyone here. I'm the host now. I'm trying to be inclusive.
I appreciate it. I'm just vibing.
All right, okay.
Like I have a genuine question because I mean I've chatted to Fresh, I've chatted to other analysts. I mean Fresh, does he really count? No, I'm kidding. But Afi, I'm genuinely kidding. I love Fresh to bits. Afi, is there like? We always talk about how like KD maybe isn't a true reflection of a team's performance. Like from your like experience and background, even before doing being the Yukon veteran, the sort of like Yukon might have changed colors into the NPL, but you're still here kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the most underrated stat? Like what's the thing that you go and this is where your eyes sort of look to when you're looking across all the different metrics?
Well, it's kind of conditional. It depends what role you play. Because obviously each role has its own unique stats. So when you're talking about support, you've got plants and cost. But in general, I think the best overall factor will be cost. Always. Because it's how much impact you have on a round. You can be the person that lies low, but if you're planting every round, if you're surviving, it's on there. If you're getting a kill every round, it's on there.
It's kind of like the stat that's designed for Siege.
Exactly.
Well, right? Everything else is kind of lifted out of like TDM tropes, or FPS tropes, I suppose, better way to put it. And this really is a game where you can win a round without firing a single bullet.
And that's the difficult thing as well for a caster that I don't think a lot of people appreciate, because it's like, oh, you guys are always talking about the guys who get the most kills and stuff. It's like, yeah, but it is like I don't have it is incredibly hard without talking to the teams, knowing exactly who's holding the drills. Like obviously now we have cams helping us out, but in the middle, like, in the heat of the moment, it's incredibly hard to get to see like who's actually holding that pivotal flank watch, who's actually doing all the dirty job, or as Fabian says, well, you're saying support. I mean, it is difficult. All the other things that can't be measured, and that's why I think stats like cost are so important, precisely because of the uniqueness of Siege, because it's not just an FPS, it's an FPS with so many other sort of elements into it. Like sure, like other shooters also have like call-outs and IGLs and all that stuff, but we have the drones and all that stuff as well, and it's just, I don't know, it's such an advanced game, I was going to say, and that's what makes Siege so interesting to me, like why I'm still playing. Like every other shooter game just feels boring to me now, but that's also because I'm bored.
We're getting elitist now.
Flaming the other ones.
I mean, I'm here for a reason. I mean,
it's because he's a Rainbow Six shield. That's why.
I played as some Slanch. I mean. Yeah.
How are we not all Rainbow Six Shields? Like, come on, we're here.
That is a very good point. But to bring it back to what you said, but from a casting point of view, I think that's one of the reasons why, like especially I know Jerry, you and I do this a lot. Is when we see something that's a really good example of someone doing something really impactful, which isn't getting kills.
Yeah.
Like we always make a huge deal about it, and I think from an audience perspective, they might go, they're literally just running away. How is this exciting? Like what's going on? It's like no, he's running away from the enemy.
Yeah,
one of the
literally one of the best plays we saw today was relaxing, running away.
Yeah, running away.
It was incredible. He scaled the whole of Chalet and wasted a minute and won around it.
I'm gonna give you a challenge. I want you to make a metric that can track how far people are running in a game.
Oh god.
It's like
wasted time.
Like a wasted time. Nah.
I don't know how you would do that, but wasted time would
wasted
be the most OP stat.
As long as
how
you're
much time
enjoying
have you
yourself.
wasted from the enemy?
Oh, that's what you mean.
I mean,
Sorry,
we kind of track that. If you talk about the overall game time tick, the amount of opening, like when the first opening kill was, that's the amount of wasted time in the round.
Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
Because let's say you have 180 seconds in a round minus prep phase, right? If the first kill
is 30 seconds into a round. That's 30 seconds wasted time, is it not?
Afi, stop. You're literally just creating more work for yourself here.
That's the best thing. I'm not.
Novi,
it's already done.
Novi. He's explaining to us the very simple concept of this device that shows us the time. It's called a clock.
Yeah, you have it in game, Novi. It counts down every second.
It's at the top of the screen.
Yeah,
I want that in a spreadsheet. If it's not in a spreadsheet, I don't believe it. Okay, I'm very simple-minded.
I didn't want to out you there, but I was like, because I was in there as well. Ooh, that would be great. Well, hang on, that's just a clock, you know. I was like, oh, well, you know.
There was just I want to take it back to something related to what we saw today, vaguely, so we're not all just meta, fanboying. But there is one thing I want to push an agenda now, right? I've been trying to get a stat to come into kind of common parlance for a while, which is like essentially entry conversion rate. So if you get that entry kill, how likely you are to convert that round, like as a team. And today with NAVI, it was a huge factor, right? Especially on their attacks at the end. If they didn't get the entry, they fell apart. They were so good in the few attack rounds where they could execute a 5vx strategy. But as soon as they lost a piece, 86 just gobbled them up. And that's the kind of thing. There are some teams where that doesn't affect them nearly as much. But NAVI at the moment look like a team that is a real soft spot for them, that they need to have that full set of 5.
If I remember correctly, that's also something that really hurt RCTIC. I think it was yesterday. Like they had a lot of relatively a lot of opening kills for a team that's losing. We saw Tricky on the stats on the entry, but they have not been able to really turn those man advantage into. But it's also, I think we touched upon it a little bit in the prep phase, but it could also just be that the other teams are very quick to get that refrag or just there to flood that position. So it's very difficult to tell just from that one stat, but it is a very nice stat because you always have to take stats with a context. That's the thing. Numbers are great. Numbers will tell you a lot, but they won't be able to tell you the whole picture. And that's supposedly where us casters come in. It's like, ugh, Afi, what are we paying you for? It's like,
What I will say is, I can pretty much guarantee that the conversion rate's a positive over 50.
Yes.
But that is something that is actually quite interesting. But now this comes into the debate. Right, so we put in opening kills conversion rate. What do we take out?
That's a good point. You don't want to overload. How important is that over? I would say, as far as it goes, plants is an
that's
one,
the
right?
one that
because it only really reflects on a particular player a lot of the time.
Yeah, but you can say the same for opening kills.
Some teams don't even have a set planter either. I mean, that's useful to know. But
you can say the same for opening kills, though, because if you're not the entry, why would you have an opening kill conversion rate?
Well, this is the thing. It's like if it's done per player, then it doesn't make sense. But if you do it per team, then it's this team needs the entry or not.
Me and No, we were just sitting here chilling now to two number heads just crunching numbers. And we're it's like listening to a podcast with stats people. I love it. I love the vibe.
Can we talk about RIDDLE? Not RIDDLE. RCTIC today?
Go. Yes. Go.
RCTIC played so well. I'll be honest, right? I looked at that lineup. And I saw the first 2-3 games, and I was like, "This team's going to be bottom of the league." And then they played today.
Give them more respect than
against
that.
RIDDLE,
They're Finnish champions.
They impressed. Excuse me, I'm an ex-Finnish champion. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right. I didn't realize I was in
the Thank you very much.
I didn't realize whose presence I was in.
They actually really surprised me. I'm very happy with the Finnish boys, and I'm an honorary Finn. From back in the CISO days.
That you were.
So, it makes me proud to see the guys actually doing quite well today. But no, seriously, very impressed by the guys. The stats were quite up there too. Just keep it up.
I mean, I talked to Jerry and Novi about this backstage, and I was like, I just wish, if there's one team that I'm going to bet on has, the biggest improvement, that's obviously before Viperio just beat NAVI, but if there's one team, if anyone asked me which is the team you think will improve the most throughout the course of the season, I said I want to say RCTIC, bar none, because I know how hard. Afi, you can attest to this, how seriously Finnish teams take Siege and how much work they put into this, and like they have such a positive attitude. They're here, they're just enjoying what they're doing at the same time working really hard. And another thing that I wanted to say was like look at Ambush. Ambush was where RCTIC are now, not that long ago, relatively speaking. And so don't count RCTIC out yet just because they're new. And I mean, I say that as the guy who was like being told all the time, like, you know, all the 4 Nordic teams are going to be at the bottom, right? And I was like, yeah, well, you know, I'm not so sure about that. Like, okay, fine, Riddle, not doing very well. But
my predictions have been thrown aside by myself, underestimating Ambush.
Yeah,
right. That's what I will say, because they have come out of the gates.
Right?
I remember when we were playing the Finnish League finals. Actually, the ones that RCTIC have now won recently. We actually played against, I believe. Now, I'm not sure if this is right, but I believe it is what old Ambush used to be. And I remember we were Challenger League back at the time. We were not too bad, and this was before you know all the leagues came into place, so you had to qualify. So this was you always going against every single team in qualifiers, getting through playoffs, etc., to get your Challenger League spot. So and they gave us a run for our money back then. This was at the time Ghost Killer, top 4 Challenger League team. They gave us a run for their money, so they've improved a lot. And the fact that they're still going says a lot. And definitely don't count Ambush out. These are one of the guys that I was excited to see going into this league.
Yeah, and people forget as well, like, looking at Killers, you wouldn't think it, but they're actually, like you said, Afi, they've been around for a long time. They're actually older than you think. Like, they're at the age of Secretly and stuff, sure. But,
I'm gonna blame one thing. I'm going to blame one thing. They absolutely lost their heads in the playoffs of the Rainbow Rumble. Didn't win a single match, I think. January was not a good month for Ambush. And that
they
was
will
the
be the
precedent
first
we
ones
had
to
going
admit
into this, right? Before that, they went flawless in groups. So I don't trust them anymore. I've got real like commitment and trust issues towards Ambush at this moment in time. They're playing with my heart.
I just want to say that though before I throw it, like to let people finish their thoughts and like wrap it up for the day. It's like you could say that, and you now look at TENSTAR that everyone is like saying like, oh, they're just gonna sweep it. It's like the next big thing, and it's like, yeah, but that was then. Like this is not like form is temporary. I'm not saying that TENSTAR's a bad team. Don't get me wrong. Like I love Kenny and the work that he's doing for like TENSTAR. I see it. I believe in it. But it's like, sure, you that's the thing that we can sort of like look back to and compare with what we got today, but you don't know until the league starts, and scrims are played not to win but to learn. And I think a lot of people get some skewed. I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying like in general, people watching, like we haven't heard of this Nordic team, so they're probably bad. Like don't count Ambush out from that coveted like CL spot just yet. But Novi, your final thoughts of the day. Shoot.
Who was the team? Who was the person interviewed who said the team we're most worried about is Coalesce? Or I can't remember.
That was wasn't that PX7?
Jerry left.
No.
You know who you're gonna bring up right now? And they're gonna be sitting there blushing.
It was Flexi, wasn't it?
Was it Flexi? Because so the reason I find that interesting is because based on what you said, Snar, about like scrims not always being a good indicator, is I remember speaking to some of the players behind the scenes, not a good indicator, but sometimes people put too much credence within it based on performance. It's the game days that really matter.
Yes.
I remember talking to some of the players behind some of the UKIN 2 teams in the previous season, and they were going, oh, we always beat like this caliber team, but we always struggle playing into these bottom tier teams. Like this is what we struggle in because they they play so stupid or they play so unorthodox. And it was just quite interesting seeing Flexi going like we're kind of worried because we kind of know what we're going to expect for Ambush. Is all, like you said, veteran players. They've been around the block. They know the fundamentals. Coalesce, there's a lot of new names on that roster. Like, who are they? What do they do? How do they play? We don't know. And it's nice to see players not looking at junior players and going, oh, this should be easy. They don't have the experience. They're almost going, we need to be careful because we don't know what we're going to get. Viperio 86 is a fantastic example of that. I think everyone I think myself included, went, against Navi, Navi's going to win this. Like, it's all right. But then they step up to the plate and they show us exactly why we should be looking not necessarily just at the veterans, but also at the young talent coming through.
I mean, Pat and Kane showed it a little bit today. So I'm just going to do it in this order here. So, Afi, your thoughts?
Today was actually quite an interesting day. One of the longest we've had so far. We've had about, I think it was 2 games where we possibly went to OT. But just to kind of pick off what Novi was saying, one of the things that I love about this league, and something that like the UK and the Nordics consistently put out, is just you young gunners. Like if you think about it, recently Tyrant, Kayak, and then you go further back, Citizen, Doki. You've got so many people. Useless, Benja, Sloth.
To go outside of using
I was going to be like, where's the Nordic?
You've got so many people that come from these leagues, and like within about a year or 2 of playing within these leagues are up there. It's really crazy to see. So some of the people that you might be seeing right now, they'll be
Astro.
Yep, exactly. They'll be up there fairly soon. So keep your eyes on them.
Spoit's 18 now, by the way. He hasn't played in national leagues, but he's 18 now.
Spoit, so get in.
I'm saying. Jerry, go on.
I think I'll round it off then to carry on from that point. I only recently changed my Twitter banner off of me killing Spoit in the meme invitational. Just a little clip in the kill feed. I wore that banner with pride. For the one game that I played against them and still lost. Just out of context, it looks great, but we bottled it in the final. So anyway.
And now you took it away because he's 18, and you know that he's actually going to perhaps be interviewed by you, and he's going to be like, that didn't count.
I know what I did.
Pepperidge Farm remembers, right? Gents, it's been an absolute pleasure. Afi, pleasure to see you in the living flesh. I was going to say, I missed, we had some couple of chats, way back when, and it's nice to pick up the pace here. And like you said, you're an honorary Finn, and I'm sure the Finns do absolutely agree. But we're going to have to wrap it up for tonight. It's been a long day with some exciting results, exciting matches, and even the upsetty spaghetti at the end. But from the entire desk here, plus, of course, our honorable guest, Afi, that'll be it for us for today. Of course, shout out to Medic as well, because I haven't mentioned him once today, our observer, who just said in Discord and then left us for ourselves. That's just Medic things. So, sorry, production, I'll wrap it up now. Have a nice one.
See ya.
He sees one look at the patience. He just has to send weight to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires cutting on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge swing. Picks up two.
Surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but oh, with his back against Unica, Roska's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.